Chapter 1. Whoosh. 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 More than a dozen shurikens flew from different directions. Without exception, they all hit the training stakes ahead. The young man squinted, and Shenyi looked at the results of his training. 13 shurikens hit at the same time. This level can already catch up with the young attacker, right? Looking into the eye, the ground is full of mess, and there are traces of fierce fighting everywhere, and you can see that someone has conducted high-intensity training here. In the blink of an eye, I am 5 years old. Heitake Nangxiang put down the ninja in his hand, panting, lying on the lawn looking at the sky. Unexpectedly, it has been so long since I traveled to the world of Naruto, but my system hasn't come yet. In this world of bloodline comparison, the pressure of survival is really not normal. That's right, Heitake Nangxiang's predecessor was a high-achieving student of Blue Star. He was admitted to the highest school through hard work, but he didn't expect an accidental car accident to send him to this world. Unfortunately, as soon as I crossed over, I encountered the Nine Tails Chaos, and both my parents died. If it weren't for him to have a cousin named Heitake Kakashi, yes, that's the famous Heitake who has been complained by countless Naruto fans, and his own life has become a problem. I thought I would turn on the system like other traversers, sitting on cheat, punching Uchiha Madara, kicking Sage of Six Paths, and stepping onto the pinnacle of life, but I didn't expect this to wait for 5 years. The system I was thinking of has not yet come. It seems that I still think too much. The system is really a lie, and it doesn't exist at all. 5 years. This is the Naruto world. Ordinary people are killed if they are not careful. Even Konoha Miku has been destroyed several times. How can I live without cheat? Heitake Nangxiang cursed. It was the sense of oppression and tension that made him start training early. Anyway, the Heitake family is also regarded as a famous family, and there is no shortage of medicinal materials to strengthen the body. Heitake Nangxiang does not have to worry about shaking the foundation. Through inhuman advanced training and accumulation of talents, Heitake Nangxiang can fire 13 shurikens at the same time and make a hit at the age of 5. This scene. Enough to shock many people. Even Hokage may not do the step at this age. Of course. It is incomparable to Uchiha Itake's genius, who can calculate the trajectories of shurikens after collision with each other. After all, they belong to the Uchiha clan, and they have support Sharingan. And he is just an ordinary person. The only advantage may be the opportunity to learn the sword skills left by Heitake Whitefang in the future. Training for a whole day is a big burden for the young Heitake Nangxiang. There is no rest, only desperation. Therefore, now Heitake Nangxiang is too tired to breathe and collapsed. The whole person was sweating, only the chest cavity was still undulating, and the speed was amazing. Ding! The detection host breathes 100,000 times in a single day. Open the strongest acting system. At this time, a mechanically synthesized voice suddenly sounded. Falling in Heitake Nangxiang's ears, he himself was stunned for a moment, and then his face was overjoyed. It's been 5 years, do you know how I spent the past 5 years? My cheat is finally here. Sure enough. The system will be late, but will never be absent. System, tell me about the specific functions. Heitake Nangxiang said silently in his heart. Answer host, this system is the strongest acting system. As the name suggests, host needs a lottery to open a template to play. The higher the unlocking degree of the character, the stronger the strength. The system template character will automatically adjust the force value according to the current world. Heitake Nangxiang's eyes lit up, which means that no matter what character is drawn, even the weakest goblin, the system can adjust it to the strongest goblin in Naruto world. However, he is confident that he will not be so black-faced and get such a rubbish template. System, start extracting templates. Template selection. 1, 2, 3, After a dazzling lottery background, the template finally stayed on a gentle-looking swordsman with a high ponytail, a fiery red coat and Madara pattern on his forehead. That is a man of great temperament. It is the ceiling of the Demon Slayer world's combat power, the pioneer of the Breath of the Day, and the pressed Kibutsuji Musen hid in Tibet. He did not dare to appear in this world until he died of old age, a powerful existence. Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Congratulations to host for successfully extracting the template, Tsugikuni Yoriichi. The template character is being synthesized. The template fusion is complete. Soon. Haitenang Sayang only felt that there was something extra in his body, and then a lot of knowledge of swordsmanship and breathing techniques appeared in his brain out of thin air. Tsugikuni Yoriichi. He murmured, then the corner of his mouth curled up. This luck is simply not too good. Tsugikuni Yoriichi, that is the ceiling of the Demon Slayer world's combat power, with 1,500 knives per second. Monster-like powerhouse. Even if the attack power may be different from the Naruto world, don't forget to have a systematic blessing. With the blessing of the system, Tsugikuni Yoriichi, who is full of performance, is definitely a bug-like existence. He is a genius who can create his own breathing method, open Madara patterns and see through the world. If it's not the limit of the world. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's achievements are more than that. Known as the strongest man in hundreds of years, he suppressed an entire era. Haitenang Sayang believes that the Madara pattern will never be worse than 8-gate in the later stages of development. There is also a transparent world, by observing the flow of the enemy's muscles and blood, and judging the enemy's next move. It is simply a combination of Byakugan and observation haki. Very good. Playing a genius like Tsugikuni Yoriichi should inherit his pervert talent for me, right? In this way, in this Naruto world, practicing kendo and achieving the highest achievement is no problem. After the system is turned on. When the template was fused, it gave Haitenang Sayang a lot of energy, and even the exhaustion of the previous training was wiped out at the same time. Now he is full of urge to experiment with the wooden sword. Chapter 2. After a brief cleaning of the debris in the courtyard, Haitenang Sayang has given up his shuriken training, which was not very helpful to him. Now, Haitenang Sayang has a better choice. With the Tsugikuni Yoriichi template, he has made up his mind to specialize in swordsmanship. In the future, it might not be impossible to cut Uchiha Madara's head with the breath of the day. Back in his little home, this is the legacy left to him by his late parents, next to Kakashi's home. Haitenang Sayang carefully took out a sword from a precious wooden platform. This sword is the ancestral sword of his generation in the Haitake family. The appearance is simple and unpretentious, but extremely sharp. His father used him to kill many enemies on the battlefield. Now it is enough for myself to train. The cold, heavy, and simple, and the touch of a killing weapon instantly made Haitenang Sayang indulged. Adapted quickly. As if by nature, he seemed to have unparalleled control over the sword in his hand. Take a deep breath. Huh. Hchh. Haitenang Sayang entered the state, and his whole body fell into a peculiar situation. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's amazing talent made him start to search for that unique breathing sensation on his own. Feel the flowing wind. Slowly. Ding. Congratulations to host for comprehending the basics of breathing method. Use breathing to adjust the cell energy of the whole body and reward full concentration breathing method. The sound of the system sounded at the right time. Haitenang Sayang's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect that he was just trying to use the breathing method, and the system would immediately reward himself with full concentration breathing. Check the degree of impersonation. Current performance, 1%. A hollow panel appeared in front of him, and an illusory sword-holding man also stood quietly in front of him. Walk into the courtyard. Haitenang Sayang walked to an adult-sized wooden stake and stared at it earnestly. Bend your legs, accumulate power, jump, slash. The posture is very skilled. A set of coherent movements is performed in Haetaek Nangsayang's hands. The smooth and gorgeous feeling is hardly like a 5-year-old child can complete. All this is more like a swordsman who has been immersed in kendo for more than 10 years. One sword. The icy brilliance crossed the air. Patter. I saw that the adult-sized wooden stake was directly divided into 4 pieces from the bottom left, top right, and middle. The cutting edge is smooth, neat, and silky like cutting tofu. Huh. Take a long breath. Haetaek Nangsayang looked at the sword in his hand excitedly, and he was very satisfied with the results in front of him. Full concentration breathing can greatly improve the body's skills, making a qualitative leap in reaction power, speed, and strength. According to the current results, I am at least as good as Genin. Oh, what if you don't know how to do ninjutsu? If the enemy dares to attack me, it takes me a second. Now he is full of confidence, and his immature face is full of smiles. That's right. Since it's acting, then you have to act similarly in all aspects. Wait for me to go back and change my clothes. After that, Haetaek Nangsayang ran home in a hurry, and when he reappeared, he seemed to be a different person. Although the body is young, he wore a red dress, sun earrings, and a high-tied ponytail. A beautiful young man was born. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the degree of performance. The current performance is 10. Reward breathing method, the first breath of the sun. The sound of the system reappeared. Haetaek Nangsayang's face showed such an expression. It seems that as long as I can complete the system requirements and always move closer to Tsugikuni Yoriichi, sooner or later I will be able to achieve 100% performance. Now I can't wait to test the power of the breath of the day. This time, Haetaek Nangsayang's eyes showed a rare nervous look. Not for anything else, just to test what level of combat effectiveness he can achieve in the future. Therefore, the next step is extremely important. After a day of training, the sky is already dim. Haetaek Nangsayang stared forward Shenyi, his eyes tender and firm. The corners of his mouth exhaled white breath, gritted his teeth, and the sword in his hand swung out from his waist. Brush. The biting sword light. The arc-shaped slash appeared instantly, and a roaring fire dragon galloped across the sword. The breath of the sun, the shape of one round dance. The huge fire dragon slashed and bombarded the courtyard one round, and the entire courtyard was illuminated by the fire. Boom! The ground was shaking violently. What's going on? Why is there such a huge movement next to him? Kakashi was holding a dagger and was watching his father's knife mantras at home. Suddenly, he felt the ground shake, and at the same time he noticed that the outside world flashed with fire. Not good. Nangsayang must have gone from there. Thinking that there was a fire in Haetaek Nangsayang's house, he hurriedly got up and rushed out to rescue his cousin. After an instant, he came to the Haetaek Nangsayang courtyard separated by a wall, but was shocked by the sight in his eyes and closed his mouth from ear to ear. This. Facing the sunken grass in front of me, as well as various training stakes and dolls broken in half, it is not difficult to see that these are all cut in one go. And in the yard, only the young cousin Haetaek Nangsayang is alone. He also held a sword in his hand. On the body of the sword, there is still an unending flame, and the light of the fire shines on Haetaek Nangsayang's small face, looking like a god. Somehow, the appearance in the red dress gave Haetaek Kakashi a violent shock. He doesn't know now. This scene. Is it all caused by my young cousin? The self-proclaimed genius, he discovered and realized for the first time that he now has to re-examine his cousin Haetaek Nangsayang. Chapter 3. Kakashi hid outside and was not found by Haetaek Nangsayang. At this moment, even Haetaek Nangsayang himself was a bit shocked by the power of his shot just now. The Japanese call is really awesome. Although there is only the first type, the power should be comparable to B-level ninjutsu, right? He hasn't seen it before, and he is quite vague about the level of ninjutsu who has practiced ninjutsu. Only afterwards, a sense of loss of strength hit his whole body. So tired. Haetakenang Sayang took a long breath. This sword consumes a lot of himself. The full concentration breathing method is good, but there is no master full concentration. He who is always in, can't maintain the state of using breathing to mobilize the whole body's potential all the time. Ding. Host uses the Japanese call method, and the template performance is increased by %. Current performance, 2.01%. Can daily training improve performance? Haetakenang Sayang's eyes lit up when he heard the news. This is good news. Then, next, let me continue training. The Madara pattern, the transparency of the world, and all the Japanese calling methods, I am very greedy. Put the knife in his hand on the ground and prop up his body. Haetakenang Sayang has already discovered that his sword outspeed has increased by leaps and bounds. When he hadn't obtained the template before, it was very rare for him to be able to hold a cut in 2 seconds. Now, the slashes he randomly issued were several times faster than before. Even. The power is far beyond. But this is also normal. The guy Tsugikuni Yoriichi can swing 1,500 knives in 1 second and instantly kill the ceiling of the Ghost King Kibutsuji Musen. Even if he has only 1% of his talent now, 15 knives per second is no problem. Of course, this cannot be simply calculated by mathematical proportions, but according to the feeling, it is conservatively estimated that Haetakenang Sayang's current strength can also cut 3 knives or more in 1 second. Walking to the wooden doll that had been chopped into several petals, Haetakenang Sayang carefully straightened it, and then fixed it in series with some wooden sticks. There are still a lot of dolls burning next to them, which are the first type of attribute power of the Japanese call. The breath of the sun, the first style, round dance. It's another way to call for swordsmanship. It's just that this time I didn't use full concentration breathing. After all, this state is a great drain on mental strength, and it doesn't need to be used for normal training. Bang. The arc-shaped slash swallowed the doll in front of him at once, and it was originally not very strong, but it was cut into countless pieces at this instant. More than that, Haetakenang Sayang, who owns the Tsugikuni Yoriichi template, is already out of the sky with a sword blade that pierced through the air and whizzed in with the sound of breaking the sound barrier. So strong. On the other side, Kakashi, who was hiding from the side and peeking, frowned. He was originally curiosity, observing what his cousin was doing. He seemed to have seen something incredible. This speed of swinging the knife is simply incredible. It's not like something a child as young as 5 can do. In order to see Haetakenang Sayang's sword speed, Kakashi even took off the mask and used his Sharingan, only to see Haetakenang Sayang's movements clearly. Because of this, it also made his heart more shocked. A child who was only 5 years old was able to wield a sharp knife that can only be seen with Sharingan. If this is passed out, I am afraid it will startle the eyes of countless bigwigs. Who is it? Kakashi's exclamation was very small, but he didn't hide it from Haetakenang Sayang, who was able to hear clearly. Alert, he asked again, but no one answered. So Haetakenang Sayang pretended that he had heard it wrong, and turned to face the stakes as if to continue training. The next moment. The breath of the sun, the first style, round dance. Brush. The sword is drawn. Sudden slash. With an astonishing sword pressure, with a roar like a fire dragon. The huge waves of flames mixed with the hot breath, and Kakashi suddenly jumped up in shock. Boom. There was a loud noise. Earth and rocks splashed, a piece of dust. I saw a huge pit a few meters deep, which appeared at the feet of the two. At the same time, a cutting blade that was broken in two was inserted on the ground. This was a weapon that Kakashi wielded to resist in a hurry, but it was split into two immediately without any blocking effect. It was the last time that Heitake Nanksayan saw Kakashi's face clearly, and turned his sword down. Looking at the huge pit underfoot, it is not difficult to imagine what it would be like if it were hit on a human body. I am afraid that even scum will be left. Kakashi dignifiedly looked at Heitake Nanksayan in front of him, a heart, shocked beyond words. Perfect swordsmanship. Its potential even surpasses the ancestral swordsmanship of the Heitake family. Although it is not clear where my cousin learned this move, it is certain that even his father, Heitake Whitefang, who is regarded as one of the 8 colors by the world, can't be so powerful at this stage. The sword technique. And now Heitake Nanksayan is still young, only 5 years old. If he has enough chakra when he grows up, what will happen if he uses his full force of this trick? I'm afraid, it's not a huge pit, but an abyss created by man-made slashing. Thought of this. Kakashi looked at his cousin Heitake Nanksayan with enthusiastic eyes. This is the surprise of seeing a perfect piece of jade. Still a child of the Heitake family. If you can train well and grow up at that time, you will definitely be a powerful man who is no less than his own father, known as Konoha's Whitefang. P.S. Popularize the little knowledge. Dongying animation does not distinguish between swords and swords. Therefore, Tato can also be said to be swords. These two are mixed together, so you don't have to pay too much attention to this aspect when you watch it. Chapter 4. Heitake Nanksayan suddenly felt cousin in front of his face looked a little wrong. I feel like, beyond the unusual warm. Ahem, sorry cousin, you just did not see, thought it was another village spy, so. Yeah. Kakashi this point actually very calm. High vigilance is always wrong, this trick you dash. Well, everyone has their own secret, which I will not interfere, but you have to remember, do not be premature to reveal their secret. In the village, sometimes it's not as peaceful as we thought. Kakashi plausibly, to treat adult attitude toward Heitake Nanksayan speak, as I believe he can understand the general. Heitake Nanksayan nodded. Danzo that old coins well, understand everything. He looked at his cousin year-old like an adult thoughtfully nodded, Kakashi self-deprecating smile. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his cousin's head vigorously, unknowingly, we have such an incredible genius in Heitake's house. Speaking of the word genius, an imperceptible loneliness flashed across Kakashi's face. Who was never a genius who was admired and admired by everyone? Therefore, the moment he saw Heitake Nanksayan, Kakashi even had an illusion of trance. By the way, you are already 5 years old this year. Counting the time, the ninja school should start. Although your swordsmanship is very good, the ninja world is not straightforward to kill and kill, some necessary knowledge you also have to learn ninjutsu. Do you have this plan? Seeing Kakashi looking at herself expectantly, Heitake Nanksayan thought for a while. My own age. Calculating the timeline, it seems to be in the same grade as Naruto Sasuke. These two reincarnated sons of the plug-in, who could have imagined that in 10 years they would become the savior that everyone could not imagine. However, Heitake Nanksayan, who has the system, has the confidence to surpass anyone with his own strength, with this sword in his hand. That being the case, it's okay to see the protagonists of the future ninja world in advance. Immediately. Okay, I promise you. Seeing his cousin agreeing so happily, Kakashi was a little surprised. He thought that a genius like this would not bother to participate in the low-level stuff like ninja school. This is true of himself, and so is Itachi. Graduating whenever you have a chance. In that case, go and prepare. The school will start next week, and I will personally send you to school at that time. After feeling Kakashi's kindness, Heitake Nanksayan didn't say much. He understood that the Heitake clan who had lost the Heitake Whitefang, indeed only Kakashi could fill the front. The following week. There is no change in Heitake Nanksayan's life. It is still hard training day after day, but the content of the training has become breathing exercises and daily slashing. Accurately calculate your physical strength every day, and cut it out as long as you have energy, so as to improve the performance of the template. Every time you use the first form of the Japanese call method, you can increase your performance by %. According to the progress, it actually only needs 1000 shots. Don't think it's easy. The breath of the day is not an ordinary swing of a knife. Every time it uses it, it will consume a lot of energy and physical strength. But for Heitake Nanksayan, who is infinitely eager to become stronger, none of this is a matter. Finally, the day before the opening of the ninja school, the voice of the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using Sun Breath 1000 times. Unlocking the first stage of the template. Current performance, 3%, rewards the type of host day breath 2 blue sky. Successfully opened Madara pattern. Heitake Nanksayan felt that his body automatically had an extra memory, and his muscles seemed to have been strengthened. On the forehead, a black Madara pattern rose from the right and gradually spread to the entire right forehead. The Madara pattern is dark and mysterious, embellished like ink, and hides between teeth and claws. Such a Madara pattern appeared on a 5-year-old child, but it was extremely distorted, but it seemed so harmonious. Gently rubbing the Madara pattern on his forehead with his hand, Heitake Nanksayan muttered to himself. The Madara pattern is finally turned on. With the Madara pattern, my strength can be considered a qualitative leap. In the Ghost Destroyer world, it was precisely because a group of ancestor swordsmen had Madara patterns on their foreheads that the ghosts were once driven into desperation. After the Madara warrior disappeared, the ghost-killing team fell into a disadvantage and was extremely passive in the face of the 12 strings of the ghost moon. It is conceivable. How powerful is the Madara pattern? But the opening of the Madara pattern also indicates the limit of life. No one who has the Madara pattern can live past 25 years old, with one exception. That is Tsugikuni Yoriichi, the supreme swordsman born with Madara pattern. It just so happens. The template inherited by Heitake Nanksayan is Tsugikuni Yoriichi. So, in fact, I don't have to worry about the limitation of lifespan. As long as I can fully unlock the template of Tsugikuni Yoriichi, I can become the second Tsugikuni Yoriichi. No. It's Tsugikuni Yoriichi, who broke the limit in Naruto world and showed his talent to the fullest. Chapter 5. On the first day of the new book, within 24 hours, the author will update at least 10 chapters. Then, it is to do stable updates every day. At least 4 more. In this regard, as an author who is eager to make a small amount of money to support himself, I still have a guarantee here, plus the new book stage. I desperately need everyone's support. Everyone also knows the importance of new book grades. If you like it, please support me a lot and send your monthly flower evaluation ticket. Here. The author thanks you parents for food and clothing. We have also added updates here. Don't do anything bragging, let's be realistic, and the requirements will not be too low. 5,000 flowers plus 1 more chapter. 2,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more chapter. 50 monthly pass plus 1 more chapter. You don't need to spend any money, just want to be happy. Let's leave it to your parents, I will add them appropriately. Please give me strength. Abba. Crosswords, it's not Ultraman. Ahem, please give me more support and support for my new book. Thank you very much, very grateful to everyone. In order to make this book more successful, the author is more motivated, and everyone rushes. After all, the author now counts on writing novels. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking flowers. Seeking evaluation votes. Various requests. Chapter 6. Early the next morning, Heitake Kakashi appeared ghostly outside Heitake Nanksayan's window. Facing such a punctual Kakashi, Heitake Nanksayan was very surprised. For the first time in the original book to deal with Naruto and the others, Kakashi was late for a long time, but he came so early to treat himself. Obviously, he attaches great importance to the start of school, or his own studies. Let's go. After seeing Heitake Nanksayan wake up, Kakashi dropped a faint sentence and disappeared in place. After Heitake Nanksayan was cleaned up, a stunning child dressed in red with a ponytail and a knife was born. Along the way, Kakashi put his hands on his head and walked leisurely on the street. Unexpectedly, the costume of Heitake Nanksayan still attracted the attention of many people. No way. Such a beautiful little boy, who can't take a second look. That's right, it's just beautiful and shamelessly handsome. Feeling the attention paid by pedestrians to him, Heitake Nanksayan didn't have any waves in his heart, but there was a smile on his face, full of confident smile. Dad, he is so handsome. A little girl pulled her father and shyly hid behind and pointed at Heitake Nanksayan. My father was also surprised, but he didn't dare to talk too much when he saw Kakashi next to Heitake Nanksayan. The Heitake clan is also a big clan no matter how lonely, and there is also Heitake Kakashi as a strong backbone. For a commoner like myself, the admiration of my daughter for others is destined to be an extravagant hope. All the way to the ninja school calmly. Many people have gathered here. Heitake Nanksayan glanced at it casually and recognized many celebrities. That serious middle-aged man seems to be the patriarch of the contemporary Uchiha family, Uchiha Fugaku. Next to Fugaku, Sasuke was holding his chin proudly, as if looking down on everyone present. In addition, among the crowd, the most eye-catching is Naruto. Although there is no family member to send it off, he is extremely active, chattering and noisy, jumping up and down the entire ninja school. In addition, the eldest lady of the Hyuga family hides shyly, and the children of Ino, Shika, Cho and other big families. The arrival of Heitake Nanksayan is undoubtedly a new focus. Such a perfect-looking teenager, with a warm smile on his face, almost attracted the attention of all the little girls present as soon as he appeared on the stage. Kakashi? A kid from the Heitake family. Fugaku just glanced, 2 more glances because of Kakashi, but that was all. The same goes for the patriarchs of other families. So handsome. He seems to be more handsome than Sasuke. I want to know his name so much. The little Sakura around Naruto has committed an info, holding a love heart to Heitake Nanksayan's love eye. The same is true for Yamanaka Ino. The 2 cute little girls expressed their admiration at the same time, glanced at each other, the smell of gunpowder was full. Hello. Naruto scratched her head anxiously when she saw that her goddess was so idiotic to another boy. However, little Sakura ignored him at all. This made Naruto even more frizzy. In a hurry, he ran directly to Heitake Nanksayan's side and yelled loudly. Hey! Boy, do you have the guts to compete with me? Whoever loses is a pig, and you can never get closer to Sakura. Naruto ignored Kakashi beside him and shouted at Heitake Nanksayan. Kakashi touched his nose, looked at his cousin amusedly, and deliberately gave up his position in a wicked manner. He wants to watch a good show between the 2 children. Heitake Nanksayan looked at Naruto, but he didn't expect that Naruto would come to him when he first came to the ninja school. Good guys. He seems to have robbed Sasuke in the limelight. Looking back at Sasuke, he found that he was also staring at himself with an unhappy expression. We will all be classmates in the future, there is no need to fight. Heitake Nanksayan shrugged and rejected Naruto. However, Naruto's words seemed to show weakness, so he shouted louder. What? It turned out to be a coward. Don't come to school if you're afraid. Slightly. After speaking, he made a face at Heitake Nanksayan. Sigh. Why is there such an idiot who doesn't have long eyes? Heitake Nanksayan raised his eyebrows and complained in his heart, but his appearance was still a gentle smile. In that case, I will be merciful. Such an arrogant tone has attracted the attention of a lot of adults, and can face the provocations of others so calmly, not irritable or impatient. This child has a very good temperament. Some big family patriarchs commented this way. Huh. Big talk. Take it. Naruto touched his nose unconvinced, waved his fist and ran up. Just kidding. Heitake Nanksayan was not serious at all. This kind of fighting between children is not even worthy of Heitake Nanksayan drawing a knife, kicking it out, and directly kicking Naruto to the ground. He calculated Naruto's physical fitness, which didn't hurt him at all. But the speed of this kick has attracted everyone's attention, a bit too fast. It's caught off guard. Interesting. Hyuga Hayashi pointed to his only daughter Hinata. Daughter, you can get close to him in the future, learn from each other, and remember that the burden of the Hyuga clan will rest on you in the future. Hinata nodded ignorantly, hiding behind and looking at Heitake Nanksayan curiously. You. Don't count just now, I'm not ready yet. After being kicked to the ground, Naruto quickly got up and wiped the dust off his face, gritting his teeth and continuing to compete. He is ready to go, squatting with his legs bent, ready to attack again. No, this battle will end here. A figure appeared behind Naruto like a ghost, put his right hand on Naruto's shoulder, and said these words lightly. Naruto was stunned. The others were also stunned. Only some of the patriarchs of large and experienced families showed shocked expressions on their faces, and other children, including their parents, had their mouths grown unbelievably. Shocked. Everyone was shocked. Impossible. How can this kind of speed appear on a child who hasn't gone to school yet? This kid. The scarlet in Fugaku's eyes flashed away. He had used Cherry-non just now, so he could see Heitake Nanksayan's movements completely. So is Hyuga Hayashi, with the green veins on his forehead exposed, which is a symbol of the opening of Byakugan. I didn't expect a simple opening ceremony to let me discover such an interesting child. Hayashi looked at Heitake Nanksayan and nodded, without saying anything. On Uchiha Fugaku's side, Sasuke watched his father praise the other child and stared at Heitake Nanksayan. His heart was very tasty, and his father didn't praise himself so much. Chapter 7. In the exclamation of everyone, Naruto's chattering mouth was also closed. He was frightened. Naruto had no idea how Heitake Nanksayan teleported behind him, as if a gust of wind came, the afterimage flashed, and his hand was on his shoulder. The farce ends here. Nice to meet you, my name is Heitake Nanksayan. When Heitake Nanksayan saw that Naruto had calmed down, he returned to that iconic smile. Naruto turned his back to him and nodded silently. Seeing this handsome boy with a gentle smile on his face stretched out his hand to himself. Naruto felt embarrassed for the first time, as if he was the kid who made trouble. He panicked. He blushed in shame and lowered his head. Yeah. I'm sorry, I was too reckless just now. But Naruto turned around and said unconvinced. But next time I will definitely beat you. Remember my uncle's name, my name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Such a scene. Falling in the eyes of other people caused a commotion. What a courageous young man, he has such a mentality at this age, and the future is limitless. Some parents sigh. Many patriarchs of large families have asked their children to be close to Heitake Nanksayan when they go to school. After all, this can be regarded as an exchange between wealthy families. No more help. Also make friends. The children are ignorant and don't understand what their parents mean, they just nod their heads. After the parents left, there was a brief sorting ceremony. Needless to say, the children introduced by Kakashi are naturally divided into the best class, and the same class as 12 Xiaoqiang. Heitake Nanksayan spends the whole day of the course with the curious eyes of the children, especially the little girls. They are at an age of innocence, handsome, warm, and powerful peers like Haitenang can attract their attention the most. He completely grabbed the limelight that should belong to Sasuke. It was just because of the glory and face of the Uchiha family that it was not easy for him to challenge Naruto so impulsively. Most of the courses on the first day of the ninja school are some basic knowledge, and many children of large families have already learned it at home. This is also for everyone to adapt better. So school is very early today. After school, the gate of Shinobu School was once again full of people. It's just that the crowds are no longer as crowded as during the day, and patriarchs like Fugaku and Hayashi have not come. Nissan. A surprised cheer rang out, and Sasuke ran towards the door happily. Haitenang heart moved. This is Sasuke's brother? A fixed glance, a teenage boy, with long tears on his face, and a mature look in his eyes that is different from ordinary people, but also quite temperament. At this moment, he is watching Sasuke rushing towards him in love. Is this Itachi? Haitenang looked at Uchiha Itachi and did not speak. In his mind, at present, Konoha is the only one who can attract his attention. His cousin doesn't count, he has gone wrong, but Itachi is different, this is a true genius. In terms of fighting and character, they far surpassed ninjas of the same age. As for Naruto Sasuke's plug-in, there are still many years to open. By coincidence, Haitenang gaze was also spotted by Itachi. The Itachi, who was aware of it, looked at Haitenang in surprise, and remembered the outstanding young man he introduced to him when his father came back today. Could it be this person? He immediately gestured with a smile and greeted Sasuke to go home. Two fingers lightly touched Sasuke's forehead. Let's go back early, brother, I still have a task to complete today. When Sasuke heard these words, his face suddenly collapsed, and he frowned. Nissan, didn't you say that I will teach me shuriken today when school starts? Itachi smiled, similar to today's refusal, he has done it many times before, and will not be less in the future. It's just that for this young brother, he has an inseparable feeling in his heart. Next time, definitely next time. After speaking, Itachi suddenly thought of something, and then pulled Sasuke back to look at Haitenang who had gone away. Perhaps, you can find your new classmates to get in touch with each other, so that you can build a tacit understanding with each other. For some reason, Uchiha Itachi always feels that this teenager has a talent far beyond his father's praise. And it brought him a different feeling, that feeling was like facing Shisui. What is it? Isn't it just a faster average person, compared to our Uchiha clan Sharingan? What's so great? When I open my eyes like your brother, I will surely let him fall under Uchiha's Sharingan. Sasuke clenched his small fist and said disdainfully. There is deep pride in his words, and the sense of belonging to Uchiha has always made him feel very good and proud. Itachi shook his head solemnly. Sasuke, don't underestimate anyone. I can feel that this kid has a means far beyond ordinary people. Perhaps the strength he demonstrated today is only a small part of himself. Although we are the Uchiha clan, there are still many ninjas in the ninja world who are not inferior to ours, and the village has already begun. After hesitating for a while, Itachi gave a wry smile. The secret of the family. It's too early for Sasuke to understand. Listening to the elder brother, I admired most praising the other boy. This time, the fire of jealousy in Sasuke's heart burned to the extreme. It's as if one's most cherished treasure has been taken away. He looked at Haitenang-san's back, gritted his teeth and said, Haitenang-san, I remember you. Chapter 8. Time flies. More than half a year passed in a flash. Naruto. You are making trouble again. Get me back to my seat. Iruka stuck her waist and looked at Naruto, who was jumping up and down in the classroom. After finally getting quiet in the classroom, he walked straight to the podium, holding a long document in his hand. Students, half a year of study has passed. Many students have performed well. The teacher is very pleased. Although some students can't keep up for the time being, don't be discouraged. You will have a chance to catch up with your efforts. Okay, now I want to announce one thing. It will be the final exam of this school year soon. After you go back, you should take a break and eat, and you must be in the best condition to meet the next assessment. Yoriichi's words exploded among the students. Isn't it? New Year's exam? It's terrible now. It's too hard for me. Hey, I haven't learned the three-body technique yet. Throwing shuriken is also not allowed. Don't mention it, who is not? You think everyone is a genius like Suzuki Nanxian. It's over. If I don't have a good result in the annual exam, my father will definitely teach me severely. Almost all the classmates bowed their heads and sighed, whispering with sad faces, but Heitake Nanxian remained unmoved. He is also studying the courses of the ninja school. Three-body technique and shuriken, etc. have all reached excellent evaluations. It's a cultural class, not so focused. The main reason is that he is trying to contact full concentration breathing every day, the regular breathing method. This kind of training needs to maintain full attention and a high-tension mental state, and even sleep every day. The rest of the time was spent practicing swords. Naturally, there is no time to learn those cultural courses that are not very useful for improving their strength. After all, it's a shame to learn those. In Heitake Nanxian's own words, just use a sword to chop down any enemy. What do you learn from others? Doesn't this delay things? Student Nanxian, don't worry, if it is you, you will definitely get a good grade. A shy little girl at the same table said in a low voice, buried her head. It's Hinata, thank you for your concern. Heitake Nanxian smiled and looked at Miss Hinata, who was too shy to look at him directly. His position is quite happy. Next to him are Hinata and Ino. Every day Nephrite is accompanied by Nephrite, and if you occasionally pick them up, life in the ninja school is not so boring. Hinata blushed even more when he heard Heitake Nanxian's words. At this moment, the pure white eyes were dizzy, and the whole person became dizzy, and there was a rush of heat above his head. Since his father Hyaga Hayashi knew that he was at the same table as Heitake Nanxian, he would be mentioned countless times by his stern father every day when he returned home. In comparison, after a long time, the name Heitake Nanxian was firmly engraved in Hinata's heart. Don't worry, Hinata, don't you know the strength of Nanxian-kun, it must be the first in our class. Yamanaka Ino looked at Heitake Nanxian with a look of admiration, with a very certain tone, as if he had already seen the results. Aside. Suzuki sitting in front heard these words, raised his eyebrows, and hummed with his nose, quite dissatisfied. Huh. Yoriichi on the podium looked at Heitake Nanxian, the smile that had always been on his face, as if fourth Hokage reappeared. Like. It's so alike. The two are so alike. All are like the dazzling sun, shining warmly on the world. Yes, Heitake Nanxian, who has always adhered to the principle of gentleness, is quite popular compared to Suzuki with a cold face. Ding! Congratulations to the increase in host's performance. Current performance, 4%. Unlock the 3 types of breath of the sun. Red mirror of the sun. The sudden system sound rang in my ears. The corner of Heitake Nanxian's mouth raised slightly, and sure enough, playing Tsugikuni Yoriichi's character is also a very important part. But one thing that gave him a headache is that he has almost become a central air conditioner in the past 6 months. In other words, he is a popular warm man. If he grows stubbornly, other conditions are not good. But he was a handsome thief, and strong, and now almost all the little girls in the school fantasize about themselves as the lover of their dreams. This inadvertently caused him a lot of trouble. Forget it, take one step and count as one step. Who makes me so handsome? I'm also helpless. With a sigh in his heart, Hatake Nanxian was helpless with his personality charm. No way. It means that being handsome means you can do whatever you want. Naruto office. The elderly third Hokage wore a Hokage royal robe and looked at the report in his hand with a pipe in his mouth. How is Naruto's state recently? Are there any uncontrollable phenomena? He asked Umbu on the side casually. The Umbu member wearing a cat mask knelt on one knee and replied in a deep voice. Report to Master Naruto that Naruto has been in a stable condition for the past 6 months. I have made many friends at the ninja school and I am quite emotional. Yeah. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded indifferently, and continued to look at the results report of this year's students at Chunin School. It deserves to be Uchiha's child. Although Sasuke is not as amazing as the original Itachi, but his results are far ahead of others. I just commented casually, and the members of Umbu on the ground were surprised. I don't know if Master Third Generation is a pun. Recently, the village's targeting of Uchiha has become more intense. Especially Master Danzo. This Hatake Nanxian is a bit interesting. The performance of ninjutsu in school is amazing, even surpassing many graduating students. Huh. Why are the theoretical results so bad? Hiruzen just wanted to say that the Haitake family finally appeared another great genius. After all, the Haitake family, whether it is White Fang or Kakashi, is considered to be his Hokage family. But the next second was broken by Haitake Nanxian's horrible cultural class results. No way. Sooner or later, people who only pay attention to military training and do not pay attention to inner strength will have problems. It seems that it is time for the old man to go to school to promote the will of fire. Chapter 9. The annual test came as scheduled. Many students were nervous and worried when they participated. After Irika and several teachers led the students out of the class, they stood in front of everyone and began to announce the content of the assessment. Because it is not a graduating class, and most of them are 5 or 6-year-old children, the contents of 3 body technique are not included in the assessment scope. The general assessment scope is still shuriken and single-player duels. How to say it again? There are still very few evildoers like Haitake Nanxian. Kakashi is the only person who knows that he has become a master of 3 body technique. Even the college teachers don't know. With Kakashi's advice, Haitake Nanxian began to hide his strength deliberately. Except for a swordsmanship that needs to be polished all the time, as long as the strength is not exposed, try not to expose it. But this is only a stopgap measure. Haitake Nanxian is confident. It doesn't matter if he is further unlocking some skills and breaking through his strength, even if he has been targeted by Danzo and others. Regardless of the flood, I cut it off with a single sword. Haitake Nanxian has confidence. Whoosh. Several shurikens shot quickly at the row of stakes, hitting the center of the bullseye. Sasuke, 98 points. Teacher Chinin, who was recording the results, took a look at the kunao on the target and then read the results aloud. 98 points. This means that Sasuke hit at least 9-10 rings, only one was slightly crooked. This kind of performance is already very good at this age, although there is no interference and no orbit calculation. Wow! As expected of Sasuke, he can shoot the shuriken so accurately. So handsome. If only I could get half of Sasuke's grades later. An enviable exclamation sounded, which made Sasuke very useful, and raised his chin coldly. When walking by Haitake Nanxian, he deliberately glared at him. Haitake Nanxian is speechless, this little kid, as for being so hostile to himself. Next, Sasaki Akira. The examiner Chinin called out the next student to participate in the assessment. 67 points. Great. A young man with a sharp-mouthed monkey gill gave a fist in excitement. As members of an ordinary family, they don't have as many resources as the rich family. Their goal is very clear, that is, long live the PES. As long as each test can reach above the pass line, you will graduate smoothly and become a ninja. Even if the 3-body technique and other skills are not so good, a genin forward protector is not a problem. After Sasaki Akira, there were several similar children who also cheered for their passing. Occasionally, a few of them were so bad that they could only get frustrated by the shaking of Master Chinin's head. Next, Haitenang Xiang. Finally, it was Haitenang Xiang's turn to test. This moment, everyone seemed to have made an appointment, looking up at him in unison. Eye-catching. The audience is eye-catching. Facing the sight of the whole class, even other classes and seniors, Haitenang Xiang shook his head helplessly. It's not in line with my low-key original intention at the beginning. No way. Walking to the middle of the test field step by step, Haitenang Xiang took out 10 shurikens from the box. Hiss. Nang Xiang-kun, what is this going to do? Does he plan to launch 10 shurikens together? This is too scary. It seems that Nang Xiang-kun is planning this. When others saw his movements, they all gave out bursts of exclamation. Before everyone threw shurikens, basically they fired one by one after aiming for a long time. Even Suzuki and Niji, who are known as geniuses, can only have 2 together. Similar to the exaggerated performance of Haitenang Xiang holding 10 shurikens together in his hands, it is a world of difference. The friends were shocked. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking through the air instantly sounded. Many people didn't react at all, and Haitenang Xiang's hands were empty in the blink of an eye. This is too fast. As expected of Nang Xiang-kun. This hand is so handsome. Teacher Chinin next to the target was even more stunned. This accuracy. At such a young age, with such strength, it seems that another monster has appeared in the Haitake family. He is an old ninja who has participated in the 3 wars, and he is naturally quite knowledgeable. The shuriken thrown by Haitenang Xiang far surpassed those of his peers in terms of strength and speed. What he didn't even want to admit was that Haitenang Xiang was better at throwing shurikens than himself. Full marks. After a few seconds, Irika saw that the scoring teacher next to him hadn't slowed down, so he announced loudly. In the eyes. Full of admiration for this gifted child. Irika treats him like Naruto and likes to observe a person's world from the heart. Haitenang Xiang looks superior, and every move is full of intangible charm. The most important thing is that he does not look down on others like Suzuki, and always maintains a peaceful and friendly heart. But this kind of gentleness is not for everyone. He once saw Haitenang Xiang shot away several villains who bullied the vegetable seller. He is decisive and does not sloppy at all. I hope you can grow up safely. In the future, you will definitely be a man like Lord 4th generation again. Irika murmured, expressing his blessing to Haitenang Xiang. But, damn it! On the other side, Suzuki, who had just received congratulations from everyone and had not been envious for a long time, curled his lips in disdain, his eyes full of anger. Obviously everyone didn't throw the shuriken at the same time, he must have done so deliberately, so as to attract everyone's attention. It must be so. Suzuki's little heart was filled with sorrow, and his eyes began to feel uneasy when he looked at Haitenang Xiang. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly pass for evaluation, thank you all. Chapter 10. The shuriken test was quickly completed in batches under the leadership of each Chunin teacher. Next is the actual combat link that everyone is most nervous and looking forward to. The first semester is usually not very familiar to everyone, and the opponent is decided by lottery. But for other students, the only thing I can beg for now is not to meet Haitenang Xiang. His strength is really too strong. It is so strong that many people of the same age can hear it. So much so that the person who had always admired him, by this time everyone looked at him with a little fear. No way. Who wants to find abuse? The so-called geniuses like Suzuki and Niji are okay, and they don't surpass the average person too much. Hey, take Nank Sayang. That is the most pervert existence. There is even a legend in the upper grades of the school. That is, everyone only sees Nank Sayang-kun bring a sword to class every day, but no one has ever seen him draw a sword. It seems the whole school. No one is worth his sword. Therefore, even though Hae-take Nank Sayang smiles in the sun every day in front of everyone, but now, there are some fears. Except for one person. Hey! Suzuki, dare to accept my challenge. I am the one who will become Naruto in the future. Naruto stepped towards Suzuki with arms akimbo, and loudly challenged him. Suzuki's thoughts are entirely on Hae-take Nank Sayang, no matter how inconspicuous the existence of Naruto seems to him. Go away. You crane tail! Suzuki yelled without hesitation. Naruto didn't care about the impatient expression on Suzuki's face, but was even more excited. Coward! You must be afraid of me, otherwise, why don't you dare to compete with me alone? Ha 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 ha. When everyone heard Naruto's words, they couldn't help covering their faces, ashamed that they didn't want to know this guy, but he was still his classmate. This radical method is too low level, right? How could anyone be fooled? Huh. Good. I promise your challenge first. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Suzuki agreed angrily. Subsequently, I saw what Irika said when he ran to the guide. Irika looked at him and then at Hae-take Nank Sayang, seemingly caught in a dilemma. After a long time, I saw Mr. Irika nodding. Suzuki threw a fist in excitement and quickly came to Naruto's side. Let's go, the tail of the crane, I will let you know the gap between the two of us. When he walked to Hae-take Nank Sayang's side, he snorted again, as if he was demonstrating. Watching Naruto and Suzuki walk onto the test bench, the students watched as if they were watching a show. Anyway, it's not my turn now, it's always good to watch other people's dramas. Nank Sayang-kun, who do you think will win? A mosquito-like inquiring sound came from Hae-take Nank Sayang's side. Huh. Looking down, it was Hinata who buried her head and asked herself, as her two white, tender little hands wrapped around each other in a daze. Hee, of course it's Suzuki. Hae-take Nank Sayang gave the answer quickly. At this stage, the gap between Naruto and Naruto is actually quite large, and it is not a problem for Suzuki to unilaterally crush Naruto. Oh, that's it? Hinata's voice said that the back was as small as a mosquito. In her heart, she still hopes that Naruto can win. On the one hand, it is the memory of childhood, and on the other hand, it is sympathy for the weak. However, since Nank Sayang-kun has said that Suzuki will win, then Suzuki will definitely win. Seeing Hinata's cute and shy look, Hae-take Nank Sayang couldn't help but smile. He reached out and touched her cute little head, but didn't want to start Hinata away, just like a frightened little rabbit. Sure enough, the two on the battlefield basically only took a minute to decide the outcome. Relying on the advantages of innate education in the big family, Suzuki crushed Naruto in all aspects, directly fancy sling, and the beater Naruto couldn't get up on the ground. Well, the two sides stop. Irika stopped both parties in time, and Naruto reluctantly concluded a reconciliation seal with Suzuki in a state of extreme unwillingness. Naruto was killed in a simple and neat spike. Suzuki is full of self-confidence, his chin is about to rise to the sky, enjoying the attention of everyone in the audience. Next. Suzuki's actions shocked everyone. He stretched out his hands and pointed at Hae-take Nank Sayang, who was standing aside watching the play from afar. Ms. Irika, I want to challenge Hae-take Nank Sayang. Huh? Isn't it? I heard that right? Suzuki dare to challenge Nank Sayang-kun. Nank Sayang-kun is so terrible, is Suzuki really his opponent? This is not necessarily true. Didn't you see that Suzuki cleaned up Naruto just now? You must know that the test is not standing there and letting you throw the shuriken. Reaction, insight, battlefield judgment ability, etc. are indispensable. Suzuki was born into a big family like Uchiha, and it must be a lot ahead of Heitake Sayang. I am optimistic about Suzuki. A child from the Uchiha family immediately spoke for Suzuki in the audience. Everyone listened. Quite reasonable, nodded in agreement. Heitake Sayang doesn't care about standing in place. For him, hitting anyone is abusive. I even feel that the competition between them is like playing family. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's monster-level talent is not a joke. The movements of their hands. There are almost all flaws in my own eyes. Just like a king-ranked player aligning with a bronze rookie, consciousness and operation are not at the same level at all. Everyone's hearts are also full of expectations. Two geniuses compete, who will win? Seeing that Mr. Irika nodded in an unprecedented way, cheers rang out at the scene. In the eyes of everyone, Heitake Sayang slowly stepped onto the platform. Chapter 11. I don't know if Suzuki-kun will win, or Sayang-kun will win. The two on the stage have stood firm, and the students onlookers are talking about it. If you want me to say, it must be the guy Heitake Sayang who will win. After all, his strength has always been very powerful, and it's completely impossible to find out. How is it possible? The winner must be Suzuki. Our Uchiha family has always been geniuses. Whether it is our fathers or previous generations, the chief student has always been won by our Uchiha family. The disciple of the Uchiha family stood up again, his tone full of pride. Everyone suddenly nodded. It's just that the disciple of the Uchiha family is too arrogant. Some people want to refute, but they open their mouths and find that they can't say anything. Indeed. Whether it is Fugaku, the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, or the former genius Shisui and Itaku, each one is a stunning existence. Now that Suzuki is so good, it's not surprising that he might also defeat Heitake Sayang and become the chief student, right? Ordinary testing is different from single-player actual combat. This is the real chapter. The thought that someone from the Uchiha family might be elected as the chief student again makes many people feel bitter. No. I believe Sayang-kun. Sayang-kun can definitely hit Suzuki and become our chief student in this session. Suddenly someone issued a counter-argument, and everyone suddenly saw it was Yamanaka Ino. With long blonde hair and a sharp chin, his eyes are full of determination. At this moment, she was shouting loudly with her arms and fists clenched. Come on. Sayang-kun, we must beat that fellow Suzuki fiercely. Let them know how good we are. Many people stared blankly at the girl who was struggling to scream for cheer, a little stunned. Subsequently, shocking shouts erupted from the audience. Yes. Student Sayang, you must be so strong. We must fight for the children of our civilian family. To be honest, Heitake Sayang, who was born into the Heitake family, is not a commoner, but compared to the behemoths of the Uchiha clan, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a commoner. Come on, come on. Sayang-kun. Hinata hid in a small corner alone, secretly looking at Heitake Sayang on the stage, and clasped a small fist to cheer for him. The voices under the battlefield shook the sky, but on the battlefield it was calm. Cut, boring trick. Suzuki naturally heard the voice of the audience. Except for a few children in the family, almost all of them cheered Heitake Sayang. This powerful contrast made him even more angry. Why? Why is a guy who doesn't know where he wants to take all the limelight from him? Damn it! As a member of the Uchiha family, not only my father, my brother, but also the classmates stood on their opposite sides. I want you to see how good our Uchiha is. Suzuki gritted his teeth and swore. The game begins. At the same time, Irika also announced the start of actual combat. Boom. As soon as Irika's voice fell, Suzuki, who had accumulated a stomach of anger, quickly approached and wanted to hit Haitake Nanksayan by surprise. Pop! There was a crisp sound. Haitake Nanksayan calmly squeezed Suzuki's galloping fist with his hand. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Suzuki wanted to turn around and adjust to prepare, but at this moment, he suddenly found that his fists couldn't move. Being pinched by Haitake Nanksayan seemingly random, he didn't move at all. How strong is this guy? Regardless of the shock in his heart, Suzuki hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to bend down to get rid of himself with his feet. The action is too slow and the intention is too obvious. Haitake Nanksayan left these words faintly, and then lifted the hand holding Suzuki firmly. Immediately, Suzuki's whole body was actually lifted by Haitake Nanksayan and stood in the air. If Uchiha's glory is only this level for you, it would be really disappointing. Bang! There was a loud noise. Suzuki was thrown a few meters away by him. Hiss! Shocked. Everyone was shocked. Stared at the scene blankly. The eyes of the crowd watching the game were unbelievable, and there were swallowing sounds. Silence. The audience was silent. I thought it was a battle between the two sides. But I didn't expect it to end all at the beginning. Suzuki hit only one punch from start to finish, and then he was pinched by Haitake Nanksayan and threw it out. Combining with Haitake Nanksayan's all-time calm look, everyone seems to realize that this guy has always been calm. From beginning to end, Suzuki was never taken to heart. How could this happen? Suzuki looked at everyone being shocked by Haitake Nanksayan, and being thrown out at random, he was ignored like a puppy. Under this powerful contrast, the feeling of insult caused Suzuki's eyes to flush suddenly, like blood, quickly flooding. Angry. Strong anger. After the irritation of the accumulated anger, Suzuki's eyes felt a little pain. UBD. Regardless of the pain in his eyes, Suzuki jumped up, roaring and attacking Haitake Nanksayan again. Just. Kakuzu still couldn't touch the jumpsuit this time. Haitake Nanksayan only used a dashing turn to easily escape Suzuki's impact. Subsequently. Kick. An understatement. Light and flirty. Flutter. Suzuki was kicked off the stage from behind, fell to the ground and fell a bit of shit. Suzuki. The child in front of him happened to be a child of the Uchiha family. Suzuki's eyes widened and he lay on the ground in disbelief. No matter how the children of the same race in front shouted, and all the movements in the audience seemed to have nothing to do with him. During this period, the power of anger that had been brewing in Suzuki's brain burst out, pouring into his eyes from the depths of his brain, and the intensity of the pain deepened. Brush. The black pupil contracted suddenly, and then turned blood red as blood. Next second, a tomo-shaped tadpole circulates in it. The Uchiha family. Sherinan. Open. Chapter 12. Sherinan. The audience exclaimed war came, so Haitake Nanksayan also got the idea a bit. Suzuki did not think to bring their own stimulus actually so great, only to be let genocide fury open Suzuki a hook jade ahead of opening the eyes. It seems because of their own reasons, original story has slowly began to change. It does not know is good or bad. But this idea was soon Haitake Nanksayan behind. Scarlet's wide-open Sherinan Suzuki returned to power, this time, his face with unparalleled confidence. If not you, I could not opening the eyes. As a thank you, I'll beat you, look at it, Haitake Nanksayan, you'll be able to experience the Sherinan Uchiha our family strong. After Suzuki eyes open, self-confident. Forbearance in the face of well-known community of Tangsha Sherinan, even if only a hook jade, Haitake Nanksayan a little more seriously immediately. Whoosh. A figure flash up, did not think Suzuki's strength after opening the eyes improved a lot. Just momentum, far exceeds that of the past. But if the only way, The only so far. Keen to capture Suzuki Heiteiknanksayan movements of his face wearing a smile, his sword, so he took advantage of the opportunity up. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The sound of gold and iron intersecting sounded. Instant. The two collided. Suzuki has a sharp konao in his hand, and Heiteiknanksayan has a scabbard in his hand. After opening his eyes, Suzuki's eyes became sharper, directly blocking Heiteiknanksayan's attack. You still don't draw your sword. Suzuki saw that Heiteiknanksayan was so arrogant when facing himself, who had already turned on Sherinan. He didn't even draw his sword, and his eyes opened suddenly, and his anger became even stronger. He, after opening my eyes, the overall quality has improved a lot, and even my speed has been captured. It seems that the reputation of the Uchiha clan is not in vain. But, against you, I don't deserve to use a sword. You can be proud of letting me use weapons, even if it's just a scabbard. Heiteiknanksayan faintly complimented Suzuki, who was mad, and the right hand holding the scabbard suddenly a huge force pressed against Suzuki like a mountain. Damn it! Suzuki roared. It never occurred to him that he, who had already opened his eyes, would be pressed and beaten by the opponent, and Suzuki's heart was filled with aggrieved feelings. Slowly. He gradually knelt on the ground with his legs, which was suppressed by the tremendous force exerted by Heiteiknanksayan. Well, that's the end of the play game. Heiteiknanksayan glanced at the immobile Suzuki, who had been suppressed by himself, and kicked him down. Bang! Suzuki fell to the ground fiercely again, printing a small human-shaped pit. Quiet! Quiet! Everyone looked at each other, and the scene was silent. Hiss! This Nanksayan-kun is too fierce. So strong. Even Suzuki, who turned on Sherinan, is not an opponent. Countless swallowing sounds rang out, and everyone looked at Heiteiknanksayan with a little admiration. In the face of real strength, jealousy can't get jealous. The battle has stopped. Winner, Heiteiknanksayan. Witnessing everything, Umino Irika glanced at Suzuki, who fell on the ground with a complicated complexion, and then announced the result of the battle loudly. Heiteiknanksayan. With an unparalleled crushing force, he defeated Suzuki and completely won the victory. At the same time, the name of the current chief student. Naturally it fell on his head. Yeah. The audience cheered. Everyone is proud of Heiteiknanksayan. Many children from ordinary families take Heiteiknanksayan as their idol and are deeply proud of it. Heiteiknanksayan, who smiled and accepted everyone's blessings, stepped down, surrounded by countless classmates. Everyone looked at him enthusiastically and cautiously, but they didn't dare to approach him. Instead, he beckoned to the alone Hinata in the distance, walked back and forth, and grabbed her cheek. Hinata's small face turned red with a swish. Nanksayan-kun. Hinata was also very happy in her heart, but with so many people watching, she still couldn't open her mouth. Congratulations, congratulations Nanksayan-kun. Knowing that Heiteiknanksayan had left, Hinata said in a voice that only he could hear. For Heiteiknanksayan, the annual exam is just a small episode. He returned home. Continue his boring training day after day. The process of practicing the sword is like this: there is only constant swinging of the sword, there is no shortcut. System, query the degree of impersonation. Current performance, %. Sweating like rain, Heiteiknanksayan wiped his sweat with a towel, and nodded in satisfaction when he looked at the performance panel. I will be able to unlock the next sword skill, I am really looking forward to it. After the sword skill of Sun Breath was improved by the system, its power was greatly improved, but the consumption was also extremely terrifying. The amount of training he can carry out every day is limited, so a lot of time is spent on full concentration breathing Changzhong. If only I can have the three little ones in Gui Mi help me, so that I don't have to worry about whether I will forget to use full concentration breathing every night when I go to bed. But this is impossible, the system will not reward a few living people to her. So, how can I solve this problem? With his chin resting on it, Haitake Nanksayan was lost in thought. Several characters came to mind, including the charming Ino and the always shy Hinata. For no reason, Naruto's face also appeared in his mind. Naruto. I lost it, vomit. Haitake Nanksayan shook his head vigorously, letting Naruto lie on his bedside in the middle of the night to supervise his training. It was scary to think about it. Chapter 13. After the ninja school annual exam, life was quite peaceful. I don't know what Sasuke experienced after returning home, and he is no longer so provocative when facing Haitake Nanksayan. This year, the whole person is restrained a lot. For Haitake Nanksayan, the courses at the ninja school are quite boring. At this time, he wanted to learn a technique quickly, shadow clone technique. Cousin Haitake Nanksayan, who has settled his attention, has been squatting in these days. Kakashi's whereabouts are uncertain every day, and he is rarely caught. No, Haitake Nanksayan, who had been practicing swords in the yard for a long time, finally waited for Kakashi's return. Huh? Anything, Nanksayan? Kakashi looked at Haitake Nanksayan in surprise. I want to learn shadow clone. Haitake Nanksayan faced this cousin, but Kabuto was not even in circles. Shadow clone. Kakashi touched his chin, and instantly understood what his talented cousin wanted to do. Didn't your parents leave you a scroll? No, I have searched at home, there is no ninjutsu scroll in this area. I see, I will give you the scroll at night, but remember not to get overwhelmed and value every opponent. But all geniuses are not satisfied with the school stuff. Kakashi is like this, so is Itachi. Haitake Nanksayan's purpose of learning shadow clone is nothing more than skip class and practice sword. Think carefully about this. Kakashi's heart was clear. Seeing that Kakashi had promised him, Haitake Nanksayan returned to his yard contentedly, and started his sword practice again and again. During this year, Konoha undercurrent surging. Only some extremely keen people can feel that the conflict between the village and a certain wealthy family is becoming more and more intense. The two sides have reached the point where water and fire are incompatible. Finally finished. Finally unlocked the next stage of Breath of the Sunday. Haitake Nanksayan let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, the system reminded him that his template performance has reached 5%, and he successfully unlocked the next type of sun-breathing sword skill. 4 types Magic Sun Rainbow. Specialized dodge dance completed with high-speed twisting and turning. But the better the eyesight of a person, the more clearly the afterimage of the user will be captured. So if you want to be superb, you have to rely on your own strength. Otherwise, similar to the eyes of the Hyuga and Uchiha races, it is very possible to see through his movements. Anyway, the attack methods have been enriched. But it's not enough. The real strength is all-round strength. The combat skills of Sun Breath can only make me less passive in actual combat and can attack the enemy diversified. The most urgent thing at the moment is the master's full concentration breathing, the usual breathing method. Haitake Nanksayan frowned as he looked at the several gourds that had been shattered into pieces around him. He is now making rapid progress, and he can basically single out Chunin opponents without the Madara pattern on his forehead. If the Madara pattern is turned on, one's own strength can be improved by another level. Rao is so. The method of full focused breathing is still unable to get the essentials. He has a hunch. My usual training is in place. But there is always a barrier that stops him, preventing him from succeeding. And break this dilemma. It may take another help. Sasuke. Don't leave after school. Let's play one more time. In the ninja school, Naruto finds Sasuke again, and wants to challenge him with his teeth and claws. Suzuki looked at Naruto's face. Eyelids jumped. Okay. It's this annoying guy again. Why do you say it again? That's because Naruto always comes to find Suzuki's fault. As a crane tail, can't you stay in school and be the bottom of the existence? Suzuki was tired. No time. After leaving these words coldly, he turned around and took a look at the Hateiknang Sion who had already turned to leave before leaving. Nissan. As soon as I left the house, seeing my dear brother Uchiha Itaka came to pick him up personally, the unhappiness on Suzuki's face instantly vanished, and he jumped up with joy. Itaka touched Suzuki's head, smiled and prepared to take him back. Suzuki said at this time. Nissan, wait. He saw Hateiknang Sion and wanted to catch up to agree a new challenge time. Over the past year, he begged his brother Uchiha Itaki and his father to teach himself every day, and he basically spent time in extra training after school. He is confident, whether it is shuriken or physique, he has far surpassed himself a year ago. Plus my eyes, Hateiknang Sion, I will definitely defeat you. Suzuki, who was running, said surely. Itaki also saw Hateiknang Sion's figure, and he was also curious about this genius who is said to be the new genius of ninja school. For nothing else, it can actually stimulate Suzuki to open his eyes in advance, which is a big event for the whole clan. So, he also followed. Hateiknang Sion didn't know how, but he ran very fast, and unexpectedly arrived in an alley with no one. Then Sneaky looked around at no one. Bang! A puff of white smoke rose. Hateiknang Sion's entire figure disappeared. Only Suzuki and Uchiha Itaka, who had just witnessed all this, remained in the same place. This. How could this happen? Suzuki was dumbfounded, his heart felt like a raging wave. This is the shadow clone technique. So that's the case, are all the clones who go to school all the time. The eyes above the two deep tear grooves of Itaki also became deeper at this time. It's very similar to mine back then. Hateiknang Sion, what an interesting boy. Chapter 14. On the other side. Hateiknang Sion, who was swinging a sword at home, suddenly felt mentally stagnant, and the amount of information from Shadow Clone for a whole day poured into his mind. Oh, it's another day without any surprises. He shook his head, and then he didn't care about it, and continued his training backhand. Rainbow. Words fall. Brush. Breakthrough. A sharp blade cut across the sky. It cut out a sword light like a crescent moon, dazzling like a rainbow under the illusion of the sun, but only those who come into contact with this blade up close can feel the sharpness and danger in it. Huh. Hoo. The long and tight breathing undulates on Hateiknang Sion's chest, and he feels that his full concentration of constant breathing has reached a critical point. Perhaps this world has a relationship with chakra. It may also be the reason why the power system has been fully sublimated and the talent has been further integrated. Hateiknang Sion deeply felt that he might need an opportunity to break through. And this opportunity. He still doesn't know what it is. Current performance, %. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's performance is not far from unlocking the next achievement. Nowadays, the use of swordsmanship and combat skills can increase the degree of performance. Want to break through again? I'm afraid. Only real combat is what I need to do right now. With this thought in mind, Hateiknang Sion put on his knife, put on his clothes and set off in the moonlight. His goal is Konoha's remote training ground. The empty Konoha training ground. Liao is uninhabited. There are very few people here except the youth duo. Hateiknang Sion, who doesn't want others to see his sword skills, often comes here. This time, he stepped closer to the step by step. At the same time, in the woods at the far end of the training ground, a lonely figure stands on a branch, wearing Umbu's animal mask on its head. How would you know me? You escaped the investigation by the Konoha guard and investigated the dense stones at Nanga Shrine. The figure of the other person is also hidden in the dark, unable to see his face clearly, and he can vaguely see that he is also wearing a mask. I'm just more interested in you. Itake had no sense of tension that was not seen through, and his cold eyes shot directly at him through the mask with the taste of scrutiny. Uchiha Madara? Or Uchiha Obito laughed. From there, I learned what kind of character you are and what kind of thoughts you have, so let's put it straight. You should also know how much I hate Konoha and Uchiha people as a Uchiha clan. Far away. Heitake Nanksayan's pupils shrank upon hearing these words. Itake has been in contact with Obito. I have a condition. I will assist you to avenge the Uchiha clan, but you can't do anything against the village. Also, I can't move Uchiha Sasuke. You know the consequences. With a warning, after saying these words, Itake's figure disappeared in place. Soon. Obito's face also slowly distorted in the spatial fluctuations, and immediately disappeared. Cut, I didn't expect to encounter a big secret. Heitake Nanksayan waited until the two left before he walked out. He, who originally intended to come to the training ground to test his moves, did not expect to have unexpected gains and ran into this incident. It seems that the night of the butcher of the Uchiha clan is not far away. With a sigh of emotion, Heitake Nanksayan drew his knife. There was no wave on the calm face, completely indifferent. Even if Uchiha is annihilated, it is a major event, but what does it all have to do with him? This matter rose to the village's infighting. He didn't want to save, and he couldn't save. Heitake Nanksayan only wants to protect the people he cares about. Right now, only improving one's own strength is fundamental. As long as the strength is strong enough, no conspiracy and tricks are worthwhile. The breath of the sun, one type round dance. The Japanese call technique that had been suffocated for a long time finally had room to play, and Heitake Nanksayan used 100% of his strength this time. Don't worry about your own small courtyard being unbearable and getting in the way. Boom. The huge fire dragon swallowed everything along with the blade, and struck a bright light in the dark night. The sword technique is good, and this ninjutsu technique is also good. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. I couldn't see the figure clearly in the night, only a pair of scarlet eyes broke into the eyes, making my heart hairy. Itake? Didn't you go just now? Heitake Nanksayan was a little surprised after seeing the visitor clearly. Presumably you have heard the previous conversation. Itake walked towards Heitake Nanksayan step by step, and there was tremendous pressure invisibly. So, do you want to kill someone? Heitake Nanksayan still had an indifferent tone. He was sure that Itake had no intention of killing at this time. Since I can find myself eavesdropping and haven't stopped the conversation between myself and Obito, then it can only show one thing. Itake was deliberate. In other words, he was aware of his accidental intrusion, and he did his best without interfering. All right, my father once mentioned you, Sasuke was also defeated by you, let me see how good you are. Itake, who left these words, used body flicker technique all at once and attacked. So fast. Heitake Nanksayan was surprised. Usually only others say that he moves fast. But this time is different. Heitake Nanksayan met Uchiha Itake, Konoha's first genius, and still paled in comparison. Quickly adjusted his breathing rhythm, Heitake Nanksayan instantly entered the state of fully concentrated breathing. The sound of kunao colliding with the knife. Crisp and bitter. Heitake Nanksayan looked up and met Itake's scarlet eyes. The windmill-like Mangekyo shape slowly turns. Not good. Tsukuyomi. Heitake Nanksayan was shocked. At this moment, facing the illusion, if I hit Tsukuyomi, I will almost lose. The two swords opened at the touch of a touch. Itake's voice came from behind again. You don't need to close your eyes. I can't use pupil surgery for you or me. The tone is quite calm, and the words are crazy, as if this sentence is justified. Hatake Nangxian narrowed his eyes slightly. That being the case. Madara pattern, open. The black Madara pattern on the right forehead quickly walked across the face, and the hot Madara pattern appeared red and glamorous. Itaka frowned slightly when he saw this scene, and suddenly felt a lot heavier in his hands. Your strength has suddenly increased a lot. Itaka couldn't resist Hatake Nangxian's slashing, commented. Really, but it's not just strength that I improve. Look at this trick. The 3 types of breath of the sun, the red mirror of the sun. Pouch. The huge red arc slashed, wrapped around the sword body, and passed by in a flash. Powerful sword aura. Cut off Itaka's body instantly from the middle. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. The results of the new book are very important. Please support me more, please, handsome guys and beautiful ladies. Chapter 15. The Japanese call combat skills are powerful, and the speed range is impeccable. One blow. Just one blow. He cut off the body of Itaka. Of course, Hatake Nangxian would not relax his vigilance, thinking that he could hurt Uchiha Itaka with this trick. The eyes are sharp as a falcon. Hatake Nangxian held the knife tightly and looked at the opposite side calmly. Soon. The scene has changed. The body of Itaka, who was cut off by the waist, suddenly transformed into a group of crows, flapping their wings and flying into the air. The strength is good, no wonder you can easily defeat Sasuke with your abilities. The moment the sound rang, Itaka's body appeared again on a large tree in the distance. Cold eyes shot directly at Hatake Nangxian through the air, who held the knife flat and looked at him as well. Swish. Uchiha Itaka moved. The 10 shurikens were pulled out from the skillful backhands of Itaka's palms, and after hitting each other in the air, they each shot at weird and tricky angles. Clang. Hatake Nangxian raised his knife and began to parry, with a continuous stream of clanging sounds. Fire style, impatience chlored. A hot flame was spit out from Itaka's mouth, and the sea was contaminated with the kunao he launched. Uchiha Itaka, this man cannot be underestimated. Hatake Nangxian constantly waved the blade and began to parry, but it was getting more and more strenuous. Knowing that the current situation is not good for him, Hatake Nangxian will naturally not consume it. One sword. The terrible slash flew out. This blow was even more shocking than the previous power. The second type of breath of the sun, blue sky. The top-down slash instantly cleared the flaming shuriken that Itaka kept firing. Huh. Hatake Nangxian finally got a gap to catch his breath. The full concentration of breathing has been kept in the hands of the previous match, and now his chest is violently ups and downs, and he is about to reach the end. Itaka was silent, and his hands were sealed at the speed of light. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, the housekeeper of the Uchiha clan, is almost instant in the hands of Itaka. Too skilled. A huge flame, like a sea of fire, will immediately devour Hatake Nangxian. Looking at the fireball coming, Hatake Nangxian wanted to avoid it very much, but he knew that if he would just avoid blindly in this battle, he could not be Itaka's opponent at all. Even if I use all of the master's Japanese calling combat skills once. Panting, Hatake Nangxian's eyes became firm. He understands. Itaka has already released a lot of water. And if one's own master's ability can't get close, there is no use at all. Calm down. Calm down. The usual training has been hard enough. Come on, remember that feeling. Grab. You must grasp it. Keep the rhythm of full focused breathing uninterrupted. Hatake Nangxian silently cheered himself up in his heart, the feeling of a bottleneck that seemed to be detached from the huge pressure that Uchiha Itaka gave, and it was almost within reach. Slowly. Invisible. A thin film that had stuck his Hategnank Sion for a year seemed to penetrate the past. Arrived. It's another world. A piece of new world that has just entered. Huh. Huh. The shadow flickered, and just as the fireball was about to consume Hategnank Sion, he moved. Hategnank Sion had an unprecedented look in his eyes. Itaka, thank you very much for the pressure you gave me. In return, let you see this trick. The 5 types of breath of the sun train. After Hategnank Sion flipped one round, he slapped it with an arc-shaped longitudinal slash entwined with flames. This time, his speed is as fast as lightning. Quickly stabbed at Itaka with the momentum of rushing thunder. Fast. It's too fast. Not good. Uchiha Itaka's eyes dazzled, and his Mangekyo couldn't catch Hategnank Sion's movements. Careless. Puff. Hategnank Sion's knife once again pierced through Itaka's body. But no surprises. The opponent turned into a crow and disappeared. It's just that the crows didn't regroup into bodies, but were scattered in the air, and the words of Itaka floating in the sky. Your knife skills are good, goodbye bye. The empty voice gradually disappeared as the crow flew away. Did you miss it again? Hategnank Sion panted and thrust the knife into the ground. But the corners of his mouth didn't feel annoyed at all, because just now, under the strong pressure given by Itaka, he successfully broke through the barriers in this world in the full concentration of breathing. The current Hategnank Sion. You can already maintain full concentration breathing throughout the day. The master who is constantly breathing in full concentration means that his strength is improved in all aspects, whether it is speed, strength, or physique, it is far beyond the previous self. In addition, the self-healing ability has also been greatly improved. Paying attention to the breathing on the wound can alleviate the injury. Hategnank Sion is confident to the later stage, it is absolutely comparable to Tsunade's 100 healings mark, and not even worse than first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Current performance, 10%. After the complete works often unlock the characters of the play are increasing, just 5 days of combat skills call type is then obtained. This time, Hategnank Sion, who had improved in all directions, was quite satisfied, and went back with a smile on his face. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Itaka suddenly appeared on Konoha's intricate telephone poles. He squatted on the telephone pole, covering his abdomen with his hand, where a wound cut by a knife was bleeding. Hategnank Sion? It's getting more and more pleasantly surprised. Whoosh. Itaka disappeared in place again. The night seemed unusually calm. Name of the village went to sleep peacefully, only the sound of snoring accompanied by babbling crows flying. In Uchiha's clan, Sasuke is sleeping soundly. When Itaka came back, he passed his room and glanced quietly. He kept chattering and vowed to defeat Hategnank Sion and regain the title of chief student with his teeth and claws. The other clansmen were also silent, each sitting and dreaming of Konoha's first wealthy family. No one knew that the undercurrent was surging in this calm atmosphere. It seems this Konoha's #1 giant can prosper forever. Chapter 16. Naruto Office. Third generation wore a red and white imperial robe, frowning and looking out the window. How about Itaka? Everything went according to plan. In the office, Danzo is holding a cane in his hand and staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen with dissatisfaction. Huh. Let you do what I said earlier, just start first, and you won't have so many things. Uchiha is the time bomb in the village. Staying one day longer is a curse. I didn't do this for the village. Danzo's tone was full of disdain and dissatisfaction. Looking at the old figure of third generation, a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen is old. The spirit of being a shinobi is long gone. The position of Naruto should have been mine. The other two elders of the elders had already gone out to arrange various preparations. Naruto directly under the guards, and the roots of the master in Danzo's hands. These people have already laid a net of heaven and earth. Even if the Uchiha clan has the gods descending to the earth, the cage-level powerhouses must be tied to death here. From time to time in the village, Umbu flew by, and Hatake Nanxiang stared thoughtfully at the figures floating in the sky. These days, he has been quietly fall asleep. Unlock the complete works often let him have enough ability to protect themselves. Even if it is malicious eyeing and safe to get away, we had no problems. So, Hatake Nanxiang extra attention to the situation in the village. Kiba high-level relations with the Uchiha family has intensified, and bellicose. I do not know in the end how many days, and now the explosive atmosphere has become increasingly subtle. Among other things, just frequently blocked in the village Umbu, as well as members of the Uchiha family be able to come fully monitored. Senior Konoha, those who cannot wait to be on the Uchiha hands. Nanxiang-kun. Girl gentle with my hand in front of Hatake Nanxiang, shook. How? What happened? Hinata eyes looked concerned. Hatake Nanxiang, pure white pupil reflecting the Hatake Nanxiang face. Nothing. Hatake Nanxiang shook his head. These things belong absolutely confidential and will be forever sealed in the archives. Hinata, now too simple, is not suitable for exposure to these. Leaves the water is too deep. Moreover, Hatake Nanxiang no Uchiha family is an abyss. As long as there is cause and effect with it, it is very likely to suffer from it. If you don't have the protagonist's life, don't just follow Naruto to pester them. Touching Hinata's cute head, Hatake Nanxiang took her into the bookstore. Today is the school's day off. It is rare for Hinata to be given a vacation by his father. In the tacit understanding of both parties, they went out together by chance, and met together by chance. You don't have eyes. Dare to stop my uncle from walking, believe it or not, my uncle cut you with a knife. Don't you know I am from Uchiha? Arrogant and domineering sounds came from the corner of the street. A young man behind the Uchiha family emblem fan was pushing and shoving against another masked member. Wearing a mask on his face, either Umbu is the root. People who can enter these two organizations are ninjas with a certain amount of talent, either with outstanding strength or outstanding talent. The young Uchiha clan in front of him seemed to not care at all, his eyes widened, and he cursed at the other party. There is still dirty movement on his hands. Nanxiang-kun, this guy is so annoying. Hinata has been growing up under the protection of the Hyuga family, usually surrounded by guards, and rarely bullied. Therefore, Hinata felt instinctively disgusted by seeing someone humiliating others so unreasonably. Hatake Nanxiang looked at all this coldly. It is easy to infer from the general experience that the ninja performing the task accidentally bumped into the Uchiha tribe in a hurry, and apologized in time, but the other party was still reluctant. Oh, it seems that the plot I watched in my previous life is really correct. Uchiha is indeed a bit too arrogant. When I saw this in my previous life, Hatake Nanxiang always had doubts in his mind. If Uchiha is really a good citizen, how could Itachi have acted for the so-called false peace? Now it seems Uchiha may really have a pot that can't be thrown away. So arrogant, even people from the real Hokage line would not dare to be so blatant. Let's go, nothing to watch, everything will be over soon. With that said, he was going to pull Hinata away from here and go on a date in another place. Suddenly, another figure with a mask fell from the sky. The action is agile and fast. By the time he took off the mask, the Uchiha who had been called the happiest tribe immediately stunned, and the drums died down and did not dare to speak. After leading the tribe to apologize repeatedly to the other party, Uchiha Itachi only looked at the place where Hatake Nanxiang had left just now, and disappeared instantly. Hatake Nanxiang pulled Hinata forward and saw a flash in front of him. Itachi was leaning against the wall, as if waiting for him. Hinata, you go to the bookstore to read a book first, I have something to deal with here. Hinata looked at the attacker ahead ignorantly, full of surprise in her heart. Nangxian-kun is really amazing. Such a powerful character as Itaka waits for him. The two of them must have something important. Hinata nodded obediently when he thought of this place and went into the bookstore alone. Let's talk, what can I do? After Hinata entered, Hatake Nangxian came to Itaka and said straightforwardly. Itaka played with the mask in his hands. Did you see the conflict just now? Are you talking about the contradiction on the corner? Of course you saw it. Hatake Nangxian didn't understand what Itaka said. Since the last match, he hasn't seen Itaka for a while. Nangxian-kun, do you think such a family is really a wrong existence? Shallow and ignorant, arrogant, for the village, is such a family a malignant tumor growing in the dark, or a flash in the light? Itaka looked up at the sky. It seems to be muttering to himself, and it seems to be asking him. Hatake Nangxian couldn't hear the meaning of these lives. He didn't bother to care whether the person in front of him was brainwashed by the so-called will of fire. Moreover, Itaka is asking him for advice? Where's the wool? Sorry, Hatake Nangxian doesn't care about these. More importantly, he worried that he really gave Itaka advice. Then this little Kochu, who is fluttering with his wings, will completely affect the direction of the whole world. Life is a one-way car, and those who have passed by, and those who have been missed will never come back. Moreover, the world's troubles are disturbing. Why do you need to be mothers and mothers when you act? Just a knife in your hand is enough. Hatake Nangxian held the knife in his hand and said to himself. Just a knife in your hand is enough. Chapter 17. Uchiha Itaka was obviously taken aback when he heard Hatake Nangxian's words. Life is a one-way car, and those who have passed by, and those who have been missed will never come back. He repeated the words Hatake Nangxian had said, a little dazed. Immediately, Uchiha Itaka smiled to himself. This sentence is pretty good, Nangxian-kun. In the days to come, Suzuki, please take care of it. These are the last two words left by Itaka when he left. For Hatake Nangxian, Uchiha Itaka has not bothered him since then. Life is still normal. I practice swords alone on the training ground every day. With all the attention of Danzo and even third-generation high-level people focused on the Uchiha clan, Hatake Nangxian has a lot of time, wishing to practice swords every day until the wee hours. Don't worry about revealing his strength, he showed his superb swordsmanship to his heart's content. 1 type of sun's breath, 2 type of sun's breath, 3 type of sun's breath. The 6 types of sun's breath: burning bones and burning yang. Current performance, %. 1 month later, Hatake Nangxian has unlocked almost 1/5 of the template. Going to the back, Hatake Nangxian discovered that Tsugikuni Yoriichi's power is not the breathing method, nor the natural Madara pattern, which penetrates the world, but his unparalleled talent. For sword skills, for the innate talent of this knife in his hand. So just relying on sword practice, Hatake Nangxian can no longer meet the requirements of playing promotion. During this time, he also took the initiative to find Kakashi and began to try to learn the ancestral knife of the Hatake clan. Hatake knife? This is the sword technique used by Hatake Whitefang to crown Konoha and even become famous throughout the ninja world. Rely on it? Hatake Whitefang can crush the other 8 colors and force Sunin to become Konoha's strongest presence at the time. Even the shadows of other shinobu villages were a little bit jealous. And now, Hatake Nangxian, who has inherited Tsugikuni Yoriichi's terrifying talent like a monster, has begun to incorporate the Hatake knife technique into his breathing technique. It seems that the system can also help the compatibility of the two. Therefore, the current Hatake Nangxian's understanding of swordsmanship has once again risen to a higher level. The strength is getting stronger. In his world, there has been an extra thread since then. A red thread that represents death. Cut it off. It can cut everything. In front of a stone more than 1 meter high, Haetaeknang Sayang held a knife, narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. The line of death does not only represent people or living creatures. In his eyes, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas all have their own red lines. Cut it off. Cut off the mountains, rivers, and lakes. Just. Under normal circumstances. The tougher the object, the harder it is to cut its red line, the darker it is, so dim that Haetaeknang Sayang can hardly find it. Even if it is found by luck, it cannot be accurately positioned in battle. At this moment, he looked at the huge boulder that was full of adult height in front of him, and raised the knife in his hand. Haetaeknang Sayang saw it. He saw the red line of this boulder. Shit. One sword. Clean and neat. The sound of the blade passing the stone flashed by, as if the two had never touched. Haetaeknang Sayang returned the knife to its sheath after taking out the knife, and strode away without looking back. Behind him. A few seconds later, a huge rock collapsed and split directly into two halves from the middle. The cut is neat and smooth, without a trace of crease. Obviously, the sharpness of that sword. In an unknown underground chamber in Konoha, a huge round table was filled with people. All Konoha's elders. Yoriichi Koharu, Mitokado Homura, Danzo, and Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen are all here. Dear elders, our preparations have been made. This time it is a panacea. Now everything is ready and we only owe the wind. Danzo took a look at his friend Third Generation, and saw that he never spoke and took the lead in speaking. Yoriichi Koharu and Mitokado Homura have always been the most conservative and stubborn seniors, and nodded in agreement with Danzo's words. At the beginning, Tobirama teacher did not like the suppression of the Uchiha clan. It was indeed the right decision. Now that Uchiha's ambition is clear, if we can't take the first step, then it will be us and Konoha who will suffer. At that time, how can we go to see the teacher? Go to see Master First Generation. Yoriichi Koharu's voice became excited, and his spear pointed at Third Generation. Sarutobi, you always say wait a while, now we tell you, can't wait any longer. In this situation, we and the Uchiha clan are already enemies that are jealous of each other. There is me without him, and he without me. They are a born evil race. Think about the Nine Tails chaos, think about how Fourth Hokage died. Think about that man again. Keeping them is a scourge after all. It's a defilement of the will of fire. The three elders sang and made a peace, impassioned, and reached an agreement. Watching this scene, Third Hokage couldn't help but sighed. This is my dereliction of duty after all. I failed to reconcile the relationship between the village and Uchiha. That's it, things have reached this stage and there is no way to do it, then proceed according to the plan. After speaking, he shouted at the door. Come in. A bleak voice came out of the darkness and knelt on one knee. Not someone else. It is Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, have you remembered what I told you? Since you promised to complete the task alone, we will trust you once. We chose you to give you a chance. If the village is involved, things can be solved as well, and even more cleanly, even the children will not let it go. Danzo's eyes were cold, and he said this to the Itachi, who was kneeling on one knee. When Itachi heard the last sentence that even the child would not let go, the pupils in his eyes shrank visibly. After a few breaths, he held it back after all. Uchiha Itachi buried his head deeply and replied in a deep voice. Yes. Chapter 18. It was another night when the moon was dark and the wind was high. Haetaeknang Sayang was practicing swords at the training ground, and before he knew it, the moonlight was already dark. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat on the ground and started to rest. There is a bento next to it. There is no one in Haetaeknang Sayang's family, and of course he doesn't know how to make bento. Hinata made this lunch and gave it to him. For this month, he was accidentally discovered by Hinata about secretly practicing his sword every day. Hinata always took it to heart. Then Nangxian-kun, if you practice until so late every day, will you be hungry? Hinata asked with a blushing face, who had just learned about this. Hungry. Haitake Nangxian said nonchalantly, it is true that you will be hungry if you train a lot, but the ramen of the handmade home is open late every day, and 3 bowls of hot ramen are enough to fill your stomach. How can ramen? Although the taste is good, the nutrition is still not enough. Hinata thought so in her heart. Later, Hinata forcibly gave him a lunchbox on the grounds of taking care of Haitake Nangxian every day. I have to say that Hinata's cooking is no worse than some chefs, and Haitake Nangxian is also full of praise for Hinata's craftsmanship. From then on, every day that accompanied Haitake Nangxian's training day to the end, there was a little more loving lunch. There is no shortage of chicken, duck, and fish, with perfect nutrition, color, and fragrance. While eating a bento from Hinata contentedly, Haitake Nangxian thought about things. I am already 6 years old. It's more than a full year since the awakening system. His strength skyrocketed during this year. Both the means of attack and physical fitness have been improved qualitatively. In addition, the shadow clone, who stayed at school every day, could unknowingly beat everyone in the same grade. After a challenge that Suzuki was unwilling to do, Shadow Clone kicked it to the ground again. Let the latter be deeply desperate. Suzuki knew clearly in his heart. It's just a Shadow Clone from Haitake Nangxian that defeated myself. Haitake Nangxian, who came into contact with Shadow Clone that day and got a day's memory, also smiled knowingly. Why do I like to kick Suzuki's every time I hit Suzuki? It may be that there is a bad taste in this kind of tsundere person. Yeah. Suddenly a large number of crows flew up in the sky. Flocks of crows flew past, and there was a sound of crows. Haitake Nangxian, who was extremely sensitive to crows, stood up suddenly. Itaka. It seems that tonight is the so-called butcher's night. With emotion in my heart. It is estimated that the current village has been completely sealed off. Danzo's methods need not be doubted. When he did conspiracy, he rarely left his hands and feet. Third generation chose Uchiha Itachi. As a scheming elder, Danzo would naturally not put bow on one person. The roots and umbu must have surrounded the whole village tightly. On the one hand, it is to prevent fish from slipping through the net. On the other hand, it is also to find Uchiha Itachi's helper. After all, with the strength of the Uchiha clan, it is rumored that Uchiha Fugaku also opened Mangekyo Sharinan. With Uchiha Itachi, it is impossible for one person to complete a slaughter, and everyone knows it very well. It's just Danzo, an old coin. Didn't you think that Obito would meet Kamui? Uchiha genocide. It happened after all. The wind blown by my own Kochu still failed to affect the direction of the world. Of course, he himself has no intention to influence. In a trance, there was a faint bloody breath in the air, as well as Ruirua's screams and shouts. I don't know if it is an illusion. Haitake Nangxian suddenly remembered the little girl who handed Uchiha Itachi 3 color balls. I think of Hinata again. If it is for the village, for the goal, he will not hesitate to hurt the people around him, and do whatever it takes. Sorry, I can't do it. Haitake Nangxian's eyes became firm at this moment. Gently rubbed the bento box in his hand. In his previous life, he only loved Hinata's appearance, and he only discovered it after he came to this world. It turns out that this girl still has so much tenderness. When you experience this tenderness personally, you will be deeply attracted to it. For the so-called will of fire, do you hesitate to hurt the woman you love? Oh, such a thing. In that case, what kind of shit will be called the will of fire? Haitake Nangxian disdainfully said. It's just that Hinata is still too shy now, so I have to find a chance to step up training. He couldn't help but blushed and fainted. Otherwise, a lot of adult things are difficult to handle. With many complicated things in mind, Hae-taek Nang-seong returned to his home silently, carrying a sword and a lunch box. When I returned home, I accidentally found that the room of my cousin Kakashi next door was also lit. Cousin didn't sleep. Hae-taek Nang-seong was very puzzled at this point. In my impression, it is unclear whether Kakashi knew about the Uchiha Itachi massacre. As a Hokage series, Kakashi should be able to know more secrets than ordinary people. It's just that Itachi's true identity was listed as the top secret by the village. Kakashi probably knows what might happen to Uchiha tonight, but I don't know the details. Shaking his head, Hae-taek Nang-seong walked into his room with a smile. I took a bath comfortably and lay on the bed and looked out the window. The world developed step by step under his observation. My own strength is also improving steadily. Until one day, his sword can break the mountain with one sword, and break the sea with one sword. One sword cut 6 paths. At that time, he could also hold the sword and say to Madara, "What? Do you want to dance too?" Chapter 19. Vertical Sun. Hae-taek Nang-seong walks daily on the way to the Konoha training ground. People came and went on the street, but the atmosphere was a bit wrong this time, and there was a lot of discussion among them. Really? Have you heard? The Uchiha clan was exterminated last night? Only the youngest son of the patriarch is alive, so pitiful. I have also heard that the person who killed the clan was also the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the genius Uchiha Itachi. It's miserable. Who would have thought that the dignified Konoha #1 tycoon would be exterminated in one night? Who knows? But then again, why did Uchiha Itachi do this? It's cruel to slaughter his own people and kill his parents with his own hands. Listening to pedestrians talking about you and me, Hae-taek Nang-seong was silent while holding a sword. He knows. Since then, Uchiha Itachi would be labeled as Konoha Rebellion and fled. Ninja School. The students in Class 1 found that 2 of them had not come. One is the chief student of this year, Hae-taek Nang-seong. Another one. It is Uchiha Sasuke, whose name is second only to him. Everyone knows it more or less in their hearts. A terrible event happened to Konoha last night. Once Konoha's largest wealthy family, known as the shocking ninja world since the Sengoku period, Uchiha, who owned the Sharingan clan, was annihilated. The only survivor. It was their classmate Uchiha Sasuke. The same. The genocide of Uchiha soon fermented. Not only the entire Konoha village, but also other villages have also learned the news. The spies they planted in Konoha sent the news back to their village for the first time. Konoha also stepped up time to start arranging defenses in the village. They knew the inside story among them. But for other villages, especially the 5 ninja villages, without Konoha of the Uchiha clan, almost a half of their combat power was lost. It might be that there is an ambitious person who wants to start a war, taking advantage of Konoha's weakness to blackmail a sum. After some time, Sasuke came back to school under the arrangement of 3rd generation. But the tsundere in his eyes was no longer seen, replaced by a touch of silence. The whole person began to speak quietly. The goal in his heart also changed from defeating Hae-taek Nang-seong, and silently added the belief that he killed his brother Uchiha Itachi with his own hands, and avenged his parents. Konoha announcement. Rebel Uchiha Itachi turned his back on the village and the people, and committed the cruel murder of relatives and friends and massacre of the ethnic group. From today onwards, he has been classified as an S-rank rebel. Whether it is Konoha or other villages, anyone who can catch Uchiha Itachi can take his head to Konoha village to receive the bounty. Konoha finally made an announcement. This matter was qualitative. Uchiha Itachi, slaughter family member, defected to the village. Listed as an S-class rebel. This action shocked the ninja world. People who don't know the truth spit on his portrait. The teenagers dreamed that they would one day capture Uchiha Itachi and become the hero of the whole village. But what they don't know is, can people who can slaughter the entire Uchiha clan with their own power can match them? How about, do you want to see this village more? Wearing a hat, Uchiha Itachi, whose entire face is hidden, stands on a high hill, looking down at the village where he grew up. Behind Uchiha Itachi is Obito, who also wears the Uzumaki mask. Nothing, let's go. Itachi didn't look back, and after a faint saying, he turned and left the place. Haha. No one could observe Obito's face hidden under the mask, and he gave a cold smile. The cold eyes glanced at Konoha, and then the whole person slowly twisted into the space. Below the hill. It is Hatake Nangxian who is training hard. It seemed that he was in a reaction, and he glanced up suspiciously, but found nothing. Nangxian-kun. Hinata? Are you here? Hatake Nangxian knew who the owner of the voice was without turning around. Hinata's voice is very distinctive. With gentleness, with a hint of cowardice, it happened that when he called Hatake Nangxian's name, he brought a little surprise. Many emotions are mixed in it, and only he can enjoy it alone. How come you have time to come to this place today? Don't you have to go to class? Hatake Nangxian put down the sword in his hand and wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Hinata folded her hands and held a bento box in front of her body, and whispered with a hot cheek. I saw that Nangxian-kun didn't let Shadow Clone come to class today. I'm worried that you will be hungry after training, so you will come to give you a lunch without permission. You won't blame me. It turned out to be a special food delivery. Immediately, Hatake Nangxian understood. He gently squeezed Hinata's small face with his hand. You are so kind, and I can't thank you in time, so why should I blame you? Hinata's face was flushed with his hands, and her breathing became much faster. Nangxian-kun, don't be like this. Speaking of the latter, it was already small and almost inaudible. Seeing this, Hatake Nangxian rubbed her head with a smile and put it on his shoulders. Hinata's body temperature has risen, and his face is hot like a fever. Hinata has lost the ability to react. She almost fainted. After the brain went blank, Hinata finally became soft and weak. Fainted like this? I was still a bit hasty. Picking up the bento sent by Hinata and carrying Hinata behind his back, Hatake Nangxian walked towards Hyaga's house step by step. Quiet and unspeakable along the way. Only the moonlight and the dim streetlights illuminate their shadows, growing longer and longer. During the process, Hinata kept lying on his back. It may or may not be awake. But the two went all the way tacitly. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Chapter 20. Good times are always short, and soon Hatake Nangxian came to the door of Hyaga's house with Hinata on his back. Okay Hinata, you are already home. Hatake Nangxian said softly behind him. Yeah. Hinata mumbled and got down from behind Hatake Nangxian. Hatake Nangxian saw her face with reluctance in the peripheral vision. Looking at the grand and magnificent door of the Hyaga clan, the tall lintel shows his identity as a wealthy Konoha. Remember? When we first met? Hatake Nangxian said softly, bringing time back to the original memory. That was 2 years ago. In addition to practicing as much as possible every day, Hatake Nangxian, who has traveled through this world, is wandering around the village. The purpose is nothing else, but to find a chance to save Hinata, and come to a platform near the head of the river. Unexpectedly, I didn't find this opportunity in the end. It was at the gate of the Hyaga clan that the two children met for the first time. It was a snowy night. Hinata, who was punished by his father and locked out of the door because of his practice, stood helplessly and was discovered by Hatake Nangxian, who happened to pass by. Coincides with the new year. The whole village is reuniting beamingly. Only the little Hinata stood innocent and helpless in the ice and snow. After Hatake Nangsayang saw it, he took her by the hand and started running. Later, Hinata spent this New Year's Eve hiding in Hatake Nangsayang's home. The two of them hid in the bed and listened to the voice of the members of the Hyaga clan searching for the eldest lady in the whole village. The thrill and excitement were also deeply buried in Hinata's heart. Listening to Hatake Nangsayang talking about his childhood, Hinata smiled knowingly on his face. That was the first time she enjoyed the joy of freedom. Being locked in a high-rise compound and being pressured by countless people has a completely different feeling. Just once, Hinata fell in love with this feeling. Seeing the smile on Hinata's face, Hatake Nangsayang's heart moved. He suddenly put his arms around the girl in front of him and greeted him in his arms. The shy girl didn't expect Hatake Nangsayang to be so bold, and opened her small mouth in a panic. Looking at Hinata's delicate lips, Hatake Nangsayang was not willing to start in the end. Instead, she pecked her face lightly. He held her face and whispered softly, "Go in, it's late." Yeah. Hinata shyly twisted his body and walked into the Hyaga gate one step at a time. After the night of Uchiha's genocide, nothing happened in Konoha village. Everything passed silently. It's another year's annual exam. It's just that the classmates in this class have been studying for more than a year, and they have made great progress. There is also a clear comparison in mind about the strength of the classmates. Sasuke, don't run away for a while. I will defeat you fiercely. As soon as Naruto entered the classroom, he immediately yelled at Sasuke. Cut. After this period of precipitation, Sasuke looks a bit more withdrawn except for the colder appearance. Facing Naruto's challenge, he didn't even bother to take a look. Haha. Coward. Instead of being discouraged when Naruto saw this, he was even more exasperated. Little Sakura couldn't stand it anymore, she drank to Naruto with her arms akimbo. Huh. Naruto, what's the point of you always looking for Sasuke? Have the ability to challenge Nangsayang-kun. I think you are a coward. The young man's heart and spirit are strong, and he is not agitated by the girl he has a crush on. Naruto immediately stood up like a chicken blood. Who said I didn't dare? I'll find Nangsayang to go heads up. It just so happened that Hatake Nangsayang just walked into the classroom. Naruto's eyes gurgled, and he rushed up and raised his fist to hit Hatake Nangsayang. When Sasuke saw that Naruto really dared to challenge Hatake Nangsayang, he didn't care about it on the surface, but Yu Guang stared closely. Bang! Just when Naruto's fist was about to reach Hatake Nangsayang's face, the latter ducked aside. Naruto fell into a big somersault. With the face on the ground. Ah! It hurts. Watching Naruto fall to the ground and covering her face in pain, Hatake Nangsayang's face was dazed. What's the situation? Naruto attacked himself as soon as he came up. It's just that their speed is in their own eyes if the tortoise is crawling, so they can easily avoid it. Damn it! Naruto's unyielding character began to play, and after suffering such a big loss in front of the goddess, he immediately found his place. Supporting his body with his hands, Naruto fell on the ground ready to go. Boom! A brain collapse hit him on the head. Look up. It's actually Hatake Nangsayang. Zi. Naruto grinned at Hatake Nangsayang, made a fierce expression, and rushed forward again. But with the backhand, Hatake Nangsayang was hung up by the neck and threw it aside. Hatake Nangsayang, who had done all this, walked back to his seat like an okay person. As if playing with Naruto just now was just easy. There are also female voices passing by in the class seeing this scene, their eyes are about to appear small stars, exclaiming so handsome. Hinata looked at Hatake Nangsayang's profile shyly, still so gentle and handsome. Sasuke's heart is very bitter. Shadow clone. This is just a shadow clone. Shadow clone's strength is already so strong, what is his true strength? I want revenge, but I can't beat the classmates. How can I beat that man? Heitake Nangsayang seemed to see the small expression on Suzuki's face. Oh, take me as a goal, and want to catch up with me, it's still far away. Chapter 21. Not long after, Irika walked into the classroom and said in a deep voice after looking around for a week. Students, it's another year of practice. I think everyone has made a lot of progress. Later, we will have a new round of annual exams. Also, the results of this annual exam will be used as the standard for the final assessment. After saying this, Irika led his classmates to the outside one after another. Heitake Nangsayang's shadow clone looks as usual. This kind of annual test seemed to him like a child's play, meaningless. Except for Hinata, the students also took a step away from him tacitly at this time. Although the possibility is very small, the challenge can be specified for single-player actual combat in the annual exam. No one wanted any accidents. What if Nangsayang-kun thinks that his eyes are wrong and you are challenged by him? Eventually, no one took the initiative to challenge Heitake Nangsayang in the annual exam. Later, a lucky classmate was randomly selected by lottery, and this ended in a unilateral sling. I announce that the first place this year is Heitake Nangsayang. Irika raised the arm of Heitake Nangsayang's shadow clone and announced loudly. The students in the audience looked plain, because they were used to it. Nothing unexpected, can it be called surprise? Only Hinata, pure white eyes are full of surprises and blessings. On the way back from school, Hinata ran to catch up with Heitake Nangsayang's shadow clone, and asked eagerly before he was relieved. Nangsayang-kun, can I practice with you in the future? She looked at Heitake Nangsayang eagerly, wanting to get a positive answer from it. Heitake Nangsayang hesitated for a while, looked at Hinata's pleading eyes, smiled and agreed. Bang! A burst of white smoke rose, and his shadow clone was lifted. Hinata stood there, full of joy and little luck. That's great. Just after learning the shadow clone technique, I can practice together with Nangsayang-kun. She held her hands and thought beautifully. The time that followed was fast, and the strength of the 12 Xiaoqiang improved rapidly. Among them, Suzuki and Hinata are the best. Hatred was buried in Suzuki's heart, and he dared not relax for a moment. So instead, Hinata's progress is even more surprising. In the test year after year, Hinata, who has achieved good results, has become accustomed to everyone's praise. Faced with everyone's sincere admiration, she would smile. In order to catch up with Nangsayang-kun's pace, I can't fall behind. This is Hinata's only wish. Of course, everyone has automatically excluded Heitake Nangsayang when balancing their strengths. Because they discovered that Nangsayang-kun was able to compete head-on against Teacher Chinin when he was about to graduate this year. This scene brought them a violent impact. Everyone was shocked to hear from ear to ear. Only Suzuki squeezed his fists and his nails were deeply embedded in the flesh. Damn it! This guy is just a shadow clone, he is already so strong. When can I catch him? And Hinata, whose eyes are full of Heitake Nangsayang, snickered in her heart. Nangsayang-kun is getting better and better, and he has been able to defeat Teacher Irika before he draws his sword. They all thought they knew the full strength of Heitake Nangsayang and worked hard towards this goal. Only Heitake Nangsayang and Hinata train harmoniously on the training ground every day. When he was tired, Hinata stepped forward and sweated, and when he was thirsty, Hinata offered ice water, abruptly turning a hard career in swordsmanship into a show of affection. Nangsayang-kun, time flies so fast, we are about to graduate in a blink of an eye. The training is over. Hinata, who was sitting on the ground resting, was leaning against Heitake Nangsayang, her voice full of melancholy. There are not many waves in Heitake Nangsayang's heart. Different from Hinata. The shadow clone he cues to the school every day is just to deal with the village, and there is not much affection between his classmates. At best. It's a classmate relationship. In his heart, it is enough to have Hinata alone with him. The time of graduation and separation always makes people sigh, this is human nature. Haitake Nangsayang smiled and enlightened Hinata. Yeah. Hinata hid in his arms and responded quietly. After a while, Hinata felt that Nangsayang-kun was doing bad things to her again. Haitake Nangsayang wrapped her hands around her slender waist, and her arms felt the heavy weight on Hinata's waist. After 4 or 5 years of training, Hinata is now much more courageous, and the ability to withstand it is no longer as fragile as before. Will not faint at every turn. And the most important thing is that Haitake Nangsayang has reached the point where Hinata is about to faint. Always let her go back and forth between dizzy and awake, and in the end still let him play. Hinata can only be passive and want to refuse to welcome, after such a day's time. After a long time, Hinata opened her blurred eyes. What's the matter? Nothing. Haitake Nangsayang returned to his senses. He was thinking about something just now, and he accidentally lost his mind. Seeing Hinata like this, he smirked and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to come again?" "No." Seeing Nangsayang-kun smirking at him, Hinata escaped from his arms like a bunny in shock. Haitake Nangsayang smiled faintly, looking at Hinata and the surrounding scenery, muttering in his mouth. It's starting. The windmill of the plot is turning. Chapter 22. The early morning sun is rare and gentle. It's not as hot as it used to be. Now. The whole Konoha fell into a jittery jump. The son of destiny, Naruto, who was slandered as a fox demon by the villagers, jumped up and down and painted Hokage Rock in a colorful way. Good boy. See if I catch you and not break your leg. There were Umbu grabbing Naruto everywhere, but due to third generation's order, he couldn't get hurt. However, this little slippery head was very flexible, which caused a headache. Haha. Haitake Nangsayang looked at the scene with a knowing smile. Current performance, %. He graduated right away. In the past few years of training, he has unlocked the template to more than 1/3. The full concentration of breathing often kept him in the strongest state of physique at all times, comparable to Jonin. The breath of the sun also successfully unlocked the latter two types. Although the strength of each type of Japanese call combat technique itself is not high or low, the effects are extremely different. The latter model has made a qualitative leap in terms of scope and power. Especially under the blessing of the system. It was about time that Naruto was bewitched to steal the Book of Seal, and by then, it would mean the beginning of the division into classes. This means that his years of growing up safely under the protection of the school are over. Without the cover of the school, it is inevitable to reveal strength when performing tasks, whether it is for safety or for better training resources. It is impossible to imagine the carefree sword practice like before. It is impossible for a beautiful woman to be a companion. He was very curious. Because of the addition of Kochu, how much change will it bring to the placement? As Haitake Nangsayang expected, third generation now has a headache to the extreme. Haitake Nangsayang is no ordinary person. First of all, his identity is the child of the Haitake family, which can be said to be a firm Hokage line according to the camp. Although he never expressed his opinion. But with Kakashi's Kabuto bottom, the character is definitely not much worse. Let's talk about strength. After he accidentally learned that Irika had lost to Haitake Nangsayang a few months ago, he almost dropped the pipe in shock. It was the Umbu next to him who held it in time to keep it. At the age of 12, have you been able to defeat Chunin? Even if Irika is not the pinnacle Chunin, it is also an elite level among Chunin. It's just that I don't like disputes and fights, and I love students before I teach. I'm afraid this talent is no less than Kakashi, right? It's a child of the Haitake family. Third generation couldn't help nodding. White Fang's suicide and Kakashi's depravity caused Hokage's veins to fall apart for a while. Suddenly there is such a genius, How can you not surprise third generation, who has already begun to look dim-eyed? During my meditation, I have already made a plan in my mind about the arrangement of the students in this class. Time flies and it's the day of separation. Many students came to the school playground with uneasy expectations. On the playground, there are Jonin teachers. Among them, Kakashi, who is recognized as the strongest, is fascinated by a book, and the students don't care when they arrive. Of course, Heitake Nanksyang still pays more attention to people who look like a secondary and exaggerated. Might Guy. No one knows how strong Might Guy is. Heitake Nanksyang knew that if the 8 inner gates were really opened, no one in the whole village would be his opponent. After all, 8 gate was fully opened, Guy almost kicked the finale, and 6 paths Madara kicked half to death. How powerful! In terms of physical skills, Might Guy is definitely the strongest. Under the leadership of Irika and the teachers of Chunin, everyone came to the front of the teachers of Jonin. Heitake Nanksyang is also rare to use Shadow Clone. He took Hinata's hand and walked openly in front of everyone. Shirihong saw this scene. The charming red pupils are much wider. Oh, the little guy now is getting bolder and bolder. Asuma was smoking a cigarette, smiling happily next to Yurihong. However, I like it. Asuma looked at the young couple who dared to show love openly at such a young age, and the more they looked, the more satisfied they became. He remembered the days when he pursued Red in the past. It's so young to be young. Now start to announce the placement quota. Class 3, Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru. Instructor, Yurihong. Class 7, Uchiha Suzuki, Harano Sakura, Inyazu Kaga. Instructor, Kakashi. What's going on? The 7th class was demolished? Are not 2 Destiny's children connected by destiny? How did third generation think about it, and actually separated these 2 good friends? This change is something Heitake Nanksyang never expected. Class 10, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Heitake Nanksyang. Instructor, Sarutobi Asuma. Messed up. It's totally messed up. I didn't expect my own existence to change so much. Not only did the original 7th class be demolished, the 2 Sons of Destiny went on their own since then. Even the 10th class was reshuffled because of their own participation. But after thinking about it, Heitake Nanksyang suddenly understood the intention of the old man from third generation. First of all, Suzuki doesn't care, the importance of Naruto is beyond doubt. If Kakashi, who is the strongest in the face, is not required to guide him, it is reasonable to use his own son Asuma to supervise him. And, to a large extent, it is because of his outstanding strength. Asuma, the son of Naruto, came to guide Jonin, and he was able to conquer his own heart. In this way, Suzuki, who was freed up, had to let Kakashi guide him in order to make compensation. Pressing his eyebrows, Heitake Nanksyang quickly accepted the fact of this division. Great Nanksyang-kun. We are put in a class. Hinata whispered to the side, very excited. I didn't expect that God would actually care for them so much that they were successfully assigned to a class. Seeing that Hinata, who had resisted herself before and appeared in front of everyone by holding her hand openly, was blushing with joy. Heitake Nanksyang suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with this sorting. The temporary parting of the Son of Destiny will certainly not affect the will of this world. The bond between them is not that Kochu's wish to fan his wings or the old man of third generation can be cut off. Of course. Heitake Nanksyang, who is in the system, is very confident in his future strength. Chapter 23. Okay. You 3 little guys, come with me now. Asuma pinched the cigarette from his mouth, smiled and waved to Heitake Nanksyang and others. Hinata followed him. Naruto also ran to keep up. It's just that the Son of Destiny is still immersed in the loss of not being assigned to the same class with the goddess in his heart. Wordless all the way. After waiting for a long, Asuma just let them sit down. Hatenang-san naturally sat calmly in front of Asuma, and Hinata sat down next to him as well. Although he was not assigned to a class, Naruto's optimistic personality made him feel active again. Ms. Asuma, what are we going to do? Although Uzumaki Naruto's personality is a little bit off, it's not that I don't know that Asuma is the son of 3rd Hokage. The village has a high status, so I am still quite excited. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Sarutobi Asuma. I am hobby. I like cigarettes. I feel uncomfortable not smoking for a day. With a beard, he is very easy to talk, but he doesn't have any pretensions. This quickly matched Naruto's interest. Huh? Really? What is the smell of cigarettes? Can you make me smoke too? Seeing Naruto jumping up and down, the corner of Hatenang-san's eyes jumped. Part with this live treasure. It will be a headache in the future. Well, now it's your turn to introduce yourself, which is roughly your hobby, dream, or something. Asuma rubbed his hands and looked at the 3 children in front of him with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with this assignment. As the son of 3rd generation, he naturally knows that Naruto's true identity is Konoha 9 Tails Jinchuriki. The future is bound to be a strong heritage in the village. Needless to say, Hatenang-san has been the chief student for 5 consecutive years. This kind of strength is rare in the history of Konoha's establishment. He even defeated Irika, who is Chunin teacher, not long ago. A glimpse of Madara. Hatenang-san's talent and strength. A powerful future Jinchuriki, a genius with great talent and potential, and a princess of Konoha. The honor of guiding these 3 people belongs to me, which really makes people feel good. I'll come first, I'll come first. Naruto raised his hand and said excitedly. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I have a lot of hobbies. My favorite is instant noodles. I prefer the aisle ramen that Mr. Irika invited me to eat. The thing I hate is waiting 3 minutes for the instant noodles. My hobby is taste and compare various instant noodles. Then, the future dream is to surpass Hokage, and I want the whole village to recognize my existence. Seeing Naruto earnestly express his inner thoughts, Asuma couldn't help nodding. Those who can say this will definitely not have bad character, and will definitely be a firm supporter and successor of the Will of Fire in the future. When it was Hinata's turn, she glanced at Hatenang-san next to her, a little shy. My name is Hyaga Hinata. What I like is housework, hobbies. My hobby is to make lunch for the person I like, and my dream is to build up the courage for the person I love and be a housewife. Hinata's words surprised Asuma a little. The thoughts of the princess of Hyaga. It's a bit dangerous. It was Hatenang-san who looked at her dozingly. He knew that Hinata had already confessed in disguise. According to Hinata's shy temperament, it is not easy to be able to say these things straightforwardly. Of course, he quietly scratched Hinata's soft palm. She didn't give up until she lowered her head a little shyly to dodge. Finally, Hatenang-san held Hinata's soft little hand tightly with his hand. The hand was cold and weak and boneless. Seeing everyone staring at him, Hatenang-san was not at all, looking at them calmly with a clear voice. Well, Hatenang-san, my hobby is sword practice, and my dream is to become the most powerful swordsman in the world. The introduction is short and hacky. This scene shocked both Asuma and Naruto. Become the most powerful supreme swordsman in the world? Naruto was not surprised at all except for the shock. His face looked exactly as it should be. Since he was defeated by Hatenang-san's shadow clone last time, he has never provoked him. One is because they know their strengths are too far apart, and it is impossible to beat them. The second is that the movement of the world put most of his mind on Sasuke. Compared to Naruto, Asuma's heart is very choppy. He is a middle-aged man who is about to marry a wife and have children, so he is very accurate. When Hatake Nangsayang spoke, his eyes were calm and firm, as if this was not a dream, but a goal he had to accomplish sooner or later. Far beyond the maturity of peers. Coupled with the current strength of the best of the same generation. In this way, it is not difficult to think of another genius once, the man who destroyed his Uchiha family. Uchiha Itachi. Only this time, he belonged to the Haitake clan, a serious Hokage clan. This time being assigned to Asuma was also a decision made by his father Sarutobi Hiruzen. Strengthen Haitake Nangsayang's embrace of the will of fire. There is such a monster with amazing potential. Asuma smiled naturally. Aside. Hinata's eyes were more admiring. The more confident Haitake Nangsayang expresses, the brighter it shines in her eyes. Looking at the faces of several children, everyone's goal of introducing themselves and being familiar with each other has been achieved. Very well, since everyone has introduced themselves, even if they know each other, you should take care and help each other when performing tasks in the future. Now, everyone go back and prepare. We will gather here at this time tomorrow and disband. Haitake Nangsayang's heart moved upon hearing this. Meet here in the old place tomorrow. Is it possible? P.S. Here, the author continues to ask for support from everyone, and call all your flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets, except for the monthly tickets, which will be refreshed every day. Your cheering is the motivation for the author to update. Chapter 24. On the way home. Hinata couldn't help but ask Haitake Nangsayang curiously. Nangsayang-kun, what do you want to do when the teacher asks us to gather tomorrow? For what? Of course it is to grab the bell. But Haitake Nangsayang didn't plan to say it in advance, otherwise it would be a bit abrupt. I don't know, maybe it is to enhance the teamwork between us. With a smile, Haitake Nangsayang took Hinata's hand and sent it back to her house. After sending Hinata away, Haitake Nangsayang went back home to meditate. Currently, the entire template of Tsugikuni Yoriichi, only the transparent world has not been unlocked. This is the strongest, most critical, and most difficult skill. After Tanjiro awakened the transparent world, he was able to chop off the head of Akaza, the third one in one stroke. In terms of strength, it can be said that he has advanced by leaps and bounds. For the world he is currently in, the transparency of the world not only means that he can see the opponent's movements one step in advance, but can also effectively avoid the Uchiha clan's illusions. Unless Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, other Uchiha tribesmen must rely on the other person to look directly into their eyes to perform illusions. With a transparent world, Haitake Nangsayang only needs to stare at the opponent's entire body. Naturally there is no such thing as illusion. Early the next morning, Haitake Nangsayang got up early. This time, 9 out of 10 of these gatherings were to grab the bell, and he had silently planned for this. Unexpectedly, Hinata was waiting at the door of his house. Hinata? Why are you here? Seeing Hinata's Haitake Nangsayang at the door of the house was still quite shocked. Hinata held a bento in his hand and said twitchingly. I'm worried that Mr. Asuma will let us receive high-intensity training today, and Nangsayang-kun will not be able to eat well, so I prepared a lunchbox in advance and brought it to you. That's what I said, but it didn't explain why you came to my door. Hinata obviously knew that his words were not persuasive. A girl's house voluntarily ran to the man's house. The protagonist is still Konoha's current #1 princess, and speaking out will definitely cause an uproar. However, she would not admit the fact that she missed Haitake Nangsayang too much, so she couldn't help but come and look for him when she woke up. Haitake Nangsayang, who saw through the girl's mind, didn't break, and pulled her hand with a warm smile. He couldn't help but break up and hugged Hinata into his arms, whispering in her ear. Thank you, Hinata. Suddenly, the girl's blush reached the roots of her ears, and she was deeply buried in the boy's arms. A beautiful scene. Happily staged under the firstborn sun. It seems that everyone has arrived quite early. When Asuma arrived, they found that all three were already there. Ms. Asuma, what is the purpose of our gathering today? Are you going to perform a big task? Naruto looked at Asuma, gearing up, trying to do a lot of work. Haha, it's a bit too early for you to perform the task now, and it's still the stage where we are getting in touch with each other. When you were at the ninja school before, although you got along day and night, you never fought side by side. You need to get in touch with each other for tacit understanding and cooperation. At this point, Asuma paused. So, our task today is this. As he said, he took a small bell from his pocket. Sure enough. Heitake Nanksayan, who was calmly watching all this, was prepared for a long time, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. Naruto scratched his head. Bells. Huh? Teacher, what is this going to do? Let each of us wear a bell around our neck as an accessory. Puff. Hinata couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, and Asuma couldn't help laughing. Haha, Naruto, you are really imaginative. This bell is not used as a jewelry for you, there is only one. Your task today is to grab the bell from my hand. Looking at the little bell that Asuma was holding in his hand, Naruto's eyes widened. Teacher, Heitake Nanksayan looked at Asuma, you mean to run the cooperation between us, let us cooperate? Worthy of being the chief student, just 1 point. Asuma looked at him appreciatively and nodded. Now I'll give you 30 minutes to discuss the tactics. If you can successfully grab the bell from my hand, I promise to invite you to eat barbecue in the evening. Yeah. As soon as he heard the barbecue, Naruto's eyes lit up. Soon, Asuma left briefly, leaving only the three of them on the scene. How to do it? Naruto rubbed his hands and looked at Heitake Nanksayan and Hinata enthusiastically. Hinata naturally looked at Heitake Nanksayan, and now Hinata is dominating everything with him. I have 2 plans here. Heitake Nanksayan looked at them and stretched out 2 fingers. I'm 100% sure to grab the bell for every plan. As for which one, you choose. 2. Naruto confused his eyes, as expected of Nanksayan-kun, it's amazing, then you can tell me which 2 options are. Usually optimistic but optimistic, he still quite recognizes the strength of Heitake Nanksayan. Hinata also looked at Heitake Nanksayan curiously. First of all, you 2 will cooperate for me to distract Teacher Asuma's attention, and then I will grab the sword by myself. After pondering for a while, Heitake Nanksayan said. Naruto was dumbfounded. That's it? Isn't this the equivalent of saying that you 2 are salted fish and waiting for me to carry it? Naruto is naturally unwilling to do it. Another. What about the other method? Heitake Nanksayan looked at Naruto, who was anxious, and smiled mysteriously. The whole person stood up and looked at him condescendingly. The other way is that you 2 lie down, I and Asuma teacher are singled out. Chapter 25. Naruto looked up at Heitake Nanksayan blankly, already stunned. Nanksayan-kun, you want to? Do you want to single out Mr. Asuma? He pointed at Heitake Nanksayan with trembling fingers and asked, his face full of incredible. Sarutobi Asuma. That's no ordinary person. As the son of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is stronger than the average jonin. Even Naruto, who is extremely arrogant and confident, understands that according to the normal rhythm of practice, it will be difficult to beat the teacher one-on-one for a few years. Yes. Without much explanation, Heitake Nanksayan left this sentence and left. Naruto and Hinata were left in a daze. After a long time. Only then did Naruto react and shouted at his back. No? Do you really want to come alone? Asuma squatted beside the stake and smoked a cigarette comfortably. It is not the first time for him to bring genin who has just graduated. The tradition of snatching the bell has been passed down since his father 3rd generation taught Master Sunin. This is also a familiar road. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, he put down the cigarette in his mouth. Is the discussion finally finished? After thinking about how to grab it from me, Hatake Nanxian, why are you alone? Hatake Nanxian slowly raised his head, staring at him with an extremely handsome face, grinning to reveal the brilliant white fang. Yes, I am alone. Words fall. Clang. The sound of the sword being unsheathed sounded, and Hatake Nanxian had already rushed up with a stride. Good guys. Asuma never expected this guy to be so bold, and he really dared to rush up by himself. Seeing the faint smile on his face, somehow, Asuma's heart really jumped. Clang. The kunao moment of the trait collided with Hatake Nanxian's knife. Aroused a dazzling spark. Brilliant sparks splashed all the way from the knife, stirring between the two. This strength. Asuma suddenly discovered that the kid in front of him was so powerful that he was able to make a knife. Can actually suppress his kunao with the blade. You must know that the longer the force fulcrum, the higher the force required. Asuma holds a short and powerful force to resist the attack. It must be far less than the force of holding a knife to suppress the opponent. In other words, in this first round of confrontation, Hatake Nanxian's power won. Teacher, don't get distracted, there is the next trick. Of course, Hatake Nanxian did not expect to solve a powerful jonin with a single blow. Withdraw the blade with his backhand. Then I picked it up naturally. The target was aimed at Asuma's face and it was about to be scratched. Yes, very good reaction ability. Of course Asuma saw Nanxian's movements and couldn't help but praise him. Wind style. Wind blade. After a step backward, Asuma didn't support it. Since he was at a disadvantage in strength and his speed was not stronger than that of the opponent, it was wrong to treat Hatake Nanxian as an ordinary child. When you come up, you will directly release your own housekeeping skills. Wind blade. The pale blue chakra haunted his traits without winding, making a buzzing sound. Wind style's strong cutting characteristics indicate that as long as it is touched by it, it will definitely be divided into two. Asuma, who had used his housekeeping skills, just smiled, and the next second, a strong heart palpitations came. Boom. Slash. Amazing slash. I saw a huge fire dragon roaring. With a layer of arc-shaped sword energy, wrapped in the sword pressure of nothing but slashing, it cut across. When the sword energy came over, Asuma's hairs stood up. This dangerous feeling. If you don't escape, you will be seriously injured if you die. Asuma avoided in time, he saw Hatake Nanxian calmly holding the knife and looking at him. The horror in Asuma's heart can no longer be described in words. I had already overestimated my talented disciple, but when I met today, I realized that I still underestimated the opponent far. Fire style. Dust hidden technique. A puff of smoke was spit out from Asuma's mouth, and it suddenly became huge, killing Hatake Nanxian with scorching hotness. The second type of breath of the sun blue sky. Hatake Nanxian calmly watched the huge smoke rushing towards him, whispering softly. A top-down slash in the hand. Instead of fighting head-on. Pouch. The violent impact boomed. The other two people who were watching were shocked. Will Nanxian-kun be dangerous? Hinata clutched her chest and said a little worried. Naruto turned his head up and rushed to the battlefield. On the other side. After Hatake Nanxian offset Asuma's dust concealment, he suddenly sensed something was wrong with the surrounding environment. At this time. Brush. A light blue blade of light cut to him from behind, and chakra waved wildly on it. Hatake Nanxian, who is keenly aware of this, can avoid it at any time, but he understands that it can be avoided temporarily, but if you want to hide from the bell, you must find another way. Otherwise, he would be the first to exhaust himself. Madara pattern. Open. With a movement in his heart, The black Madara pattern on his forehead suddenly reddened and became hot, and then walked over Haetakenang Sayang's entire right cheek. Haetakenang Sayang, whose physical fitness has increased dramatically, smiled at the corner of his mouth, standing still and letting Asuma attack. Bang! Haetakenang Sayang's body turned into a wooden stake under Asuma's attack and disappeared in place. Body replacement technique. The breath of the sun 7 types. Yang Huitu. Asuma's ground cracked, and a knife from top to bottom with a circular flame pierced his neck directly. This is. In shock, Asuma tried his best to avoid it. He bent down and squatted, his eyes wrinkled slightly, and his whole body was ready for the next round of offense and defense. Never again dare to look down upon this disciple. Haetakenang Sayang has proven his strength and talent with strength. This is a genius who is not inferior to Uchiha Itachi. I found the treasure. While shocked, he sighed. While Asuma was still guarding against Haetakenang Sayang's movements, the latter retracted the sword. Draw the knife into the sheath. Haetakenang Sayang looked at him with a smile, and it was the bell in his hand. Teacher, I have already grabbed the bell. When? Asuma was taken aback when he saw the bell in his hand, and hurriedly searched for him, and found that it was no longer there. Thinking about it again, it suddenly dawned on me. It turned out to be taking advantage of the body replacement technique, and then attacking with an offensive feint below. In fact, it was already a bell on his waist. This calculation. How careful is it? Asuma was numb. Haetakenang Sayang gave him the shock, so he didn't know what to say. Here. Hinata and Naruto are just about coming. At a glance, I found a mess on the scene. Grunt. The sound of swallowing hard sounded. Naruto tremblingly asked again with his fingers on the messy ground. Nang Sayang-kun, these are all the movement caused by you fighting the teacher? So was the explosion just now? Haetakenang Sayang walked to Hinata's side, stroked her hair gently, showing the bell in her back hand. Of course, I have already got the bell, just waiting for Mr. Asuma to invite us to eat barbecue. Naruto still looked at Asuma in disbelief, but found that the latter nodded helplessly. This means that a genin who has just graduated successfully defeated at least one jonin. Naruto said. His worldview has collapsed. Chapter 26. Asuma kept its promise and took everyone to Konoha's most luxurious yakiniku restaurant. Originally, he was a little worried about meeting other jonin, such as Hong, Gai, Kakashi, and others. But when he got there, he realized that he was thinking too much. Apart from himself, which jonin will lose to a genin who just graduated? Everyone sat on their seats and excitedly ordered a few luxurious packages. Seeing Asuma's purse bleeding, his face looked unlovable, he was obviously still in a heavy blow. Haetakenang Sayang pondered for a while, still speaking. Teacher, I think it is necessary to communicate briefly with you. Huh? Asuma looked up at her enchanting student. How to say? For Haetakenang Sayang, he has already paid enough attention to it, so he began to humbly ask for advice. Haetakenang Sayang smiled slightly, the smile on his face confident and sunny. It's very simple, teacher, your path is wrong. With these words, both Naruto and Hinata were in shock. Hiss. The two were dumbfounded. Asuma was also stunned. It's just a mere graduating little boy who dares to say to Jonin and his instructor that you are on the wrong track. Nang Sayang-kun. Hinata pulled Haetakenang Sayang's sleeve anxiously. Naruto also looked at them back and forth at a loss. Unexpectedly, instead of being angry, Asuma looked at Haetakenang Sayang solemnly. The scorching eyes seemed to be humbly asking for advice. Hinata and Naruto were shocked. It's very simple, Haetakenang Sayang took a slice of the roast after it was ready. If I'm not mistaken about your attributes, you are biased towards wind attributes, right? That is wind style. When fighting just now, sir, you just had a good melee method. Wind blade, I can feel the sharpness of chakra attached to it. If this is the case, why do you need to study other ninjutsu? What Heitei Nanksyang refers to is fire style and so on. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's template is as high as 1/3 of him. He already has a talent that surpasses most people in this world, and he can see the flaws at a glance. Coupled with the understanding of the plot, Asuma lost to the undead duo and sacrificed heroically. So Heitei Nanksyang dare to give his own opinions confidently. What do you mean? Asuma looked at Heitei Nanksyang hesitantly, feeling a little moved and a little uncertain. Yes, I think the teacher himself feels that erudition is not as good as specialization. If the amount of chakra is not so good, and the energy is not so much, it is better to carry forward a ninjutsu to ultimate. Ultimate for ordinary things will have extraordinary effects. It's like the sword in my hand. Cut everything, everything is unbreakable, nothing is unbreakable. Bang. Heitei Nanksyang slammed the saber around his waist on the table. This loud noise awakened other diners as well as Asuma. A common thing, to be ultimate, does it have extraordinary effects? Asuma repeatedly savored these words in his heart, reminding him of the first half of his life. Young and crazy, I don't know the so-called. I also wanted to find my own jade, and went to be a guard for a few years. It seems that the experience is rich, in fact, each baron is vulnerable. So, is my path really wrong? I should specialize in wind-style ninjutsu, carry forward this type of ninjutsu, and study it to the extreme. The more I thought about it, the more excited Asuma seemed to have found his way in life, and his eyes lit up. Bang! Sarutobi Asuma stood up with a thud. Then, under the incredible gaze of Hinata and Naruto, he bowed heavily to Heitei Nanksyang. Thank you, Nanksyang-kun. Hinata and Naruto opened their mouths wide and stared, looking at Heitei Nanksyang in disbelief. No, right? Teacher Asuma actually bowed to Nanksyang. The latter ate the barbecue calmly. It seems that this is just a trivial matter. What he said just now was not false, but a fair opinion based on facts and omnipotent prerequisites. Ninja. No need for a lot of fancy ninjutsu. Naruto next to it is the best example. A raise-non, play for you, can make the plot end. Asuma's wind blade is as sharp as the later spiral shuriken, why can't it be developed to ultimate? At that time, one sword-breaking Suzuo is not a dream. After that, everyone finally started to eat barbecue lively. Asuma watched Heitei Nanksyang happily while paying attention to the grease on his beard. Such a genius boy, he has found a treasure. There is a comparison between Jonin. Usually, the number of tasks performed by BB, the difficulty, and who performs more S-level tasks. Later, the position of BB was higher and more attention was paid by the village. Of course. Guy's kind of alternative is another thing. This time I divided into classes and each served as the instructor Jonin teacher, and everyone Jonin was suffocating in his heart. Now it seems that he is determined to win. Even Kakashi, who is assigned to Sasuke, is definitely not his opponent. Thinking of looking at him with admiration for teaching such an excellent disciple, Asuma's heart blossomed with joy. I sang a song unconsciously. Long Grieglan, yelling. Chapter 27. After eating the barbecue, everyone went home. Heitei Nanksyang continued to practice swords without exception. Hinata hasn't had much time recently because of family affairs, and he is reluctant to part with Heitei Nanksyang. Naruto looked around blankly as everyone scattered, and went home dejectedly. In just a few days of getting along, he has become accustomed to following Heitei Nanksyang's back, watching his daily life with Hinata tenderly. Now, there is only one person left. Naruto office building. Boom boom boom. Please come in. The calm voice of third generation came from inside the door. As soon as he walked in, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the front of the desk with great concentration. "It's Asuma, why come to me to sit down?" Third Hokage looked at his son in surprise. "My father, I'm here to report to you the situation of my team." Asuma is straight to the point. "Well, you mean to say that Naruto guy, right? Naughty is a little bit naughty, but..." Before third generation's words were finished, he was interrupted by his own son. "No, I'm not talking about Naruto, but another child, no less inferior to Itachi and Kakashi's genius." Asuma recalled the battle during the day, her eyes glowing. Third generation suddenly. "You mean Hatake Nanxiang? This kid Kakashi has always mentioned to me that many of the divisions were changed for him this time, and cultivated well. It is already a rare genius to defeat Chunin at this age. I hope he will not follow in Kakashi's footsteps and become a pillar under the leaf. More than that, all of us underestimated him." Asuma interrupted suddenly, a little excited. His strength is not only Chunin level, he has even been able to beat me. Hatake Nanxiang, this is a rare genius in the world." Third Hokage's face suddenly changed, and he stood up from his seat all of a sudden. "What? You said he was able to beat you? This is impossible. A child who is only 12 years old and just graduated from a ninja school, a genin, how could he beat you Jonin? Are you unwell?" Asuma headed away. "That is to underestimate the enemy. It was a bit at first, but it won't be there later." His third generation returned to his seat, smoking a pipe clattering. "You mean, Hatake Nanxiang was upright and beat you head on?" Seeing his father Third Hokage's serious expression, Asuma stood up solemnly. "Yes, father, although we stopped midway, I have an intuition that that is not all of Hatake Nanxiang's strength." The father and son looked at each other, and third generation could see the unprecedented seriousness in his son's eyes. "Genius, another genius. As Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen can think of more profound things. Kakashi became Jonin at the age of 12. Hatake Nanxiang defeated his son at the age of 12. To some extent, the latter is better. The Hatake family really gave us a big surprise." He sighed somewhat complicatedly. With the death of White Fang, the Konoha executives remained silent. So third generation has always felt ashamed of Hatake's family. But what I didn't expect was that after the death of White Fang, two stunning geniuses appeared in succession. Had it not been for Kakashi's huge setback midway, his achievements are definitely not limited to the elite Jonin level. Well, where is the upper limit of Hatake Nanxiang's future? Pinnacle Jonin? Cage level strong? Or maybe shoulder to shoulder first generation Senju Hashirama adult? Both father and son realized this at the same time. "Asuma, from now on, you must strictly protect the child Nanxiang. If anyone with ill-conceived intentions tries to approach him, you must report it to me in time. I have a hunch that Konoha's future is likely to change because of this child." Third Hokage said decisively. Asuma immediately took his father's words firmly in his heart. "Yes. Hokage-sama." Asuma said the name of Lord Hokage. It means that he has not only regarded him as an entrustment from a family member, but also as an important task for the whole village. When leaving, Asuma suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, father, I decided to change my path, not to be distracted to learn other ninjutsu, but to specialize in wind style and become a master in this area. For a long time, I have been confined to the aura of my father, Dr. Ninjutsu, and take it for granted that good ninjas are just like you, with more masters and stronger ninjutsu. But now I find that, regardless of your own situation, blindly seeking everything is not a good thing, but it will harm yourself." After saying this, Asuma left without looking back. The third generation's heart is full of waves. Why didn't he care about the path of his two sons? But in the past, it was because of too much control that the relationship between him and Asuma was actually not harmonious. Now, Asuma can actually realize this truth. After the battlefield, the experienced third generation does not understand that the son of his has probably found his own way. In other words, he found the real Jade. All this happened suddenly in this short period of time after the division. Except Epiphany. There is only another possibility. Third generation already had speculations in his mind. Yes, that kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the window, secretly watching the back of his son leaving downstairs. P.S. Thank you, listen to Yukshuan, the reader, for your reward and support. This book has already been contracted, so you can rest assured and make various requests by the way. Chapter 28. In recent days, Heitake Nanksyang is meditation besides practicing sword. The understanding of the transparent world is not just a mere change of vision. To be more precise, it is mindful. The mind eye thing, when it gets bigger, it involves Tao. Speaking smaller, it's just feeling. The normal way to open the transparent world is, when people are extremely tired, they endure the pain of ultimate and break through the dual limits of mind and body. It can make the real world transparent and visible in the mind. From this point of view, the transparent world is, in the final analysis, a special force. The same is true for Sheri-nan. The Uchiha people experience a strong emotional impact, and a powerful chakra will flow from the brain into the eyes. So, meditation is the best way to improve your mental strength. On the other side, dim root base. Danzo sat on the main seat, his whole person in darkness. There are several root ninjas kneeling down below. How about those children on the list? A gloomy voice came from above. The root ninja below lowered his head. Reporter, the targets are all under surveillance. Among them, Suzuki trains the most hard and Heitake Nanksyang is the most special. Yeah. Danzo's face was calm. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen have an agreement. Ninja school's child, he can't move any of them. Therefore, he tolerated till now. To be specific, according to the following report, Suzuki has been doing special training under Kakashi, and I heard that Sheri-nan has evolved again. The other children are ordinary, nothing special. It's... What is it? Danzo's voice was raised a bit. It's Heitake Kakashi's cousin, Heitake Nanksyang, a child who lives alone every day, and is closer to the princess of the Hyuga family. Listening to the report at hand, Danzo's eyelids jumped a few times. I'm asking about strength. Its potential. It's not an emotional game between these children. Danzo looked at it with cold eyes, and the anger made the ninja below tremble, and then immediately added, "My lord. This is Heitake Nanksyang. According to our observations, he does not practice ninjutsu and only has two things a day, sword practice and meditation. Once, our people saw with their own eyes that Heitake Nanksyang was able to emit a 10-meter-long sword aura. The sword aura set off a terrible shockwave and smashed a mountain. Even, there are attribute changes in the sword aura." Danzo finally became interested when he heard this. Suzuki has experienced the grief of extermination, with hatred in his heart. It is not surprising that he worked hard. Plus, on the night of Uchiha's genocide, Danzo sent people to search a lot of Sheri-nan, and he was a real big family. As long as Suzuki hasn't grown to the point of Mangekyo Sheri-nan, it's not worth mentioning. Sword energy more than 10 meters long? A genin who just graduated? He got up from his position and walked back and forth, thoughtfully. "My lord, there's more. The ninja below doesn't seem to be finished." "Say. My lord, our people, seem to have been discovered by him a long time ago. It's just that Heitake Nanksyang didn't expose it. That feeling." The man carefully recalled the scene at the time. It feels like Heitake Nanksyang saw a mouse peeping in the shadows. It is not worth his general disdain. Interesting. Another Konoha's white fang? One of Danzo's exposed eyes shined brightly. It's not that he hasn't met such a proud child for so many years. Whether it used to be Itaki or Kakashi. Even if it is from the Hokage family, let alone Haitake Nanksayan hasn't grown up, even if the original Konoha's white fang had not been played by Danzo between applause. No one can escape his influence. The same goes for this Haitake Nanksayan now. Thinking of this, Danzo brushed his sleeves. Very well, in the future, we will strictly monitor this child and report all the details of him 24 hours a day to me. I want to understand this child in every detail. Yes. The root ninja below clasped his fists and replied in a deep voice. Seeing Danzo leaving behind, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haitake Nanksayan discovered that the unknown ninja had been watching him for a long time. The breath of those people was like a yellow light in front of him who tried to meditate and awaken through the world through extreme training. Don't be too conspicuous. The reason for training as usual was ignored. Just because there is no need for it. In Konoha's 1/3 acre of land, geniuses can't escape Danzo's prying eyes. Instead of entangled, it is better to ignore them as rats hiding in the dirty ground. Besides, he is quite sure that third generation will not sit back and let Danzo do whatever he wants. The previous layout has fully demonstrated its potential and value. Whether it is to compensate the Haitake clan, third generation is for the village. Will temporarily protect themselves. This is why Haitake Nanksayan took the initiative to show his strength in front of Asuma. Of course, he is not afraid of the 3 abuse methods. But to have a clean cultivation environment is what I need. Haha. Thinking of Danzo's dark face, Haitake Nanksayan, who must still be coveting his talents in his dream, laughed. He rubbed the saber in his hand, gently. Come on, monster, with this sword in your hand. I will let you come back and forth. Boom. The crimson sword energy was horizontal for 100 meters, and it cut away at a speed. With a loud noise, all the big trees in the depths of the forest bell in front of them burst. It shattered into sawdust and flew all over the sky, shining with starlight under the burning of flames. Several inaudible muffled noises sounded. Subsequently, she also dared not speak out. Haitake Nanksayan retracted the knife into its sheath, looking as if nothing had happened. Only the corner of the mouth shows a playful smile. Chapter 29. Since the division into classes, many former classmates have seen less. Under the leadership of their respective instructors, Jonin, they are training. Some of the fast-moving ones, such as the 7th class led by Kakashi, are said to have started their tasks. This makes Naruto envious. I pester Asuma every day to ask when our class can perform the task. But Asuma always puffed out cigarettes, smiled and told him immediately. This one is right away. It's nearly a month. Haitake Nanksayan didn't care about this at all. The so-called experience and money that can increase by performing tasks are not tempting for him at all. Far better than practicing swords alone. What he cares about now is the recent changes in Hinata. Although she can still feel her gentle care every day, Haitake Nanksayan, who is keen-minded, still feels that Hinata feels a little lost in her heart. Any worries lately? He took the sword off and sat next to Hinata, who was standing alone. Huh? Nanksayan-kun, it's nothing, just something to do. Hinata looked at Haitake Nanksayan who was approaching suddenly, her face flushed and her hands swayed helplessly. Upset. After simply calculating the time, Haitake Nanksayan knew it. Is it Hanabi? This is the only thing that annoys the gentle Hinata so much. Hinata opened his eyes wide, wondering why Haitake Nanksayan guessed so accurately. Looking at the weak Hinata, Haitake Nanksayan felt a little distressed. He stroked Hinata's hair tenderly, fingers past her delicate cheeks. Look at me, Hinata. Domineering yet gentle command. Nangxian-kun. Hinata looked at Hatake Nangxian's eyes shyly. Shy, she never dared to look straight into the eyes of the person she liked. But under Hatake Nangxian's order, she forced herself to look at him dodgingly. The flawless face was reflected in Hatake Nangxian's pupils, the pure white eyes, the snow-white delicate skin, and the slightly widened mouth with doubts. Hinata's eyes widened. In the next second, Hatake Nangxian was held in his arms domineeringly, and he didn't know how to place his two small hands. After a while, Hatake Nangxian smiled and looked at Hinata, and the latter couldn't help but look away. Hinata, who has never been so close, is red like a cooked crab from his neck up. Almost fainted. Taking Hinata into his arms, Hatake Nangxian stroked her back. Whispered to her in my ear. Hinata, rest assured, I will always stand in front of you and protect you from all wind and rain. The whispered words of love rang in her ears, as if a bone slapped on her heart. Pause time. A strong sweetness instantly filled Hinata's heart. With Hatake Nangxian's firm commitment, it seems that there is no trouble in the world. For the first time, she wanted to be firmer. Hinata tried to restrain her shyness, and looked at Hatake Nangxian's eyes with some dodge. Nodded vigorously. Huh. What are these two guys doing? It's weird. Hey. You don't practice well, what are you doing secretly here? Say, have you discussed it, and don't take me to eat something delicious at night. Naruto opened his puzzled eyes and ran over here. Haha. Hinata lowered his head and smiled embarrassedly, and this scene fell in Hatake Nangxian's eyes. Suddenly a poem came to his mind. The gentleness of bowing the head is the most, which is better than the shyness of the water lotus flower that cannot beat the cool breeze. Come back. Yeah, Naruto, we have already negotiated to eat ramen, so how about not bringing you? Hearing Hatake Nangxian uttering these words confidently, Naruto was furious. You are actually carrying me without taking me, damn it. Seeing Naruto jumping up and down, almost blowing his beard and staring, Hatake Nangxian felt very interesting. But Hinata has a kind personality and can't bear to bully Naruto, so he stood up and said. Okay, bring you, when the time comes, the two of us will invite you to eat 10 bowls of ramen, okay? Naruto turned his anger upon hearing this, but he didn't feel surprised. Only vaguely, he felt that Hinata and Nangxian-kun's we two terms seemed a bit wrong. It's his responsibility. Someone will treat you to eat. Oh yeah. Long live. I want to call Mrs. Asuma, and the four of us will go there together. With that said, Naruto hurriedly ran to find someone. In the evening. Good. Your pork bone ramen. The uncle handed a few ramen noodles and brought them to the table with a smile. It's great, it smells so good. I'm going to start. Naruto folded his hands in excitement, and couldn't wait to start eating. Asuma and Hinata Hatake Nangxian both smiled and looked at Naruto. Tomorrow, Master Naruto called us over. Lighting a cigarette, Asuma said to Hatake Nangxian. Tomorrow? Hatake Nangxian nodded calmly. He calculated in his mind. Tomorrow, it should be the time for their group, the 10th class, to officially carry out the task. Chapter 30. When eating ramen last night, Naruto finally waited for the time to guide the task together. On the spot, he threw away his chopsticks excitedly, and the noodle soup spilled all over the table. This night. It seems extra long. With excitement and fantasy, Ishine tried to catch up with Sasuke's Naruto and finally fell asleep. Vertical sun. As soon as the sky got rid of the haziness, an orange figure could be seen waiting anxiously. Naruto, I didn't expect you to wake up so early. Hatake Nangxian smiled and greeted him. I usually practice swords by myself, and I always come first. Today was the first time that Naruto got ahead. Of course. Today is the day we perform our mission for the first time, of course we must prepare well. Nanxian-kun, what do you think of me? Isn't it handsome? Naruto twisted her body ostentatiously and pointed her thumb at her clothes. Very handsome. Hatake Nanxian's brows trembled a few times. Looking at Naruto's confident look, no one really had the heart to tell the truth. It's a shame. After all, Uzumaki Naruto's life is still difficult. It is estimated that this new set of clothes cost him a lot of savings. Nanxian-kun. From a distance, Hinata's soft voice came, jogging all the way to Hatake Nanxian, and then quietly bowed his head and stood still. Seeing a big light bulb next to her, she said embarrassedly. Good morning, Naruto. Naruto touched his head and turned back embarrassedly. So are you, Hinata? Just then, a whiff of smoke came. Hinata wrinkled her cute nose. Hello. Children. Before anyone arrives, Asuma's hearty laughter arrives first. Good morning, Mr. Asuma. Good morning. Naruto and Hinata both said hello respectfully, and Hatake Nanxian also nodded. Morning. Since we have arrived, we will take you to receive our first mission. Led by Asuma, a group of people came to the Hokage building. The first task arrangement was still arranged by third generation. In the office, third Hokage took a close look at Hatake Nanxian for the first time. He looked at him with old eyes, full of satisfaction. As expected to be from the Hatake family, very good, very good. Having said 2 in a row was good, third generation couldn't help but nod while watching. Hatake Nanxian's face was indifferent, his eyes and nose were caring, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. Just nodded slightly to show politeness. Regarding his behavior, neither Asuma nor third generation have any opinions. Genius. It's normal to be arrogant. Hello. Grandpa third generation, when will I assign a task? We have been standing for a long time. Naruto watched third generation only pay attention to Hatake Nanxian, and did not take them to heart at all, and yelled with dissatisfaction. Hee, I will assign tasks to you. Quest skills are all in a basket of scrolls. From S level to F level, they are classified separately. The tasks assigned to the graduated genin team cannot be too high or too low. So, third generation took a copy from the C-level mission scroll. This is an escort mission, escorting a civilian to the Namibia. The difficulty is medium. Asuma, I will leave it to you. Holding the pipe in his mouth, a scroll was passed from third generation's hand to Asuma's hand. Escort mission? The country of waves. Hatake Nanxian was taken aback. Has my own coach's flapping wings have such a profound impact? However, if it comes, let it go. Soon, Hatake Nanxian's expression returned to normal, just as usual. When everyone arrived in the hall, an old man was called over. Dazna. The initiator of this mission. Dazna looked at the several ninjas in front of him with some guilty conscience, they were all escorting himself. He knew that bearded man, but Konoha Hokage-sama's son. Another shy girl, the pure whiteness in her eyes indicates that she is the child of the Hyuga family, Konoha's most powerful family. There is another one. The flaming red coat and the tall ponytail are so handsome, the whole temperament is like a prominent teenager, and it looks even more extraordinary. As for Naruto, he was automatically ignored. The lineup is very strong at first glance. But the stronger the lineup, the more guilty he is. Even Hinata's pure eyesight was ultimate, he didn't dare to look at each other. For fear of being seen by it. Hatake Nanxian, who knew Dazna was careful, stared at Dazna coldly for a while, then ignored him. Just an indifferent ordinary person. What he was thinking about was, the opponent who is about to face Ghost will not cut again, and the very kind and sad White. An opponent who can entangle Kakashi. The strength of not cutting is naturally beyond doubt. As Wu Ying's rebellious, fierce personality, he will definitely be an excellent adversary for training. Fighting against it again is definitely not on par with other people in the village. He is the perfect testing tool. I can really see where I am now. Haitake Nangxian, who had not really fought a life-to-death fight, suddenly felt his whole body warm up. The blood flow in the body accelerates, and the breathing is heavy. Looking forward to it? Let's go. Asuma didn't see any abnormalities at all. I thought it was an ordinary sea-level task, which could be solved easily. In Naruto's cheers, Dasuna was in a guilty conscience. The 10th class finally greeted their first task. Chapter 31. Remember, as a ninja, you must always perform tasks first. We want to. On the way, Asuma, who felt the task was easy, took the opportunity to explain the essence of the ninja to the 10th class. Hinata Naruto listened carefully, and Dasuna was worried and seemed a little absent-minded. If we are on the battlefield, we must always hide our whereabouts and deal with the traces of our passing at any time. This is very effective whether we are chasing or retreating. Asuma is very serious about explaining some ninja knowledge to everyone. For the first time, the content that could only be seen in the books of the ninja school was used in practice for the first time. Except for Haitake Nangxian, they are still very active. Naruto even asks a few questions from time to time. For example, "Teacher, why don't we take the main road, but the trail? Isn't it more dangerous to take a trail?" Looking at Naruto's curious eyes, Asuma said solemnly, "You have a good question. There has always been controversy in the major villages about the issue of whether the escort mission takes the road or the trail. But the common practice is to take the trail. Because the official road, the avenue, does pass through many big cities and towns. Although you have not yet come into contact with it, you have to believe that the world of ninjas is full of cruelty and darkness. Some fugitive ninjas and rebels are extremely cruel in their hearts and methods. A little carelessness will hurt innocent people." Listening to Asuma righteously speaking these truths, Naruto suddenly fell silent. He was originally lively and chirping all the way, his whole face was quite dim. Haitake Nangxian looked at it with some doubts. "Nangxian-kun, do you think all ninjas in the world are divided into good and bad guys?" Listening to Naruto's question, Haitake Nangxian frowned and shook his head. "The world of ninjas. Except for the psychological pervert, you can't tell right from wrong. Either Danzo or third generation, whether it is for tactics or selfish desires, he will die for the village in the end. In the distant future, what is Obito and Madara? Everyone practices their own forbearance. After all, strength speaks. In a world respected by force, whoever has a big fist will master the truth. But, does Naruto really understand these?" Naruto asked himself again. "Nangxian-kun, since I was a child, they all said that I was the child of the fox demon, they spit at me at every turn, and they don't play with me, throwing stones on me. But I can feel that the uncles and aunts in the village, many of them are also kind people, and there are people who like me like Uncle Il. So, one day, I hope to be recognized by everyone. Become the person loved by the whole village. Become the Hokage respected by the whole village." Naruto suddenly cheered up. "Nangxian-kun has always been so good, even Sasuke is not your opponent. The teachers praise you every day, and the elders are full of praise when they mention you. You must not understand these things, right?" Naruto suddenly wilted again. Hearing these words, every sentence seemed to be Naruto pulling out of his heart, and Haitake Nangxian was taken aback. He stayed in place in a daze. For a long time. He smashed Naruto's yellow hair indiscriminately with his hands, and smiled gently. I believe in you, Naruto. I believe you are not a fox demon, you are a hero's child. Looking at Hatake Nanksayan's rare smile, Naruto was also stunned. Subsequently, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. This uncle is the man who will become Hokage in the future. You have to be careful, I will definitely surpass you in the future. Become the strongest man in the 10th class. Seeing Naruto regaining his emotions and looking arrogantly akimbo, Hatake Nanksayan smiled lightly, then banged his head with the scabbard. Oh. It hurts. Nanksayan-kun, you wait. Naruto clutched his head and rushed forward with teeth and claws, but he couldn't catch the slightest hair of Hatake Nanksayan. Hurry for most of the day. The sun has hung high. The small path of the sheep's intestines is full of dirt and small rocks. There are only a few small puddles that nobody cares about. Asuma glanced twice, his eyes moved slightly. Hatake Nanksayan walked to Hinata's side, took her soft little hand and whispered in her ear. Come on to the teacher. Hinata didn't know it, but because it was Hatake Nanksayan, I did. Naruto walked in front alone, humming with his head up with his hands on his pillow, and he couldn't see the violent fluctuations in his emotions before. A breeze blew by. Wow! The sound of water sounded abruptly. It just didn't attract extra attention. Suddenly, two cold lights suddenly appeared. Two ninjas wearing black masks sneaked out of the puddle just now, holding their swords. There was a grinning laugh. They aimed at Dasna, Hatake Nanksayan, and others who were passing by. A cruel color flashed in his eyes. Hey, accept. The death word of suffering death has yet to be said in the future. Puff. Puff. Fast. Very fast. A sword light that exceeded the limit of the naked eye swept across the two of them. The movement of waving a knife in their hands was just half completed, and their eyes were wide open in disbelief. The lower body has been completely separated from the upper body. Instantaneously, the blood splattered and splashed all over the floor. Hatake Nanksayan had a knife hanging down in his hand, and red blood dripped from it to the ground. Ah! Dasna was scared with bloodshot eyes at this scene, and his trembling body was a little stiff. Asuma was the first to rush forward to check, pulling out her own traits, and continuing to be alert to her surroundings. No teacher, no one is there anymore. Wiping the blade, Hatake Nanksayan lowered his head and said lightly. You found them long ago. Asuma's eyes were not very calm. Hinata also rushed over at this time, looking anxiously to see if Hatake Nanksayan's body was injured. Naruto's mouth grew wide, fingering the two corpses on the ground, speechless. For Asuma's words, Hatake Nanksayan calmly Kaido. How can there be a puddle in such a big sun and such a dry ground for no reason? In fact, this is only one aspect of the reason. He plays Hatake Nanksayan, who has a lot of unlocked degrees, and his observation of the human body is beyond ordinary people. So as long as there are flesh and blood nearby, they can't escape his perception. This is why Hatake Nanksayan easily found the root ninja sent by Danzo. Asuma, who didn't know all of this, had to sigh in her heart. Good judgment. Judge the danger from the details. This kind of meticulous logic and speculation is terrifying in a 12-year-old boy. This kid is strong and tough. It was as romantic as Laozi back then, and she became a girl at a young age. He looked at Hatake Nanksayan's eyes and appreciated it more and more. P.S. Dear readers, all kinds of requests are very grateful. Chapter 32. Several people briefly probed the identities of the two sneak attack ninjas. Unfortunately, no clues were found. Therefore, all eyes were on Dasna's body. Needless to say, Dasna was clearly still in horror and fear. Hatake Nanksayan hadn't reacted in time. I'm afraid he would die. Say. What is going on with this mission? Obviously it's just an ordinary task, there is no mention of the possibility of a ninja attack, right? Asuma's face was sullen, and the feeling of being posed was very uncomfortable. No one is happy after the change. Dasuna was completely enveloped by the aura of a jonin, his teeth trembling. According to the entrustment you gave us, this is only a sea-level escort mission. Except for bandits and bandits, there is basically no danger. Moreover, according to the village's rules, once there is an attack by other ninjas, the mission is at least B-level. Asuma looked bad, and almost grabbed Dasuna's neckline and asked. Say. What else are you hiding? Under Asuma's strong pressure, Dasuna still closed his eyes tightly, as if a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Looked at him as ABD. Asuma rubbed his forehead with a headache. Subconsciously, he wanted to find Haitake Nanksayan to discuss with him. It's just the latter, but it seems to be lost in thought. Current performance, 43.56%. The illusory panel lay horizontally in front of Haitake Nanksayan, and besides that, there was a shadow that clearly came to life. Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Since more and more templates have been unlocked, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's illusory figure has become more and more solid. I didn't expect that killing a ninja would actually increase the degree of performance so much. The Tuchinin just now gave him a direct increase of % of his performance. In addition, the system prompts 1% of the extra reward for killing the opponent for the first time, and the degree of performance directly comes to half the speed. Haitake Nanksayan is very excited, and suffers from the lack of a better way to improve his role. This period of time can be described as a headache. On the one hand, all the moves of Breath of the Sun are almost unlocked. According to calculations, at that time it should have just exceeded 50% of the degree of performance. But after that, what about the other half? You know, the moment when you can increase your performance by swinging the sword in the first place has passed. As the template unlocks higher and higher, many times the next day's breath can be used to increase by 0.1%. If you really wait until the 12 sword skills of the Breath of the Sun are all unlocked, then Haitake Nanksayan himself has no way to improve. Now it's alright. Killing the opponent can increase your performance, which is equivalent to telling him in disguise. As long as you kill mobs, you can gain experience. The higher the level of mobs killed, the more experience you will gain. This moment. I have always hoped that the world would be more peaceful. Haitake Nanksayan, who allowed himself to develop steadily, suddenly looked forward to the war. I'll be able to meet again soon. This is a guy who can wrestle with the elite Jonin Kakashi. It should give me a lot of performance. Put away the saber, Haitake Nanksayan's eyes firmed up. He now expects to fight against the ghost again, and he is no longer satisfied with testing his own strength. But behead the opponent. Nanksayan-kun. Hinata next to him looked at herself nervously, Pure Byakugan's eyes were moving, full of worry. The teacher kept calling you just now. Haitake Nanksayan smiled at Asuma apologetically, and walked forward. How about it, are you a little uncomfortable? Asuma smoked a cigarette, thinking that Haitake Nanksayan's previous contemplation was because of the first murder and psychological problems. Haitake Nanksayan smiled, non-committal. Seeing the look of her own student, Asuma no longer worried. This world is extremely cruel, and the strong must have a heart of steel, so that they can carry out their forbearance and go further. The mission has obviously changed. The opponent can send this assassination type Chunin who is good at lurking from the beginning, and there will be no less follow-up assassinations. This is by no means a danger that can be achieved by a sea-level mission. What do you think? Asuma briefly reintroduced the task to Haitake Nanksayan, ready to listen carefully to his opinions. Haitake Nanksayan touched his chin with his right hand, lowered his head for a moment. Didn't that old man tell the truth? He was clear in his heart, but he had to let Dasna speak in person. That guy looks like he's not afraid of death. I just tried to ask questions, but I didn't succeed. With a puff of cigarette, Asuma frowned. Looking at Dasna, who was still standing aside with trembling legs, Hatake Nangxiang sneered. Oh, there may be people who are not afraid of death in this world, but it is definitely not you. Clang. A sword sound came from the scabbard. In a blink of an eye it was placed on Dasna's neck. Old man, I heard that you are not afraid of death, I believe it. That's right, I'm not afraid of the punishment of murder, do you believe it? The sharp blade pressed Dasna to the ground step by step until he was sweating coldly. Hatake Nangxiang held the knife in his hand, just standing and looking down at him, eyes full of indifference. Guru. There was a swallowing sound. Dasna thought of the sight of the cold boy killing Tuchanin with a single shot, the blood spurting, and Chanin's eyes were unwilling and unwilling. He was scared. I say everything. Dasna hurriedly said that he would tell the truth. Subsequently, a smile appeared on Hatake Nangxiang's face. How nice it would be to cooperate like this. The crowd gathered around Dasna in the middle. When he learned that he had offended Cardo, the rich man who controlled the entire country of waves, Naruto Hinata had no idea. Asuma felt a little melancholy. He turned his head to find Hatake Nangxiang subconsciously. I don't think it's anything. Soldiers will come to block, and water will come to cover. I believe in your strength, Mr. Asuma. Seeing Asuma looking at herself, Hatake Nangxiang shrugged, fully expressing her trust in her own guidance Jonin. Asuma heard the words and was delighted that being recognized by such an outstanding genius as Hatake Nangxiang still made him very useful. In fact, his idea is to continue to perform the task. It's just that Asuma, who thought he had mastered all the information about the mission after the change, never expected that he would encounter such a powerful betrayal as the ghost not to be cut again later. Hatake Nangxiang understood in his heart. But I didn't plan to say this. The two men had their own thoughts, and tacitly planned to continue the task. Chapter 33. As it gradually approached the territory of the Namibia, the water vapor here began to increase. Every time I breathe, I can feel the dampness slowly. The environment here is so moist, it's not comfortable at all. Naruto wrinkled his nose. Konoha is in the country of fire. Although it is not as bad as the country of wind, it is obviously a dry and sultry environment. It belongs to the land with 4 distinct seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. People who are accustomed to the environment of the village are still a little unaccustomed to the rainy season. For Naruto, this may just be a little physical discomfort, but for Hatake Nangxiang, it limited his performance. Ms. Asuma, there is too much water vapor here. Hatake Nangxiang raised his eyebrows, came to Asuma's side, looked around and said softly. Asuma nodded, discarding the cigarette that he had already smoked. This kind of environment really restricts fire-style ninjas. You and I are not good at fire-style, so you don't need to worry too much. That's what Hatake Nangxiang said, but Hatake Nangxiang still reminded him. Teacher, don't forget, here is a weakening for the fire-style ninja, but for the ninja who is good at water-style, it is a good time and place for combat environment. This sentence suddenly made Asuma alert. You mean? Seeing Hatake Nangxiang say this, Asuma no longer cares. Water vapor is permeated. It's so suitable for water-style ninjas play. Where are the most rebellious in this world? Kirigakuer. Kirigakuer, who implemented the blood fog policy, has produced too many notorious forbearances, but all of them are powerful. Have to guard. After saying these words, Hatake Nangxiang returned to Hinata's side. The main reason for reminding Asuma is to protect Hinata's safety. He is confident that he will retreat without slashing the whole body, and even win the battle. But Hinata, Naruto and the others only have Genin's strength after all, and there is danger if they don't pay attention. Can't expect them to save their own guide Jonin like the original. Go ahead. It is a densely foggy forest. Hatenang Sayang's hand holding the knife handle slowly exerted force. Naruto is in a good mood and is humming again now. Hinata secretly observes Hatenang Sayang as he walks. Asuma leads the way, plus detection. He is responsible for preventing enemy attacks after breaking. Suddenly, Hinata exclaimed, "Teacher, there is someone in front." Hinata, who turned on Byakugan, saw a figure squatting on the big tree right in front. Everyone puts out their formations and starts to be on guard. Asuma arranged the task calmly. Swish. He took the trait Konoha from his arms. The dense fog around is like being controlled by humans, and it moves around quickly. Hatenang Sayang, who has mastered the strongest breathing method, shook his head and said to Asuma, "It's not poisonous, you can breathe." Everyone panted in relief. The thick fog cleared. A huge knife was carried on a man whose mouth was covered up to his neck. With jokingly cruel eyes, he glanced at everyone under the tree, and finally landed on the leader Asuma. Whoa, that BD Kato didn't tell me that the casual escort was actually the son of Naruto of Konoha village. This is really an unexpected surprise. Ghost, don't cut it anymore. Listening to the words of not being joking, and seeing such a unique style of dressing, how can Asuma not recognize the identity of the other party, and the Kunwu hum in his hand immediately emits a blue light blade. Wind blade. Feeling the sharp chakra knives converging on his karma, he stood up without beheading, and carried the decapitating knife on his shoulders. Then violently pointed to Asuma. Killing you and bringing you back to receive the bounty must be far more than the old man in the middle. Suddenly, the mist that had already dissipated increased again, covering everyone in it. Next second, in Asuma's pupils. Suddenly, a shadow zoomed in quickly, and before he could think about it, he directly blocked the weapon across his chest. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. There was a loud noise. Asuma's chest was swept by a terrifying force. It was difficult to resist, and he instantly flew out more than 10 meters away. What an amazing power! Asuma kept knocking down the stump behind him before stopping. Ahem! Unexpectedly, under the full blow of the decapitated broadsword, the power was so great that Asuma, who was not good at power competition, was directly caught off guard. The figure that didn't cut it again stood in front of everyone. The beheading knife in his hand was obviously missing a hole. It can actually break my sword. It is worthy of being the son of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that you can only use your blood to compensate for the loss of my big sword. No longer sneered, his smile became even colder as he watched his beheaded broadsword. Whoosh! No longer rushing forward, the big knife in his hand is ready to slash towards Asuma, who is still coughing up blood in front of the tree. The broadsword kept expanding in everyone's pupils, and Asuma once again blocked Kumo in front of him. Clang! There was another loud noise. Everyone hurriedly looked around, full of worries. Just no longer cut the knife but failed to hit Asuma. In front of him, stood a boy in red. At this moment, Hatenang Sayang was standing in front of Asuma with a faint smile. Swing the knife so softly, did you come without eating? Bang! Hatenang Sayang's knife body was held up and no longer cut. With a strong foot, one kick would no longer cut into the air. During the tumbling process, he used the beheading knife to slide on the ground without cutting, and he barely stopped the backward push. He touched his chest with his hand, pain was heard, and his eyes became serious if he didn't cut it anymore. He looked carefully at the boy in red just now. Approximately Mo is younger than Bai, and his eyes are outstanding. The point is that the front of the sword blocked the full blow of his decapitating sword, and the two are simply out of proportion. And there. That kick. Is this kid a monster? Chapter 34. No longer stood up again, the big knife was inserted aside, his hands quickly sealed. Water style. Mist shinobi technique. The faint voice gradually spread in the sudden thick fog, and the diffuse fog completely obscured his figure. Asuma had already panted and came to Haitake Nankxiang's side, his face solemn. The most worrying comes. The enemy is Kirigakuru's powerful betrayal. In this environment, the power of water-style ninjutsu is at its extreme. This battle. Total disadvantage. Humans always have a biological instinct, that is, to fear the unknown. Just like fearing the darkness, the dimness blocks the sight of mankind, so mankind yearns for light. In the thick fog, everyone feels the same. His eyes were white, and the helplessness and loneliness that couldn't even catch his teammates directly enveloped everyone. Hinata has a weak look on her face. She is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. She can't adapt to this rhythm at this moment. For the first time to perform a mission without the protection of the family, she encountered such a terrifying murderer. Confusion and fear climbed into her heart. He held her with both hands. Warm, generous, even with a lot of cocoon skin left by training. Nankxiang-kun. Hinata said in surprise. Immediately, all fear, confusion, and unknown disappeared in this hand. Although she couldn't see Nankxiang-kun's figure, she understood that Haitake Nankxiang was always there. With him, I feel relieved. Don't worry, I have everything. She grabbed Hinata's palm fondly, and the warm temperature brought her extremely relieved. Hinata nodded vigorously, not so nervous. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. The one who had been hiding for a long time suddenly shot. Upcoming is a big move. In the original book, the water dragon bomb, which was printed for half an hour, raised its head high and suddenly jumped down, aiming at several children. Chakra knife, Kikuichi text. Brush. The sound of breaking air. A broad back flashed forward, and the wind blade in his hand swung sharply. The strong wind and wind attributes chakra briefly blew the surrounding mist, and the imposing water dragon bomb was just on the front. Bang. One blow. The water dragon bomb was smashed all at once and turned into a spray of water like raindrops. The knife in Asuma's hand flickered again, knocking out all the water droplets. Hokage-san really has a hand. A faint admiration came from the thick fog in the distance. I don't know if it is mocking or self-confidence. If you don't cut the water dragon bomb again, you won't get a hit, and if you don't try again, you just wait for an opportunity. The situation is deadlocked. Father's scroll mentioned that Master Second Generation can also use this technique. Sealing is troublesome and consumes a lot of money. The enemy should not be able to attack for the time being. Asuma held Konoha and stood in front of Dasuna and Naruto. The words are for Haitake Nankxiang. Is not printing troublesome? Huge consumption? Haitake Nankxiang didn't know whether to laugh or not. You know that second Hokage and fifth Mizukage do not need to be printed to send water dragon bombs smoothly. The so-called ninjutsu limit. In fact, it's all about restraining the weak. The real strong can always break all restrictions. Soon. Another violent chakra wave came. A huge water ball with a diameter of nearly 10 meters fell from the sky and struck with great prestige. Not good. It's the Great Falls technique. Asuma looked up and his face changed drastically. The water ball absorbs the mist and water droplets along the way. Actually getting bigger and bigger, this vigorous volume of water is like a small waterfall smashing straight into it. Hurry up. Asuma, who had no effective means to solve this trick, yelled behind him. Naruto took Dasuna and ran wildly. At this moment, the old man's body was no longer weak, and Naruto's big eyes even found that he slipped faster than himself. Hinata wanted to escape for the first time, but the warm touch on her hand indicated that Nankxiang-kun was still by her side. An inexplicable relief made her stop. The 5 types of breath of the sun train. Whispered. Hum. Haitake Nank Sayang took the Taiki in the other hand and waved it forward. One sword. It's a sword that is so understatement. Cut everything. The flames and sword aura that resembled the impact of a train, galloped past, piercing the increasingly powerful water polo face to face. The flame met with water vapor. The two entangled, swallowed, and turned into steam in the sky. Everyone looked up in astonishment and found that the great waterfall technique, which was regarded as a life-threatening water bomb just now, had been dissolved so lightly. Hinata stared blankly at the steam in the sky. It was completely different from the extremely light fog around it, like white clouds, slowly rising and dancing in the sky. Hinata, do you know how a rainbow is formed? Hearing Haitake Nank Sayang's sudden words, Hinata let out an ah but didn't react. Haitake Nank Sayang held Hinata by hand and continued to look at the sky. The rainbow is formed when a beautiful and kind girl meets her beloved boy. The voice just fell. The white steam in the sky was cooled into water droplets by the icy mist during the mist shinobi technique, which was never cut down. Under the sunlight, the light is refracted in all directions and reflected in each other through the drops of water. Reflected from a specific angle, it turns into a beautiful rainbow across the sky. So beautiful. Hinata said excitedly. No longer hides in mist shinobi, knows every bit of what happened. At the moment, his face was green. A pair of little kids showed their affection in front of him like no one. This doesn't even put him in the eye. Damn it! Shame. No matter how short of breath, the flesh of the nose on his face can't help but shake. He wants to teach these people a lesson. A bloody lesson. Let them know what it means to be fear, and the reputation of ghosts not being cut is not blown. Chapter 35. Everyone found that the fog was even greater. With the previous vigilance, everyone felt a little relieved. Naruto even grabbed Dasuna proudly and said, "Ha ha ha, have you seen it? The flame slash just now was too powerful, Nank Sayang-kun, he is the strongest person in our class, the chief student for 5 consecutive terms." Dasuna was pulled by Uzumaki Naruto. Let's talk about a lot of things that other people didn't know, and when I looked at the tone, I thought it was Naruto who made it himself. Stirrup. The characteristic sound of the back of a big knife slashing on the metal came. There is a battle going on somewhere. It's just that the fog is so heavy that it obscures the vision. After all, the enemy is a famous betrayer. Asuma drank a cigarette and didn't dare to be careless. Hey, don't underestimate me. The character Kyuuja burst out with a strong chakra, and he repelled it suddenly and didn't cut it again. Cut. He spit out a mouthful of water, and stared at the front with no disdain. Just now, I was worried about encountering the little devil's Tachi with the flame attribute, so he slashed with the back of the sword. Unexpectedly, this Hokage-san was so keenly aware that he could rush to stop him. And the other side. Asuma saw his wind blade repel his opponent, his eyes flickered. The last time Haitake Nank Sayang seemed to be joking, he kept in his mind all the time. Now that he specializes in wind style, Asuma's attack really worked. However, this does not mean that he has forgotten fire style. Fire style, the ash accumulates. A puff of smoke was spit out with fire, and it was sprayed at close range without cutting it. If he didn't cut it again, he took the knife to block, the blade brushed the sparkling sparks, and then retreated instantly. Water style, moisturize your body. With his hands pinched, he has discovered the weakness of this group of people. The 2 no slashes appeared at the same time, and the 10th squad, which was blocked by the fog, couldn't distinguish it at all. It's bad. Asuma, who had just relaxed a little, sank in her heart. Naruto still has the old man in danger. This worry just arose. Sure enough. Ah! There was a scream, and Naruto was clutching his arm and yelling. The shui body who didn't cut it directly found the weak point in this group of people. Prepare to take Naruto and the others. Naruto, who was cut through the body by a knife, was bleeding, but always remembered the task target, and his other hand firmly protected Dasuna. Not good. Asuma stepped on her foot and wanted to save someone. Your opponent is here. The uncut body instantly appeared in front of him, with the back of the sword against his shoulders, looking at Asuma jokingly. This time. Decapitate the big sword and the blade is facing down. Bang. The huge force bombarded, Asuma didn't pay attention, and the eagerness to save people was too late to prepare. It's like a sandbag being thrown out. Asuma was chopped over several somersaults, and finally fell down a big tree. Hey, die. Without a sneer, he raised the decapitation broadsword, preparing to behead and make a quick decision. As the son of third Hokage, the amount of reward is not generally high. Of course he was tempted. However, brush. An overwhelming sword gas suddenly struck. The terrifying and unmatched slash, like a crescent moon more than 10 meters long, engulfed and cut away all the pressure. Powerful. Very powerful. Deep cracks were cut in the ground. Damn it. No way, I had to jump away without cutting. I have been vigilant about that kid, but he still noticed his voice. Melt into the fog again, and continue to sneak without cutting, looking for an opportunity. Seeing the disappearance and not cutting, Asuma can only look at Hinata. Over there. Hinata Byakugan tried his best to catch the trace of not cutting again. It's just that in the battle at Jonin's level, every detail is a fatal element. Waiting for teammates to help find someone, the daylily is cold. So Asuma can only play hard and try his best to guard the position reported by Hinata. Over there. Go here now. He's on it. The figure that didn't cut it up and down suddenly, the mist shinobi technique allowed him to concentrate like a fish in water. Asuma's forehead sweat dripped. Hinata was already trying very hard to find a trace of not cutting again. But with the help of others, where can I see it quickly? Haha. But. Haetae Xiang's mouth kept smiling. It's too conspicuous, and the breath that doesn't cut is in his eyes, it's like the light of the dark day. Although the transparent world has not been opened, the flesh and blood cannot be transformed into a transparent world and transmitted to the brain. But there is nothing invisible to all flesh and blood in his eyes. Fu. A breathing sound sounded. Haetae Xiang cut off with a sword. 10 types of breath of the sun. Bright and enlightened. Brush. Falling into the sky. That unreserved strength appeared out of thin air with a spiral slash, dancing with Haetae Xiang's sword. Go down with the sword. The huge flame, like a sea of fire, burns everything, and the white mist melts when it touches. Mistful thunders sounded in the sky. The spiral flame turned into a 9-day dragon roaring down to the earth, bombarding ahead. How is it possible? Hidden in the thick fog waiting for an opportunity, he was shocked and looked at the fire dragon falling into the sky with incredible expression. Was he discovered? The tens of meters of flame soared or roared with the spiral of burning waves and wind. Crush and destroy. All the trees and rocks along the way were cracked. Boom. The extremely fast Jianqi hits head-on and doesn't cut it again. The latter used a beheading knife to keep in front of him with difficulty, and was blasted far away by the huge impact. Ahem. Without cutting his throat, a large amount of blood spurted out, sandwiching a few pieces of internal organs. Wait until the smoke clears. Kneeling on the ground without cutting, leaning on the knife to support his body. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation votes, thank you. Chapter 36. This moment. No more miserable figures appeared in front of everyone. Hiss. There were several exclamations. There is Naruto Dasuna, and Asuma. Wandering freely in the fog, he was so fierce and frightened that everyone was terrified and not cut again. He was so cleanly chopped by Haetaeknang Sayang and severely wounded. This scene shocked everyone. It's just that the latter is not as happy as he thought. Because too weak. It seems that I have too much expectations. Faint words came out of Haetaeknang Sayang's lips, and there was a disappointment in the words. Yes. Fight with no longer cut. As a result, he couldn't resist even a single sword. Weak enough to disappoint Haetaeknang Sayang. The expected life and death struggle, the pressure of death crisis. None of them. Whether it is perception, speed, strength, or the power of slashing. I've crushed all of them and won't cut them. How could such a battle without gold content make him excited? Although relying on the advantage of more people beating fewer people, you can't deal with yourself wholeheartedly if you don't cut it. If you can continue to persist without cutting, the outcome is still unknown. But now, if you don't fall down, you will stand here intact. Even Madara pattern does not need to be turned on. Good job, Nang Sayang. Asuma stepped forward and patted his shoulder in affirmation. Nodded calmly. Haetaeknang Sayang retracted the knife and scabbed it back. Seeing that the anger was still not cut, everyone gathered around. This is what the so-called ghost man will not be cut again? I don't think it's great. In order to get revenge, Naruto clutched his arms and laughed loudly. Haha. You guys, do you really think you can beat me? No longer look at Naruto and Hinata, the two little ghosts, with obvious disdain on their faces. He allows opponents of the same level to defeat himself. But they are not allowed to stand in front of them as a victor. The aura of the elite Jonin was in a glance, and all aspects burst out in an instant. With a terrifying, murderous aura of substance. Fu. The surroundings suddenly became cold. Haetaeknang Sayang stepped forward and stood in front of Hinata. Naruto was shocked by this momentum, and his whole body suddenly fell into an ice cellar. He couldn't help shivering and his teeth trembled. Okay, so terrifying, is this pressure the elite Jonin? Dasuna on the side even closed his old eyes and fainted in fear. Naruto forced his body, feeling that his mind was going to be frightened, as if there was a voice in his heart, forcing him to kneel. Asuma first reacted to want to shoot, but saw Haetaeknang Sayang shook his head. After hesitating again and again, he still stood still. After a while, as expected, Naruto gritted his teeth and stared fiercely before cutting. You bad guy, you have already failed and you have to pretend to be a ghost. I will become the strongest man in Hokage in the future. How can I be intimidated by you? He yelled at not slashing, as if to cheer himself up. Finally, he seemed to be used to this kind of pressure, and the jitters of the muscles on his face were much smoother. Haetaeknang Sayang smiled and stared at everything. Naruto is different from Hinata. The more frustrated, the more courageous. As long as he is put under pressure, he will be motivated to grow. Hinata is a soft and strong girl who needs protection. At the same time, as long as someone jeopardizes what she cares about, even if she sacrifices her life, she will fight to death instead of life and death. Teacher, what should we do with him? Seeing that those who have lost their combat effectiveness will not be cut again, Hinata asked. Asuma's eyes were fierce, and if he took out Konoha, it would be the result of him. Whoosh! An ice needle flew from the jungle and aimed at Asuma's weapon. Clang! The sudden inertia made Asuma's hand deflected, unable to cut the neck that he never cut. As soon as he raised his head, he saw that there were countless more needles, shooting frantically, all of them submerged in the body that would not be cut again. This. Asuma never imagined that anyone would cut off on this kind of thing. On the branch, the small figure with a mask appeared silently. It looks like. It seems that they are several years older than Naruto. The appearance and demeanor, like a partial girl. Who is your excellency and why did you do it? Asuma stepped forward on his own initiative and asked in a deep voice. I'm from Kirigakuru's hunting unit, this is the rebel of our village, the man said. This mission has failed. Please allow me to take away the corpse that will not be cut and return to life. Plain words can't hear the waves. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. Asuma scanned the clothes of the man on the branch. It is indeed a costume dedicated to the Mist Shinobi hunting team. Okay, I allow you to take it away. The voice just fell. The person on the tree flashed past. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared holding the corpse that would not be cut again. Haitenang Xian, who witnessed all this, did not speak. He still showed up. In anime, I still liked this character at the beginning. It's just that Bai is pitiful, but Haitenang Xian won't be able to keep his hand if he meets again afterwards. People like them. His hands are soaked with other people's blood, it's not a pity to die. Chapter 37. After repelling and not cutting, the road was much cleaner. There are not so many things that do not have eyes that come up to trouble. Haitenang Xian talked and laughed with Hinata all the way, while looking at his system panel. Current performance, %. No growth. Sure enough. Is it because you are still alive if you don't cut it anymore? With a long sigh of relief, Haitenang Xian, who had a hunch in his heart, didn't have too many thoughts. Sitting cross-legged on the boat, putting the sword in his hand on his knees, began to meditate. The battle just now caused some changes in his spiritual world. This opportunity needs to be firmly grasped. He felt that he could see through the world and was not far away. Father. Grandpa. When we arrived in the country of waves, 2 people had been waiting here long ago. Jinbo. Ye there. Dasna waved his hands on the boat, and the people on the shore were his daughter Jinbo and his grandson Yi. Grandpa. When Yi saw his grandfather returning safely, a smile appeared on his face. Only in the next second, he saw Asuma and Haitenang Xian and others on the forward protector. His face suddenly became gloomy. Huh. A cold snort made everyone very embarrassed. After seeing his grandfather return safely, he left on his own, making Dasna and his daughter Jinbo, who remained on the shore, embarrassed, to apologize. Dasna also officially invited Asuma and others to come from home as guests. Wow! It's so delicious, it's really delicious. Naruto gulped his food. In just a few days, the wound on his arm was almost healed. He is indeed a man with the blood of the Uzumaki clan, he is not weak in self-healing ability. Haitenang Xian glanced at it with a smile. At the later stage of full concentration breathing, the breathing method is used to transport the whole body blood and nutrients to the wound. In theory, it can heal itself instantly. So, he is not very envious. At the dinner table, Dasna's daughter Jinbo was still telling Yi there in a low voice that these people were good people who escorted Grandpa back, and were different from the wicked thugs under Cardo. But Yi said that he didn't listen to his answers, and he still didn't give them a good look. Hey, why is there a picture hanging here, but a corner is still missing? Naruto ate and drank enough, and started wandering around the house. Looking at a picture of a gap on the wall, hung in the most conspicuous position, scratching his head in confusion. As soon as Naruto's voice fell, the atmosphere on the spot became much colder. This. Dasna didn't know how to speak for a while. It's my dead husband. Jinbo, who was washing the dishes, turned his head, seeming to have a wry smile. Oh. Dasna sighed. This is a man called a hero by our town. Just. The word hero just came out. Originally sitting quietly at the dinner table, Yuli, whose face was already wrong, suddenly fell off the dishes and ran out the door. Yi there. Jinbo looked at Yi, who ran out, and exclaimed. This. Asuma didn't even think of what happened, and it felt a bit inexplicable. But the instinct seems to be related to the missing man in the photo. Haitake Nangsayang drank the tea after the meal without taking this to heart. On the contrary, Dasna, under Naruto's questioning, sighed and said everything. Naruto, who knew the whole story, yelled that the villain Kato was really bad, and he must be punished in the future. Haitake Nangsayang grabbed his saber and turned to go out. Nangsayang-kun, where are you going? Hinata asked aloud, watching him. Go back to the room and rest. After speaking, Haitake Nangsayang left. What? Nangsayang-kun is so powerful, isn't there a little bit of anger in my heart? Didn't you think of teaching that bully Cardo a lesson? When Naruto saw Haitake Nangsayang's indifferent appearance, he trembled with anger and slammed his fists on the table. Forget Naruto, we, as ninjas, complete our own missions. Nangsayang can understand if we don't care about these. Asuma spoke to stop Naruto and calmed his emotions. Several people waited in the house for a long time until late at night. Not good. Yi is missing there. I can't find it no matter how I look for it. The door was suddenly knocked open. Dasna's daughter Jinbo cried and cried, clutching her chest. What? Dasna stood up abruptly. It's so dangerous outside, and there are so many ninjas sent on Kodola to intercept us. There will definitely be danger there. Did you see where he went? Jinbo wiped his tears. No, it was already dark when he ran out. I asked several family members, but I didn't see him. Don't worry, I will help you find your grandson. Naruto, full of justice, patted his chest hard, very serious. With tears in his eyes filled with excitement, Dasna stepped forward and held Naruto's hands tightly. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Afterwards, everyone went out and acted separately. Ye there. There, where are you? Come out. There he is. Asuma took Naruto Hinata to light a torch and started a carpet search nearby. Together with Dasner, Jinbo folded his hands and placed his lips together and shouted. Just. Nothing. Night, on the riverside, on the small bridge. Are you going to sit here alone until dawn? A cold voice came from behind. Haitake Nangsayang was carrying a sword and looked at Yi, who was squatting on the bridge with his knees. He hid on the bridge where he first met Gaisha, his adoptive father. You need to control it. Yi, there was no turning back, but he was like Uranus Laozi. Oh, it's the first time someone talks to me in this tone when I grow up this way. I just ran into a person who spoke to you similarly, and he was almost killed by me. Haitake Nangsayang stood behind him, feeling amused. A doll who doesn't understand farts, but likes to cause trouble most. You. Yi was choked, thinking that the other party was a ninja, and then tried to endure it. Then I thought about it, they are all about the same age, why is he better than me? Why teach me? You don't care about my business. What right do you have to say about me? A ninja who takes money to do things is just like the bandit under the guy Cardo. Yi-Na turned his head and yelled at Haitake Nangsayang. It seems that all evil is caused by him. Haitake Nangsayang grinned back. It's true that everyone has grown up. So, what do you want to express? Relying on your identity and the love of your family to run outside and pretend to be deep? Pretend to be injured? Because of the so-called grief in your heart. In my opinion, it's just a selfish kid. You. Haitake Nangsayang ridiculed Yili relentlessly, as if tore open the dusty wound and glared at him. He wanted to rush forward desperately, but he hesitated again when he saw the sword behind Haitake Nangsayang. Haha. Haitake Nangsayang was another ruthless taunt, with sarcasm and disdain in his chuckle. Am I wrong? Spread anger and resentment on your relatives and let everyone risk being caught by Cardo to find you in the middle of the night. Obviously I am selfish, timid, and afraid of death, but under high pressure, I slander my father like other villagers. I don't even have the courage to praise my father as a hero with my grandfather. I wonder, Where is your superiority? Blame others. What a good boy with double standards. The cold words were like a knife piercing Yi's heart. Haitake Nangxian continued with words that only he could hear. For a bear kid like you who can only cause trouble, I have already figured out what to do in my last life. To deal with the bear kids, just have a fight. After all, there was a plop. Haitake Nangxian kicked him into the water. Chapter 38. Help. Ahem, help. In the dark night, the river shone in the moonlight. Yi was desperately calling for help in the water. Because the sound is not high, it did not attract anyone's attention. Haitake Nangxian stood on the bridge and looked at him coldly, with no joy or sadness in his heart. He did not have the pleasure of torturing bear children. For him, it's just casual and easy. Some people. The cost of reasoning is much higher than a lesson. Haitake Nangxian picked it up with a sword until Ili was about to drown and his eyes turned white. Then he grabbed his neck and took it back to town. In the room, Dasuna and daughter Jinbo are still sighing, worrying about the safety of Iraq. Hinata, Naruto and the others are comforting. At this time, the door opened. A drenched figure was thrown in casually. Yi there. After seeing him, Jinbo and Dasuna covered their mouths in surprise, then immediately picked them up and moved to the stove to warm Yi's place. Looking at his weak grandson, Dasuna asked with concern. What's the matter, Yi? How did you become like this? Ili couldn't open his eyes tiredly, and wanted to speak weakly. Haitake Nangxian said. He fell into the water accidentally and was picked up by me just passing by. Is that so? Jinbo looked at Yi's place, and the latter scanned Haitake Nangxian's expressionless face, shivering, then nodded frantically. After seeing the family reunited, Haitake Nangxian turned and returned to his house. Nangxian-kun. Hinata followed. What's the matter? Haitake Nangxian looked back. Sister Jinbo said that there may not be hot water in the house, and I want to help you boil a bucket of bath. At the end, Hinata's face flushed to her neck, and her voice was barely audible. Okay. Without refusal, Haitake Nangxian asked Hinata to follow him back to the room. Asuma's ears have been pricked up, secretly inquiring about Asuma. He tapped a cigarette. This kid is better than me, he. Naruto suddenly poked his head over, opening his innocent eyes. Ms. Asuma, who is better than you back then? Why? Is it Nangxian-kun? Asuma was scared by Naruto's face and almost didn't swallow a cigarette. He shook his hand. You still don't understand the things between us adults, so go and go. He said he was about to push Naruto away. While being pushed, Naruto asked curiously, why? Isn't Nangxian-kun the same age as me? Why does Mrs. Asuma say it's between adults? Asuma was speechless for a while. That's right. Why has he started to treat him as a peer? Strength. Yes, it is definitely strength. Asuma will never admit that he is so relieved because he appreciates that Haitake Nangxian is also an LSP. Damn it. You all damn it. Even a small villager can't catch it. Why do I spend so much money on raising you? It's better to feed the dog. In the luxurious villa of Namibia, Cardo broke a wine glass and yelled at him. Wow! The dog on the chain by his side barked at the right time. The row of warriors and Geninchinen standing underneath bowed their heads ashamed. Don't cut it anymore? Isn't he known as a ghost? In front of Laozi, he boasted that he killed more than 100 companions when he was a teenager, and he couldn't kill even a civilian. Where is he? Let him get out and see Laozi. Cardo roared, and the people around him dared not come out. Whoosh! A quick shot came. In the middle of the vase next to Cardo's head. The vase shattered, and the porcelain pieces crackled and fell to the ground. Cardo instantly misfired. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Mr. Cut anymore, are you here? He asked cautiously, looking around. With a scream, a figure appeared on the beams of the room, squatting down with his face. The white mask covers the entire area from the mouth to the neck. All his injuries were healed, and I don't know what method was used. The information you gave is wrong. There is not only one Jonin, but also a kid who is more difficult to deal with than Jonin. No longer seems to have heard Cardo's previous offense, calmly narrating the reasons for the failure. Original, that's the case. I said that if someone as powerful as Mr. Don't be killed again, how could he fail? It turns out that the enemy is powerful, haha, ha 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 ha. Cardo was enveloped by the breath of not cutting, and the feeling of death made him a little stuttered. Next time I will kill Asuma myself, and that kid. It's like a promise, and it's like saying it to myself. After leaving the sentence, I will not see you again without slashing. The people who only left the house did not dare to get out of the air, cold sweat. Bang. Soon, Cardo's bitter curses and roars came from the room again, and the sound of various things smashed. Small town. In the room Dazna prepared for Haetaeknang Sayang. Haetaeknang Sayang has taken off his shirt, showing strong muscles. The strong body lines are smooth and beautiful, both beauty and violence. What's wrong? Didn't you say you want to boil hot water for me? He looked at him blankly. Hinata, who was so shy that he almost fainted, was a little surprised. P.S. The flowers broke 5,000, plus one more chapter. Various requests for support. Chapter 39. Huh? Nothing. Hinata tidied up the debris around him in a panic, and then began to add water to the stove. Seeing her obviously clumsy movements, Haetaeknang Sayang smiled slightly. Hinata, who has always lived in a wealthy family, has never done such a rough job. This hustle and bustle speaks for everything. But now, there is a man who can make her willingly so dedicated. Haetaeknang Sayang, who has been calm as water, can't help but feel complacent when he thinks that the man is himself. He walked quietly behind Hinata and gently embraced her from behind. Nang Sayang-kun. A solid warm embrace wrapped himself behind him, and Hinata's face was hot. The hot water is gradually warming up in front. Plop. The sound of splashing water sounded. From outside, you can see the two figures flickering under the dim light. In the night, the sound of insects faded. Vertical sun. New sunlight splashed on the ground. Naruto was taken up the tree by Asuma. And Haetaeknang Sayang also has Hinata, for which the master has been proficient. Therefore, Asuma generally allows the two of them to practice independently. Hinata was still hiding in the room, and now only Haetaeknang Sayang walked to the shore with the sword in his arms. It seems that the teasing was a bit too much last night. I can't come out no matter how to persuade. He touched his nose and smiled knowingly when he thought of what happened last night. The country of Nami is an island in the sea. At the moment, the waves shined brightly in the golden sunlight. Haetaeknang Sayang held the sword in his hand, facing the sea, suddenly felt something moved in his heart. Although the previous battle was easy, it was also rewarding. That time, Asuma still had the sword aura that shocked him. It looked very powerful, but it was actually an attack he deliberately maintained. Maintaining the state of full concentration and constant breathing, such an attack, Haetaeknang Sayang can send out at will as long as he has physical strength. And when you go all out, the scope of sword energy will be further expanded. The price is the interruption of the breathing rhythm, which requires time to adjust. Now, this boundless sea gave him an extremely vast state of mind. Haetaeknang Sayang no longer had to restrain his breathing rhythm and raised his sword. Then with a wave. 10 types of breath of the sun Hui. Hui. N. Light. Instant. A touch of fierce, domineering sharp sword air emanated from the sword in his hand. Brush. It's like a split between heaven and earth. Powerful and amazing sword energy, slashing everything. With the blazing flames of the sun, like a spiral windmill, whizzing away. Hula la. The waves are rough. There was a wave of wind and waves. The world shook under this sword. The sword aura that resembled Tianwei, like a knife-cut tofu, easily cut the sea surface, shaking the entire sea. If you look down from a high altitude. After the sword of Haitagnang Xiang fell, the sword energy rushed forward, splitting an indescribable sky. At first glance, it seems that he can't see the head. This sword pierced the sky. This sword opened the sea. Under the sky. As dull as thunder. Noisy. The flames scorched the sea, and a huge amount of white mist emerged, covering the entire coastline, and there was a heavy downpour. Close the sword and sheath it. Looking at the split sea, after a short pause for a few seconds, it began to flow back quickly, colliding with a large number of white waves. This scene. Haitagnang Xiang took a long breath, his chest rising and falling, adjusting his breathing rhythm. Looking at this sword of his own. He is very satisfied. Ms. Asuma, why should I learn such boring skills as tree climbing? Can you teach me powerful ninjutsu? You can use it to defeat Sasuke directly. Under the tree, Naruto, with a swollen nose and a swollen face, complained to Asuma. Asuma's face became serious after hearing this. Naruto, don't look at the top and the low. Remember that the core of the ninja's combat power is chakra. Everyone has limited talent. We can't control the quality and quantity of chakra, but as a master, controlling the distribution of chakra is an essential skill for everyone. Now let you practice climbing trees, and treading water in the future, so that you can better distribute the chakra between master's skills and control the power of ninjutsu in the future. Different techniques have different powers in the hands of different people. Some genin great fireball can only burn and cook rice, while some jonin can burn a forest. Just like the ghost we encountered before, if we don't cut it again, his water style can be said to be all grandmaster, but there is still a big gap with the second Hokage of Konoha. A real strong man can use ninjutsu to overwhelm the mountain and change the world. If we encounter such a ninja during the mission, we will not be punished even if we retreat directly, such as our Konoha history. The voice did not fall. Wow! There was a sudden gust of wind on the shoreline by the tree. The originally calm sea suddenly became extremely ferocious and turbulent. Subsequently, in Asuma and Naruto's wide-eyed eyes, a huge wave tens of meters high came like a huge wave. It's like a natural disaster. The screen looks scary. The huge wave set off. The human body behaves like an ant in front of it. Guru. Naruto swallowed hard. He tremblingly pointed at the giant waves, as if there was still some remaining sword energy. Ah, Mr. Asuma, do you think any of us ninjas can issue ninjutsu on this scale? Asuma stared blankly too. I don't know, I should, maybe, yes. Chapter 40. It's dinner time again. Looking at the scars on Naruto's face, he should have suffered a lot. Yi is a lot more honest. Can actually have a few words with Naruto. Haitagnang Xiang was quite surprised at this point. They had only been here for a few days, but Naruto had already become acquainted with him. I don't know if he used his mouth to persuade the spare boy. For him, this kind of troublesome lesson in Iraq will be over in one go. Teach him. I'm sorry I don't have time. The task has been successfully completed. We are leaving in the next few days. Thank you very much for your care during this time. Asuma put down the dishes and said to Dasuna. Naruto's arm that had been chopped without being chopped had healed, and it was time to return to the village. Dasuna was obviously taken aback, a little embarrassed. Haitagnang Xiang knew that Kaduo had not been resolved yet, and the whole town was still shrouded in Kaduo's fear. With the protection of these powerful ninjas, the safety of building the bridge is much improved. It is foreseeable that once they leave, many villagers will withdraw from the process of repairing bridges. After hesitating for a long time, Dasna sighed and still failed to say anything to stay. After a meal, Naruto was stimulated by the sudden tide of the sea before and took the initiative to ran out for training. Asuma looked at his figure with satisfaction and nodded, then asked Haitake Nanxiang. Today, did you go out to practice sword? Haitake Nanxiang nodded. Then, where do you practice swords? Asuma rolled his eyes and felt that what he had said was wrong, and changed his approach. Did you find something wrong with the beach when you practiced your sword? Naruto didn't pay attention. Asuma was different. He keenly caught the sword energy remaining in the huge waves during the day. Although small, it seemed like an illusion, but he just wanted to prove it. Haitake Nanxiang suddenly, Asuma should be asking about his sword in the morning. However, he shook his head again. I don't know, I like to meditate when I practice sword, but I don't pay attention. Asuma didn't get the answer she wanted, turning her head unwillingly, muttering in her heart. After all, is it caused by Nanxiang? Naruto gritted his teeth and slammed at a big tree hugged by 3 people. I must succeed in climbing up. Calm down. Naruto allocated chakra on the soles of his feet and stepped on it step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, each step is steady. Until the end of the trunk. Ouch. My. 1 somersault fell off, and Naruto's nose and face were swollen again, and his face was still covered with mud. Bah! Bah! Naruto was annoyed by spitting out the dirt in his mouth. Why can't I learn how to climb a tree? As a member of Class 10, Haitake Nanxiang is already so strong, and Hinata is also very good. Only oneself. Still a drag oil bottle. No. I want to be a man from Hokage, how can it be difficult to get me with this difficulty? After pumping himself up, he launched another round of shocks at the big tree in front of him. The whole night passed, Naruto left a word and didn't go back to rest. This means that he practiced all night. The effect is also very significant. Now Naruto has been able to successfully stand on the top of the tree and maintain it for a long time. Now, he is so sleepy that he just wants to fall asleep on the spot. The ground is the bed and the sky is the quilt. Puff. I don't know how long I slept, but a soft laugh awakened Naruto. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, there is a beautiful young lady in a daze. Ah, did you wake me up? Big sister. Naruto touched his head, embarrassed. With a smile on his face, the big sister with her hair hanging down naturally covered her mouth with her hand. Why do you fall asleep here? She carries a basket in her hand, which contains some herbs and mushrooms. Naruto touched his head and blushed. Because I am training hard. He clenched his fists hard. Only by training hard can you become stronger, and you can better help teachers and teammates when you encounter danger in the future. That's how it is said, but you will catch a cold when you sleep here. She smiled slightly. By the way, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, scratching his face. Pick the herbs. Naruto Yugwang saw many medicinal materials in the herb basket. Herbs for disease. She added. Go back quickly. If you get sick and catch a cold, you will feel very uncomfortable. Naruto is no longer sleepy, and throws a fist. No. I want to practice. Continue to practice hard. Cultivation. Big sister saw the forehead protector on Naruto's forehead. Are you a ninja? Yeah, does it look like? Does it look like? Am I like a ninja? Naruto got excited when he heard this, and suddenly leaned forward and asked eagerly. It's amazing. Listening to the other party smiling and complimenting herself, Naruto's face was filled with satisfaction. I want to practice hard, and then become the strongest person in the village, so that I can get everyone's approval. The strong From Naruto's point of view, the eldest sister on the opposite side seemed to be silent. Do you have anyone you want to protect? After a long time, she asked. Huh? Naruto was stunned. For example, important people. Important person? Naruto sat on the ground blankly, thinking of Sasuke's face for the first time in his mind. Then it was fleeting. People who want to protect, important people. Naruto suddenly thought of a lot. In the thick fog where they can't see their fingers, Asuma-sensei must protect their safety due to injuries. Hatake Nanksayang stood in front of Hinata no matter where and when. Well, fighting this life, I also protected my Irika teacher. Yes. I have important people, people I want to protect. Naruto seemed to have the answer, his eyes were shining. Big sister smiled on her face, stretched out her hand to pick up her medicine basket, and turned away. Then you will become the strong one. After that, she went further and further. When the figure was about to disappear, she said again. Also, I am not a big sister, I am a man. What? Naruto went crazy for an instant, rubbing his head constantly. Obviously more cute than little Sakura, he is actually a boy. At a young age, he just endured the pain that he shouldn't bear at this age. Tree-lined trail. Hatake Nanksayang went to find Naruto. I just ran into someone on the road. Carrying a medicine basket. What? The two passed by, and no one reacted abnormally. Chapter 41. I didn't go back all night, do you plan to stay here until the mission is over? Naruto is still crazy about being a boy, Hatake Nanksayang said with a smile holding a sword. Nanksayang-kun. Are you here? When Naruto saw Hatake Nanksayang come to find him in person, he immediately turned excited. He leaned up and said with excitement. I have learned to climb trees. Come and see. Talk about it? Naruto looked at the narration tree, and concentrated chakra on her feet in a calm manner. Step. Step. The sound of intensive footsteps sounded. Naruto really climbed the tree step by step briskly and quickly, and reached the top. He shook his hands excitedly. Look, look. Nanksayang-kun, I succeeded, isn't it really great? Looking at the contented smile on Naruto's face, Hatake Nanksayang shook his head. Change hands. Cross the sword in his arms on his waist. If you don't come down again, Asuma-sensei will be angry. Finished. Hatake Nanksayang turned and left. Hearing this, Naruto was dumbfounded. Huh? Then. Naruto climbed down numbly. In the process, I fell because of being too anxious. Oh. Nanksayang-kun, why didn't you say it earlier, let's go. Otherwise, Mr. Asuma should be really angry. Soon. Naruto ran back quickly. Seeing Naruto leaving anxiously, the smile on Hatake Nanksayang's face slowly disappeared. He thought of the white he had just met. The next time I meet, I won't be merciful. On the pier. Asuma and Hinata were already waiting at the ferry. Hatake Nanksayang was responsible for calling Naruto back, and then everyone set off together. Yi did not come to see him off, so there were only Dasuna and his daughter Jinbo. At this time, the faces of these two people were still a little bit reluctant, whether it was because of their life-saving grace or the hope in their hearts that they wanted to stay. But they also know that this is impossible. The other party is the great ninja of Konoha village, how could he stop because of something about himself? Ms. Asuma? I'm here. From a distance, Naruto greeted her arm and ran. Followed by Hatake Nanksayang, who didn't seem to run, but was not slow, strolling in the courtyard. You guy. I left a letter last night and didn't come back all night. What if I'm in danger? Asuma hit Naruto's head with a fist, and looked at the dirt and weeds all over him and felt a little painful. Hee hee. Naruto touched his head embarrassedly and smiled silly. Whoa whoa, it seems that you have arrived at the same place, so I don't need to spend my time looking for it. Suddenly, the thick fog is permeated, and the surrounding white fog is automatically without wind. Accompanied by a gloomy voice, it broke into everyone's ears. Dasna was shocked. Don't cut it again. Even though this voice has only been heard once, he can't forget that he saved his life by relying on Naruto. Crap. Jinbo, go home, it's dangerous here. Before he could react more, Dasna subconsciously wanted to send his daughter home. But late. Whoosh. An afterimage flashed past. No longer cut into their gap with the decapitating knife. Bang. Act decisively, do things fiercely and don't cut the kung fu without nonsense. The sharp and heavy beheaded sword swept with all strength. How terrifying the power can be, only the sound of the wind from the blade can understand one or two. Ah! Jinbo was frightened by Jonin's momentum and the power of the sword, and screamed in place. Clang! Jinti mingled. There was another crisp sound. I spared your life before, why are you here to die now? As he spoke, a calm face was reflected in the pupils that were not cut. It's you, kid. The moment he saw Haetakenang Xiang, his expression became angry. Haetakenang Xiang blocked the one that was not cut with the sword in his hand, and immediately said to Asuma. Ms. Asuma, send them to the back first, here I will stand up first. With the unquestionable affirmation of the words, Asuma hesitated for a while and chose to believe in Haetakenang Xiang. Tap Haetakenang Xiang's shoulder. Then I'll leave it to you here. I will send them to a safe place and come back soon. He said solemnly to Naruto. Naruto, cooperate with Nang Xiang on your side, hold back and wait until the teacher comes back. Naruto nodded vigorously, closing his fists, full of energy. Cut. Haetakenang Xiang slashed the beheading knife on the ground, and smashed a deep crack. Boy, I fell carelessly by your knife last time, this time you don't have that good luck. Really? Haetakenang Xiang does not change its color. With this damn expression again, why is this kid so arrogant? No matter how angry he was provoked to kill by the flatness on Haetakenang Xiang's face. What? Do it? Finally, he shouted into the air. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. 1000 Killing Water Xiang. The blizzard in the sky was produced out of thin air, making the air a little bit colder. The world has changed. Click. A few icing noises suddenly surrounded the surrounding area, and Naruto had already followed, but suddenly realized that he was actually trapped by a dozen strange ice crystals or ice conditions. Numerous ice needles suddenly appeared. Like a storm, like a thunderbolt. Ah! It hurts. In an instant, Naruto was inserted into a hedgehog by countless ice needles. Although Shiro didn't hit the dead hand, only submerged into the body surface, the pain of a sharp object piercing the skin and even the muscles made Naruto scream in pain. Haetakenang Xiang casually cut the ice needles that were shot at him with a knife. He sighed slightly in his heart. This is what the previous hunch will happen. Sure enough. Bai still shot. Chapter 42. This is the result of leaving his hands for nothing. Naruto's injuries are all skin injuries. Will not endanger Naruto's life. So. Haetakenang Xiang lifted the sword in his hand lightly, vomiting lightly in the mouth without cutting it again. This time, there should be a break between us. The indifferent tone did not contain the slightest touch of emotion. But this kind of plain meaning is the most maddening not to be cut anymore. Why? Why is he? A teenage doll is even as old as Bai. How dare to speak to yourself so arrogantly? The indifference and randomness in the words are like announcing that he wants to kill himself like a chicken but a dog. How look down on yourself. Haha. Don't sneer again. You nasty little devil, if you die with my decapitating knife, it will really cost you. I have decided. No more killing intent in his eyes. I'm going to cut you down. Then, cut off your limbs, pulled out your tongue, and let you see how your so-called companion, the teacher, died by my knife. The bitter words were spoken from the mouth without cutting. Haetaeknang Sayang's face changed and became sullen. He knows very well that people like those who don't be killed, courtesy, justice and shame, as well as the moral fishing boats of the ninja world can't restrain him at all. He will do what he says. This time, Haetaeknang Sayang, who had been expressionless, was successfully angered by not being cut. Very good. Haetaeknang Sayang said softly in his mouth. A cold color flashed through the eyes of a falcon. You successfully angered me. Earth-shattering. The terrifying sword pressure radiated from Haetaeknang Sayang's body, and it was like a breath of substance, which suddenly rushed to the surrounding sky and swept away. The firmament of clouds tore apart. What a shocking picture! Besieging him and Naruto's magic mirror ice crystal made a creaking sound, about to shatter. This sword pressure does not belong to the soul, nor does it belong to the breathing method. It's the momentum he wields the sword for a long time and comes from meditation. Just like Jonin's oppression against Genin. Haetaeknang Sayang. Crush it with aura and don't cut it again. What's the matter with this momentum? Don't cut his face in surprise. Unwilling to believe that, just now, he was awed and feared by others, and called him a ghost man. Actually had a fear of this kid. No. This is impossible. If he didn't roar in his heart, it would be impossible for him to admit that he had just developed a fear of a teenager. The plan has been dormant for so long, this is not the result he wants. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Without cutting Jin, a grim-faced water dragon spouted out of the sea. The environment on the beach is more suitable for the ninjutsu that never cuts, blessing to the bottom. The power of water dragon bomb is even more terrifying. With great power, he rushed towards Haetaeknang Sayang swiftly. Bang! The water dragon bomb submerged Haetaeknang Sayang's body, the huge water splash brought the natural majesty, and the endless water pressure continued to hit. Boom! A shocking blow. On the ground of the wharf, the foundation made of cement cracked at the moment of impact. Hit it! If you don't cut your eyes with fiery eyes, such a terrifying power, that kid should be dead, right? However, the splash gradually dissipated. The central location is empty. Haetaeknang Sayang's fallen body did not appear. At the same time, a ghostly shadow flashed behind him without cutting. It is Haetaeknang Sayang. At this moment, his forehead was covered with red-hot and noble Madara patterns, his eyes were sharp and his movements were swift and violent. Shot with one sword. Unpretentiously swinging a knife. With years of proficiency like a day, he passed the air and the sound barrier. With Sun Yan's blade, cut on the head that will never be cut? No more Mr. Cut. Seeing this knife will hit and never cut again. Bai, who was constantly shifting and changing his position in the magic mirror, exclaimed, separated from the magic mirror, jumped, blocking the knife. Click. The mask cracked. The face of a young boy who was so beautiful that he was so embarrassed appeared. Big sister. Naruto, who was sitting on the ground taking a rest and panting, was taken aback. The person who blocked Haetaeknang Sayang's knife was the big sister. Bloodstains were left from the white, beautiful, and flawless face, and he fell in his arms that he never cut. Haetaeknang Sayang did not chase the knife. With the Madara pattern turned on, he has an extraordinary speed of consciousness. The power of this knife hits the person's body, and it is impossible for anyone to survive. No longer, Mr. Cut. Bai coughed and coughed blood, and there was a smile of relief on his face. The body that didn't cut it again trembled visibly a few times. He hugged Baikakai's body and remained silent. The atmosphere fell silent. Naruto sat down and looked at them, not knowing how long it would last. In his opinion, the battle should end there, and the enemy flees with his companions. However, go to hell. There was a violent flash in the eyes of no longer being cut. He wanted to take this opportunity to behead Hatenang Sayang. The other party just succeeded, now is definitely the most relaxing moment. As long as you make a sudden move, you will definitely succeed. With this thought, the decapitating knife that will not be cut is about to touch Hatenang Sayang's neck. Whoosh! What a pity! Hatenang Sayang with Madara pattern turned on, the speed is not what he can imagine. The seemingly random back jump, it just dodges the mortal blow that will not be cut again. Hatenang Sayang smiled when he saw the side that was astonished, embarrassed, and angry. What a sad person! I can't see the situation, and I can't see myself. The most cherished one lies in his arms without knowing it. Such a person is a kind of sadness to live. That being the case, just let me send you to the west. Lifting his head again, Hatenang Sayang's eyes became restrained. The red robe on his body was automatic without wind, and the robe of his clothes was blown by the wind, with a meteor-like aura. He clenched the knife in his hand and let go of his breathing rhythm. 9 type of breath of the sun flywheel sun. Brush. Swipe it out. With the wind, with the flames, with the chi. Rumbling. The sword energy of Kwangyu swayed like a sun flame, and the terrifying coercion set off the roar of the sea. 10 times, 100 times longer than the water dragon bomb, a huge wave hit the pier. Jiankai aspect. Like the aurora lightning, it instantly broke everything that blocked it. The earth, sky, and ocean are discolored. A thick cloud area in the center was pierced by this sword, revealing dazzling sunlight. I lost. The sword chi in the pupils that were not cut anymore got closer and gradually enlarged. Puff. Everything is so fast. Too late to give a response to never cut again. The vertical sword energy easily traversed his body, and the wound sizzled under the hot scorching temperature of the sun. The bloodline came out smoothly from the top of the head to the soles of the feet. Bah! Blood splatter. The body was dyed red and white. With a puff, the corpse that was not cut fell down suddenly, and there was no sound. The last thought came. Konoha gave birth to a monster, I won't cut it. I won't be wronged if I lose. Chapter 43. The wrinkled clouds in the sky moved slowly, and a touch of sunlight swayed on Bayu's body. Naruto stared at Bai with wide eyes. The latter's face was still beautiful, but full of sadness. After being hit by Hatenang Sayang's fatal sword, he was not far from death. Don't cut your lord again. Bai muttered in a low voice, seemingly full of memories. Hatenang Sayang's knife was still entwined with flames, and disappeared with a light wave. Draw a knife. Into the sheath. The action was done in one go. When letting go of the breathing restrictions and focusing all energy on the lungs and the sword in his hand, how terrifying the sword chi burst out. As for whether he can cut cage level, I don't know yet. But Jonin basically cuts one knife at a time. Bai's mood was very stable, and there was no major change. He tried his best to get close to the corpse that was never cut again, hugged it in his arms, and then looked up at the sky. This pair of complex and deep fetters is now at the end of life. Hatenang Sayang looked at them without speaking. There was a group of people beside the bridge. The leader is short, a little bald, and wears sunglasses. It is Cardo. If you don't cut this guy, will he die? It's so terrible to die. Cut, the cowhide is blowing loudly. It turns out to be a bounty, and it blinds me so much bounty. Kaduo was shocked when he saw that Bai was holding no more corpses. After taking off his sunglasses and discovering that it was a corpse, he rolled his eyelids and started taunting. Even though his eyes widened after not being cut to death, he still gave him a lot of pressure. But what can a dead person do? Hello? What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and enclose all of them for this uncle, grab them and tie them up. With a big wave of his hand, Kato directly ordered Hatake Nanksyang and Naruto to surround him. Looking at a large group of samurai and robbers with various swords, guns, and swords, to be honest, the formation is really a bit bluffing. Nanksyang-kun, these people. Naruto came to him. Hatake Nanksyang glanced casually and said coldly. These people are just a group of stinky fish and shrimps. The fluttering words reached Cardo's ears, making him startled for a moment, and then he laughed. Kato pointed at Hatake Nanksyang. Laughing stomach hurts and can't straighten up my waist. Did you hear what this kid said just now? He said we were stinky fish, rotten shrimps, and would kill us. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I have never heard such a funny thing in my entire life. Now that I really dare to say anything about it? Give it to me. The uncle doesn't want to live, just the corpse. Flush. Kill these two brats. Kill them. Give an order. All the robber samurai copied the guy and rushed up. There were cruel gazes in their eyes, as if they had seen the appearance of cutting the two little ghosts into meat sauce immediately. After seeing so many people, Naruto still wanted to use shadow clone technique. Hatake Nanksyang motioned for no hurry. Finally, when they all approached, hands up. The knife fell. It's like cutting melons and vegetables. Brush. 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 These inferior bands of robbers who were gathered by bounty and were not even ninjas took less than 3 breaths to kill them all. The scene was tragic. The blood stained the earth red, and the blood was permeated. Hatake Nanksyang has a cold face, a red dress, and the knife in his hand is stained with blood, dripping drop by drop, like a human Shura. Dead, all dead. This. Lord, spare your life. Lord Ninja, spare your life. I was joking just now, please don't take it to your heart. Cardo was dumbfounded. I was stunned by the scene before me. He began to beg for mercy frantically, knelt down, and kowtow, not as arrogant as he was before. After just a few breaths, the team he had finally gathered together was exhausted. The boy in front of him is Shura. Hatake Nanksyang finished dealing with these miscellaneous fishes, turned his head and looked at him with clear eyes. Being stared at by Hatake Nanksyang's eyes without the slightest expression, Kato seemed to be stared at by a wild beast, feeling guilty in his heart. How mad before, how embarrassed he is now. Afterwards, he barely squeezed out an ugly smile, and Cardo used it to cover up his unbearableness. Just. Puff. Hatake Nanksyang did not give him this opportunity. Random cut. Cardo heads to the ground. Gently wiped his blade with a tissue, Hatake Nanksyang didn't even look back. Naruto was completely stunned. He felt that all this happened suddenly and cruelly. Suddenly it was all over before he could react. It was so cruel that it was the first time he had seen Nanksyang-kun, who was as gentle as jade, had such a decisive side. Simply, not decisively like a teenager. Nanksyang-kun. Naruto. At this time, another group of people rushed on the bridge. They are all villagers from the country of Poland. At this moment, under the leadership of Dasna, they came to help out with hoes and other farming tools. It's just this. Hinata ran all the way and fell into Hatake Nanksyang's arms. The bloody sight on the bridge frightened her. She didn't expect that just leaving Mr. Asuma for a while, this place would become like this. Nanksyang, what happened? Asuma also walked up and asked in a deep voice. Hatake Nanksyang briefly described the battle just now, without any adjectives. You mean, if you don't kill any more, you still kill these people? Asuma stared at him with shock in his tone. How is this possible? A young man single-handedly killed a well-known jonin and how many samurai robbers? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? But he knew Naruto's strength very well, besides them, it was impossible to have anyone else. Huh. With a long sigh of relief, Asuma lined up heavily on Haetaeknangxiang's shoulders. Good job. He no longer knows what to say, such a record at this age. Putting aside the war period, Konoha's history is definitely set. Unique. On the other side, the villagers recognized Cardo's body and cheered. Under Dazna's leadership, they recognized who was the helper in all this. When they learned that they were all done by a teenager, they all took a deep breath. Some all looked at the red-robed, ponytailed young man. According to Dasna, the boy is called Haetaeknangxiang. Haetaeknangxiang. A name destined to be remembered in the heart of the whole country. When the villagers cleaned the battlefield afterwards, they deliberately buried Beihi in accordance with Haetaeknangxiang's request. Heard the news. Asuma and Hinata didn't feel much. Naruto was dumbfounded. Haetaeknangxiang sighed slightly. Sometimes, people choose their own destiny, and they need to be responsible for their words and deeds. The group packed their luggage and finally set foot on the way back to the village. Halfway, Haetaeknangxiang suddenly froze in place. Hinata and the others looked at him suspiciously. I go. The Nami Country Bridge in the future will not be renamed Nangxiang Bridge from now on, will it? Chapter 44. On the way back to the village, Asuma didn't let Naruto go, and asked him to climb the tree while he was on the road. With the training of Asuma, the tenacious Naruto has become more and more proficient in climbing skills. Later, he was even asked to sleep in a tree. It is said to be a habit of controlling chakra. After falling asleep at the beginning, it will automatically fall under the tree, and at the back, it can stand steadily on the top of the tree even if it is asleep. Naruto's progress is visible to the naked eye. Moreover, this also gave Haetaeknangxiang new ideas. He thought a lot. For example, Chang's Hong's total concentration breathing method. This is also taking full concentration breathing as a physiological instinct until the body is completely used to it. Well, can the transparent world that I have been unable to break through also rely on this principle? Current performance, %. If you don't cut or die in vain, the system prompts that the degree of impersonation has increased. An elite jonin also has a strong white, and the growth provided is very impressive. It is foreseeable that this will be the best way for him to improve his performance in the future. Well, where is the time to kill a large number of enemies? Haetaeknangxiang held his chin in deep thought. Behind him, Hinata followed closely and closely followed him. Konoha village. Naruto office. Yeah. Third Hokage has a pipe in his mouth, and Sarutobi Asuma has a cigarette in his mouth. The old and the strong are swallowing clouds in the room. Ordered the others to retreat. Looking at the report handed by his son, third generation's eyes flickered. Is there another ninja who kills with one's own strength and does not kill? The strength of Haetaeknangxiang. It seems that some of the progress is too fast. Fast Sarutobi Hiruzen is not ready to take out enough profits to solicit. Even the original Konoha's White Fang can't compare with the growth of Haetaeknangxiang now. It seems Kakashi's set of special recruits into Umbu, and the promotion of Hikari no longer works. Headache. Heaving clouds and mist. Third generation's brows were not stretched. Asuma knew exactly what he was struggling with. Father, I think that if we force a genius like Haetaeknangxiang, we might restrict his development. After all, a genius who can be so enchanting only by practicing swords, ordinary tasks will only drag him down. Yes. Haetaeknangxiang was also monitored by the Naruto series. It's just different from Danzo's Dark and Pervert. The surveillance personnel sent by Umbu also have a protective layer in it. Yeah, I have a headache too. The third generation's mouth snapped, but if you just let it go, this child will suffer too little baptism of the will of fire. What Konoha needs is an inheritor of the will of fire, not a rebellion who only possesses powerful force. You have to think of a way to get it together. Subsequently, the two were lost in thought. The smoke in the room is thicker. By the way, my father, I suddenly remembered something. The little princess of the Hyuga clan is close to Hatake Nanxiang. If the Hyuga clan can contain his heart, it might be a good choice. Asuma suddenly remembered the closeness between Hinata and Hatake Nanxiang. Hyuga. It's a good idea. Third generation remembered the previous face that was full of humiliation but had to obey. Even if you are wronged. I also had to give up my brother in tears. Hyuga Hayashi is indeed an easy point to control. If you let this child get in touch with the Hyuga clan, and then influence him through Hyuga Hayashi, it will gradually build up a sense of identity with the village. Feasible. After all, the relationship between people is an interweaving of fetters. Once this bond is established, it is difficult to cut it off. Just do it. With a slap on the table, third generation looked up and said, "Go and call Hyuga Hayashi, I will tell him about it myself." In the small courtyard of the Haitake clan, Haitake Nanxiang didn't know that he had been secretly led by Konoha's Hokage and acted as a matchmaker. After returning home, the first thing he did was to find his cousin, Haitake Kakashi. "Cousin, how are you leading the team recently?" Seeing Kakashi at home, Haitake Nanxiang walked in directly over the wall. The room was very deserted, except for some ninjutsu scrolls and short sword on display. There was almost no furniture. At the moment, the host is lying on the tatami, reading a book with his arm pillowed. Haitake Nanxiang glanced at it and knew that it must be an intimate paradise. Just think about time. Yes, that man should be back to the village soon, right? Although I haven't seen Jiraiya's face, he is still impressed by the eclectic personality in the original book. It's not much, but why come to me when you have time? Don't you go to practice sword? Kakashi put down the intimate paradise in his hand and glanced at his cousin in surprise. Since the last time I accidentally saw his training, it seems that the world has evaporated. Every day is not practicing swordsmanship or meditating. There is hardly any figure in sight. As one of the few people in the Haitake family, Kakashi even feels that his half-brother hasn't been with Hinata for as long. Relax occasionally. Haitake Nanxiang said casually. Swinging a sword can bring him very little progress, if calculated according to the progress. It may take 10 years to unlock the play degree. At that time, all 4 wars have started. God knows if Madara became 6 paths at that time. Haitake Nanxiang, who knows everything, doesn't believe that Madara will smile at him frantically and confidently. Come on. Let's dance. How long will I wait for you? Shook his head. Leave these messy thoughts behind. He looked at Kakashi seriously and asked. Your Sharingan, are you still used to it? Chapter 45. Kakashi's eyes dazzled. There are quite a few people in the village who know that they have Sharingan, but they never include their cousins. He is too young. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Haitake Nanxiang chuckled. Cousin, why are you nervous? I just asked casually. Besides, there is only one Sharingan, and not many people covet it. Unless. Haitake Nanxiang clapped his hands and turned away. Unless, this is a Mangekyo Sharingan. After speaking, he went out, leaving Kakashi alone in the rough sea. Mangekyo Sharingan. Evolution over Sharingan. The taboo power of the Uchiha clan. No one is not crazy about it. On the night of the genocide a few years ago, Danzo was frantically fueling the flames behind his back, and he did not mean to collect Sharingan in it. Now, my cousin actually asked how his eyes were. Holding his left eye, the throbbing from inside was so real that when I saw it, I remembered the scene of that night. A record of rakery pierced Lin's heart. That face has been lingering in his dreams. My cousin, What exactly does he know? Although the brothers rarely communicate with each other, Hatake Nangsayang is by no means an aimless person. Kakashi knows this very well. Well, what is his purpose for saying this? For the first time, Kakashi, who claimed to be the eldest brother, suffered from insomnia in a few words from Hatake Nangsayang. Back in the house, Hatake Nangsayang stretched lazily and put the sword he carried with him in the hall. Looking at his hands that have grown a lot of cocoon skin after practicing swords all the year round, every scar represents a part of his strength. Hideo, it's time to start training. He knife. Ghost destroys the world. As long as you have a column-level grip, you can produce it. But here, the overall sublimation of the power system has become much more difficult. At least Hatake Nangsayang tried many times without success. He has a hunch. When the system is successfully unlocked to 50%, it is the moment when Hideo is turned on. The moon slowly climbed up the window. Sleepless all night. The next day, there is an Umbu ninja at the door to inform himself that the Hyuga clan is pleased. Hyuga invited herself to be a guest. But why is it Umbu? Hatake Nangsayang thought of a lot in an instant. Followed Umbu ninja all the way to the gate of Hyuga, raised his head again and looked at the tall lintel. The quaint decoration shows its long history. But he clearly saw the rot inside. Decayed and unbearable. This time I met my father-in-law. Hatake Nangsayang, who has always been calm, couldn't help taking a deep breath. Hyuga. I am coming. Nangsayang-kun. As soon as she entered the door, Hineda's joyous voice came. She was dressed in a traditional white kimono with her hair curled up in a dignified look. Coupled with her shy and joyful expression, a princess of Hyuga appeared alive in front of Hatake Nangsayang. Hineda. Hatake Nangsayang responded aloud, turning his head to see a serious middle-aged man. A person who met only once at the entrance ceremony, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi. I glanced at the environment in the yard, many ninjas. It seems that Hyuga is trying to give herself a slap in the face. Such boring tricks, huh? With a chuckle, Hatake Nangsayang walked into the inner hall like no one. Here, sits the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and next to him is his daughter, the heir of the Mirai sect. This is currently the case. In addition, there are also a series of elders of the Hyuga clan, all with jonin or even higher strength at the peak. Hatake Nangsayang's brows frowned involuntarily. Hyuga invites herself to be a guest in such a big battle, what do you want to do? The two sides sit opposite each other, Hineda and Hyuga Hayashi sit opposite Hatake Nangsayang. Outside. It was the sound of the clansmen humming. With punches and punches, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan has become more and more perfect. It's just that Hatake Nangsayang's eyes are full of flaws. On the other side, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Hatake Nangsayang tightly, full of struggle. Yesterday. Just last night. Master Naruto suddenly summoned him urgently. The Hokage-sama of a dignified village actually told himself not to interfere with the relationship between Hineda and Hatake Nangsayang. He is the leader of a clan. Hineda is his own daughter. However, in the words of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's senior management showed their optimism and support for this young couple. Even there is a faint threat. As long as Hyuga Hayashi dares to intervene to stop him, he will definitely be hit by the entire senior management. Especially the last meaningful sentence of 3rd generation. Uchiha is no longer in the village, and the strength is not as good as before. We can never lose the precious combat power of the Hyuga clan. The fluttering words made Hyuga Hayashi's suffocated face change drastically. Threatened. Naked threat. The princess of the Hyuga clan, when will it be the turn of an outsider to intervene in the marriage? Even if this person is Hokage. But what if you don't agree? A clan as powerful as Uchiha can disappear overnight. Although Hyaga is known as the current Konoha's top wealthy, he is still too small in the face of the power of the entire village. Small enough to suffer humiliation, he could only give away his younger brother's life in tears. There was a long silence. Hyaga Hayashi finally spoke. Nangxion-kun, I heard Hinata said that you have taken good care of the little girl since the day you went to school. This time I specially invited you to be a guest to express my gratitude. Seeing Hyaga Hayashi's non-smiling expression, Heitake Nangxion muttered. Things are definitely not that simple. As the patriarch of a clan, I don't invite early or late. It just happened to invite him to be a guest at this time. There is definitely a ghost. But in the future, the old man's face still needs to be given, so Heitake Nangxion kept smiling all the time. Uncle joked, it's right for the classmates to take care of each other. Oh? Really, I heard that you and the little girl seem to be walking too close, and the relationship seems to be far beyond the friendship between normal classmates. Look at what this said, it was greedy for your daughter's body from the beginning, can the relationship be normal? Heitake Nangxion looks calm. I don't understand what the uncle said. Hinata is kind in heart, which makes me deeply attracted. I think it is normal for each other to help each other. His words made Hyaga Hayashi's face shake. This kid. Get cheap and sell well. Seeing Hinata's blushing and shy appearance, he might even be taken advantage of. Have you been kidnapped after raising the cabbage for so many years? At the thought of this, Hyaga Hayashi wanted to squirt out an old blood in his heart. Ahem. Speaking of which, the little girl told me more than once that Nangxion-kun has been lonely since she was a child, and she has worked hard and talented alone so far, which is really admirable. In fact, it is normal for men and women to have love and admiration for each other. I am not a pedantic person, but I think Nangxion-kun has superior talents. With Hinata's meager strength, I am afraid that it will be difficult to match for a while, alas. Trap? A complete trap? Heitake Nangxion's eyes are micro. Hyaga Hayashi's words have come to an end, there is a knife in the words, I almost tore them open and tell you. My daughter's strength is the princess of the Hyaga clan, the most impressive Konoha, and she has a noble status. Your kid's parents have died since he was a child, and the whole group has only the passive Kakashi to support the front. Why is it worthy of my daughter? Since the words have already implied to this extent, Heitake Nangxion is not going to be polite. Huh. The saber was instantly grasped by him. Why? With this sword in my hand. Enough. P.S. Gaikyu flowers. Evaluation vote. Monthly ticket. Heh, everyone is also screaming under the comments to let the author know how many people are still supporting it. Chapter 46. Uncle absurdly praised, the Hyaga clan possesses the gentle fist fluid technique that surpasses the entire ninja world, which is truly enviable. Seeing that Heitake Nangxion had taken out the knife in his hand, Hyaga Hayashi's body also moved forward slightly. In that case, why not have a discussion, just to see the difference between the well-known Heitake swordsmanship and our Hyaga gentle fist? Haha. Haha. The two sides smiled hypocritically, but at the same time they were ready. Hyaga Hayashi called the clansmen who had been kneeling at the door and gave a few words. Then a group of Hyaga clansmen in training uniforms came. Most of them are the backbone of the Hyaga clan. The elite Jonin, even, there is no shortage of Jonin. Genichiro, you go to the yard to communicate with the guests, remember to show off the demeanor of our Hyaga clan, don't let the guests look down on us. After this sentence, his tone rose sharply. Especially when I underestimated the three words, Hyaga Hayashi gritted his teeth and emphasized the pronunciation. The glory of Hyaga cannot be tarnished. Both sides walked to the yard, Heitake Nangxion stood with a knife. He didn't plan to keep his hands, it didn't make sense. Seeing the other party's serious actions and looking at himself nervously, Heitake Nanksayan yawned. My name is Hyaga Genikairo. I am currently a member of Konoha's elite Chunin team. Please enlighten me. Elite Chunin? But so. Well, let's not waste time. I only have one sword here. If you think that the sword can be blocked, I will lose Heitake Nanksayan. Arrogant. Very arrogant. What arrogant words are these? It was still in the base camp of their Hyaga clan, and was so despised by others. All Hyaga people present were angry. They all looked at the patriarch, wondering why Patriarch Hyaga Hayashi invited such a person who didn't know the height of the sky to be a guest. A teenager. Why did he dare to utter such an arrogant slander in front of the dignified Konoha? Hyaga Hayashi's gloomy face did not express too much. The faces of people who looked around were full of anger. It's like a child's incompetent fury. Since you are still immersed in the dream of the first big family, let me cut it with my own hands. Huh. The breath of the sun, one type round dance. One sword. Suddenly, like a gust of wind sweeping fallen leaves, the arc-shaped slash revolved away. The scarlet sword aura rolled up the dust on the ground, and scraped the floor of Hyaga ancestral land one layer after another. Bang! The sword gas whizzed away. Strong wind, flames, and the entire Hyaga compound were destroyed. The Hyaga Genikairo who was fighting against him stood there blankly, stupefied. More than that. The entire Hyaga tribe was dumbfounded, and there was a storm in their hearts. Stayed. Everyone was stunned. Including Hyaga Hayashi, they turned their heads hard and looked towards the end of Heitake Nanksayan's sword. The gunpowder is full of smoke. Crushed stones and bricks were scattered everywhere. The only green plants used for decoration set afire and burned into coke. Only the handsome young man in red with a ponytail stood there with a faint smile. How about it? I have a casual sword, the effect is okay. Guru. The audience swallowed. Dumbfounded. Is the effect okay? Okay. Okay, right? Lazily retracting the knife into its sheath, Heitake Nanksayan walked up to Hyaga Hayashi. How about, Patriarch Hyaga, my sword is okay, isn't it? Hyaga Hayashi has gradually slowed down. At the moment. In addition to the lingering shock in Hyaga Hayashi's heart, there is also a deep appreciation. Seeing Heitake Nanksayan's appearance, the more I look at it, the happier I am. That handsome appearance, that outstanding strength, and the lingering temperament in every word and deed. This son, it goes to my Hyagas. Seeing Heitake Nanksayan's calm appearance, Hyaga Hayashi's previous arrogance was gone. The hero was born in a young age, and I can't help but remind me of Konoha's White Fang. I am afraid that he is not as old as you. The style of this sword is really prohibitive. It's really enviable that Heitake has you. With sorrowful emotion, the two sides changed a place to discuss in detail. There is no way, the clan square at the main gate has been completely destroyed, and there are ruins everywhere. I invite you to come this time, mainly for you and the little girl. I know the character of this child Hinata is a bit weak and not suitable for the clan. Oh. Hyaga Hayashi sighed. The eyes of Hinata next to him were quite dim. Her father's long-term disappointment actually tortured her every moment. With the expectations of the whole family, but always disappointing. This sense of gap can break a person the most. The patriarch laughed. Heitake Nanksayan shook his head. As a father, but he didn't understand his own daughter, it was really a failure. Even with that, he looked at Hyaga Hayashi with a hint of pity in his eyes. Hinata is not a cowardly character, but gentle and kind. She is so kind that she is unwilling to hurt anyone close to her. She is gentle enough to treat villagers of any identity as equals. She will not be underestimated because of high or low, and will not be affected by differences in strength. Flattery. At the same time, she can stand up at the most critical moment to protect the sweetheart she cares about, Hinata, she is not a useless loser, but a piece of white and flawless gem. Haitake Nangsayang's voice was so loud that it was introduced to the originally lonely Hinata ears, which shocked her. It was like a strong shot, which brightened her gloomy world. Nangsayang-kun. Chapter 47. Hyaga Hayashi was silent. He was non-committal about what Haitake Nangsayang said. Just smile. Did not take it seriously. Seeing this expression, Haitake Nangsayang could only sigh slightly in his heart. Such a patriarch. Obviously there is no courage, no ability, but always self-proclaimed as the #1 giant. I squeezed hope on the younger generation, but never saw the shackles that bound the entire Hyaga clan. No wonder the development of the Hyaga clan has been so tepid. For a long time, Su was shocked by Haitake Nangsayang's sword. Su is in a dilemma among the village and a clan. The most important thing is, Haitake Nangsayang is only 10 years old, not an adult. If you give him time, it will be more than the original Konoha's White Fang. That being the case, why not push the boat along the river and press bow on the boy? It can be seen that Hinata likes you very much. As a father, I can feel that feeling. In this case, as a parent, it is not easy for me to impose obstacles. In the days to come, I still hope you can treat Hinata and Hyaga well. Finished. Hyaga Hayashi bowed deeply to Haitake Nangsayang. This move surprised Hinata, who was hiding behind this, or his own serious and domineering father. Only Haitake Nangsayang smiled calmly, holding a saber, sitting quietly on the ground. The patriarch of this magnificent Konoha #1 wealthy family, his old husband, finally served. Sure enough, strength determines everything. Since then, Hinata's interaction with herself is no longer hindered. Now that he has made up his mind to give her daughter to Haitake Nangsayang, Hyaga Hayashi has also let go. Just a glance, the many elders who were watching all retreated. The majesty of the patriarch is vividly manifested. This point makes Haitake Nangsayang quite admired. The original Cloud Shinobi village incident, although the ending was the heavy price of the Hyaga clan handing over the brother of the patriarch. But it also reflects their overall cooperation. The Hyaga clan is determined to give everything for the family. Hyaga Hayashi is a little haggard now. Looking at the future son-in-law in front of him, although he was full of joy, he couldn't raise the interest. That sword convinced him. Also defeated him. Hyaga. The huge wealthy family. Byakugan Hyaga, one of the 3 pupil techniques, can't find anyone who can confront a young man head-on. Niji is about the same age as him. But so what? Even the highest sect of the family, 8 trigrams 64 palms, can it withstand the power of that sword? It's sad to say that although Hyaga is known as a giant in pupil skills, it is the most embarrassing in the ninja system. With a long sigh, Hyaga Hayashi said quietly. Is this future old man's grudge look, is it jealous of himself? Shaking his head, Haitake Nangsayang decided to give them a little hope. Uncle, do you think that although the pupil technique of the Hyaga clan claims to be the first in insight, its overall strength is not outstanding? Hyaga Hayashi was slightly startled, and admired the boy's good eyesight, so he could see people's hearts like this. So he nodded. I participated in the 3 world wars many years ago. When I was young, I even experienced World War II hosted by the 2nd generation. The bloody battlefield is still fresh in my memory, and the most hateful thing is the sad fate of our Hyaga clan. The kind of irony that can only be sent to the low-end battlefield to act as a perception-type ninja, once involved in a high-level battle, and powerless, has been pressing on our heads for so many years. Those ninjutsu that we are proud of, the so-called gentle fist stream is simply vulnerable. Said the sore spot. Hyaga Hayashi even hammered the ground hard. The pain and unwillingness on his face, and the huge contrast kept him in a distorted state. Such a family. but he was dubbed the reputation of Konoha's #1 wealthy family. Huh. What a sorrow. I'm afraid. In the eyes of those high-level people, the whole Hyuga clan is a joke, right? Heitake Nanxiang stared at Hinata's slightly lavender pure Byakugan pupils, and his thoughts fluttered for a moment. Actually, Hyuga is not that unbearable. It's a mess, he suddenly said such a sentence. In a word, it attracted Hayashi's attention and Hinata opened his mouth in confusion. Heitake Nanxiang continued. Are you complaining, why the Uchiha clan has an advanced route from Guya Sharinan to Mangekyo, so why can't the Byakugan, whose ability to observe and see, is far above that? No. You are wrong, what I want to tell you is that not only Sharinan can evolve, but Byakugan can also. And Byakugan's evolutionary direction, even the power is far beyond the level of Mangekyo, enough to be comparable to the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, the pair of Rinnegan. The evolution of Byakugan, its name is, Tenseigan. This statement came out. Hyuga Hayashi was dumbfounded. Hinata's little face was also blank. What did Heitake Nanxiang just say? Can Byakugan also evolve? Even more powerful than Uchiha Mangekyo Sharinan of Megatron Ninja World, comparable to Rinnegan. As a giant in pupil art, Hayashi certainly knows that Rinnegan is the eye of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Looking at the youth's calm and detached temperament, it didn't look like nonsense. Could it be? My Hyuga clan, is there really a way forward? For a moment, his eyes changed when he looked at Heitake Nanxiang. Hot and eager. Huh? What the hell is this old man? Heitake Nanxiang felt Laozi's scorching eyes, and couldn't help shivering. Chapter 48. Regarding Tenseigan, Heitake Nanxiang didn't disclose much. After all, unlike Sharinan, there is a clear opening method. Unless there is a way to enter the moon to increase the purity of Byakugan, there will only be a collection of thousands of high-purity Byakugan fusions. Don't think about the former at present, it is impossible to achieve without entering Six Paths. The latter is somewhat possible, after all, the eyes of the Zone family must have accumulated a lot for thousands of years. But the specific integration methods and the use of giant Tenseigan are both a problem. To disclose it to the Hyuga clan too early is not a blessing, but a disaster. Briefly introduce the efficacy and power of Tenseigan. In a few words, the two brothers Atsutsuki from the Age of Mythology were also mentioned, and Hyuga Hayashi fell into sorrow. Unexpectedly, our Hyuga clan actually had such a beautiful moment. Being able to seal Kagaya with Sage of Six Paths is indeed very beautiful. These are all coincidences. Many of the Zinmai I have obtained in some ancient secret scrolls are even top secret levels. Even the shadows of the 5 major villages don't know. So please keep it secret. When Hyuga Hayashi heard it, his body tightened and became serious. He solemnly said, Nanxiang-kun, don't worry, these things don't need to think about the level of Sage of Six Paths. The future of my Hyuga clan is even pinned on this and will definitely not be leaked. Hyuga Hayashi is not stupid either. The experience of the last Uchiha clan is still vivid. Knowing that Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can evolve into Tenseigan not inferior to Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan. That has to arouse the covetousness of many people. I'm afraid not to mention Danzo's old yin ratio, even the third-generation guy will be worried about it. With the assurance of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Heitake Nanxiang was relieved. Da-da-da. There were brisk footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Father. Sister. With a surprise call, a little girl about 7 years old was greeted. It is 60% similar to Hinata, looks delicate, but more heroic and gives people a kind of vitality. Hanabi. Heitake Nanxiang nodded, believing that he saw his sister-in-law. After Hanabi greeted his father and sister, he looked at Heitake Nanxiang curiously. It has long been heard that the whole clan is preparing to welcome a special guest today. whoever thought of the clan land suddenly broke out with a fierce roar. When she went out to see, the entire periphery of the clan was in ruins, as if it had been cut off by a sword. Hayashi saw that the youngest daughter was also coming, so he pulled to introduce Haitenank Sayang. This is my second daughter named Hyaga Hanabi, this is. I know. Hanabi has seen brother-in-law. Eye pupils were flowing, Hanabi cocked his head and yelled at Haitenank Sayang. This brother-in-law, absolutely. Hyaga Hayashi was stunned. Hinata even blushed and buried her head deeply, not daring to look at people. Hey. Haitenank Sayang also responded. This sister-in-law is very on the road. Hyaga Hayashi held his forehead helplessly. It was only not long ago that he planned to give his daughter to the other party, and was deeply convinced because of his strength. The younger daughter was fine, and sold her sister when she came up. Now, Hinata couldn't escape the palm of this kid. Alas. I hope he can treat his daughter better. Seeing Hanabi smiling, he was full of vitality and vitality. He was really a lovely little loli. No wonder Hinata likes her so much. I also fell in love with this sister-in-law at first sight. Of course. This like is not what he likes. I am a serious person. Haitenank Sayang watched his nose and mouth and said to himself silently. Since you young people get together, it is not easy for me to stay here as an elder, so the time is left for you to arrange. Hinata, take care of the guests and leave for the father. Hyaga Hayashi got up from the tatami, gave a few orders to the guard at the door, and then turned and left. Inside the room, only Hinata, who was still blushing, and Hanabi, who stared curiously at Haitenank Sayang with wide eyes. Ahem. Don't look, are there flowers on my face? Haitenank Sayang was stared at by the sister-in-law's burning eyes, and there was a natural sense of being scrutinized. Brother-in-law. I heard my sister say that you are very good, especially when using swords, so I have always been looking forward to playing against you. How about it, can you give me some pointers? Hanabi bends forward and leans towards Haitenank Sayang. Suddenly at such a close distance, the faint smell of little Loli's body penetrated into his nose. It turned out to be trying to compete with me. Seeing Hanabi eager to try, I couldn't help but want to laugh. Maybe, this is the female version of Wuchi? This kind of character is indeed more suitable for inheriting the clan than Hinata. That being the case. Okay, let's go out and have 2 moves, just to see how your gentle fist is doing. I am a few years older than Hanabi, and I can only say that I am pointing. Okay. Hanabi jumped up excitedly and waved his small fists. The 3 came to the dojo. Hyaga deserves to be Konoha's current #1 giant. In this luxurious dojo, all kinds of training dummies and equipment are readily available, which is dazzling. Taking a casual glance, Hanabi has changed into a brand new Taoist robe in the blink of an eye. Bow slightly, with both hands forward, quite stands. Haitenank Sayang's eyes lit up, and this gesture showed that his basic skills were good. Even more solid than the elite Chunin Genichiro just before. Nodding slightly, indicating that he is ready to go to war. Bang! In an instant, Hanabi rushed in front of him, raised his right foot high, about to kick his jaw. Huh! Hyaga is not a gentle fist stream, so why does it still use feet? With a single claw, ordinary people's eyes are about to kick and get caught in the palm of their hand. Little Loli held her delicate feet in her hands, unable to break free. You! Hanabi's face blushed, and he thought to himself inwardly. I have long heard my sister say that my brother-in-law is a fast man. I wanted to see how fast it is, but I didn't expect it to be careless. Brother-in-law is really fast enough, come again. The sister-in-law wrinkled Kyung's nose, very unconvinced. The little feet were caught in the hands of others, and she couldn't get rid of that kind of power. The first scene. The sister-in-law gave up. Chapter 49. Come again. Little Hanabi scolded, her palms glowing with blue light. At the same time, the tendons and veins on the forehead were exposed, and the pure Byakugan opened. Sister-in-law, this is serious. Seeing Hanabi's serious look, Heitake Nanksayan couldn't help but think of Hinata when he was a child. At that time, Hinata fell into a deep inferiority complex after seeing his own swordsmanship. When you practice with yourself, you will show this expression. Look at Hanabi again. As expected of her sister-in-law, she is indeed a sister, in the same vein. Gentle fist. Break the mountain. A fist screamed, with great strength. Pop. Heitake Nanksayan slapped Hanabi's small hand, ignoring the latter's surprised expression. The backhand strangled her little arm, and then pulled her force forward. Yeah! Hanabi exclaimed, and immediately lost his center of gravity, and the whole person was about to fall forward. Heitake Nanksayan hugged her in time. No. Come again. The little loli in her arms kept struggling. Hanabi felt aggrieved. She obviously had a lot of moves that she didn't use, and she was always subdued by her brother-in-law at the first time, which made her a hard hit. Okay, go on. Heitake Nanksayan didn't mind at all. After all, Hanabi is his sister-in-law, and it's interesting to spend time with the children. 8 trigrams air palm. 8 trigrams 32 palms. 8 trigrams 64 palms. A series of attacks. Hanabi has exhausted all the gentle fist methods of his Hyuga clan, but without exception, he can't touch the corner of the other party's clothes. Instead, he was grabbed by his hands and feet every time, and then hung up in various shameful ways. Hinata couldn't stand it anymore. Huh. Don't fight anymore. With fragrance and sweat dripping on his forehead, Hanabi pouted and twisted around. As for Heitake Nanksayan, the robe is not even wrinkled, and he is still personable. Hanabi is already very good, and he has learned 8 trigrams 64 palms at such a young age, which is surprising. Heitake Nanksayan praised him beyond the margins. A child with outstanding talent is just a child. Huh. Hanabi turned his head and ignored Heitake Nanksayan. Hinata smiled and pulled her arm, and it took a long time to lose her breath. In the evening, under the invitation of the feast of the Hyuga family, Heitake Nanksayan couldn't refuse, and had dinner. Wherever he went now, he was pointed out by the Hyuga tribe, as if he had become a man of the world. There are gossips that have begun to circulate within the clan. This handsome boy is already the future uncle of the clan, and even the patriarch has acquiesced to this relationship. Plus that superb swordsmanship. Those who have seen the courtyard cut by the sword of Heitake Nanksayan are all shocked. The look in his eyes is reverent. Especially his posture is like the Konoha's white fang once alive. After a meal, Hinata was sent to him by his father's order. Quiet and warm along the way. It's just that Hinata's interest doesn't seem too high. What's the matter? Hinata kept her head down, not because she was shy, but because she had something on her mind. Facing the inquiry of her sweetheart, Hinata was a little silent. Nanksayan-kun, you are really good. What happens during the day? Hinata has always been observing as a bystander. At first, she was very worried that Heitake Nanksayan would not be approved by her father, but she was powerless. Later, when she saw that her sweetheart was overwhelmed by her tribe and her father, her heart was filled with joy and pride. But Sister Hanabi has already played 8 trigrams 64 palms. I guess Niji's brother should be able to do it too, or even better. And myself. Hinata's face became more bitter. What's the matter? Why do you suddenly praise me? Heitake Nanksayan smiled and stroked Hinata's hair. Holding the girl's sharp chin, the white and delicate skin made him fall in love with it. Nothing. Hinata looked at him with a blurred look, and she dodged. At this point, Haitake Nanksayan has basically figured out that Hinata should be inferior again. Unlike many women in previous lives, the reality in their hearts is incomparable. Just thinking of marrying into a wealthy family as a wife. Hinata is simple. It was so simple that she felt unworthy of herself. I want to work hard to catch up with this gap, but I find that it will only get bigger and bigger as time goes by. Girl thinking. Complex and simple. Actually, you don't have to worry about the level of strength. Haitake Nanksayan said suddenly. Hinata raised her head suddenly, a little surprised how she guessed her thoughts all at once. Haitake Nanksayan squeezed her little face. This fool's world is so pure that she can guess her mind almost without even thinking about it. Remember the tensagen I said before? Pointing at the silver-white moon above his head, Hinata tried his best to see what was inside. Sooner or later, I will take you to the beautiful moon and give you a pair of real tensagen. A pair of real tensagen, who can disregard the entire ninja world. Haitake Nanksayan seduced Hinata with words and portrayed her a beautiful blue scene of the future. At that time, you will be the real princess, the princess of the Byakugan clan. You don't need to care about the trivialities of mortals. There is no need to worry about the responsibilities of the clan family and the burden of the heirs. At that time, you will find that everything can be done in the hands of the commander. You are my wife who is well deserved. No one can replace it. Intoxicated by the world outlined by Haitake Nanksayan, Hinata nodded vigorously. Feeling the pleasant sight, Haitake Nanksayan said again. Let's go. With a handle, Haitake Nanksayan directly took Hinata and started running wildly on the road. The two ran to the end of the street corner. There. It's Haitake's clan land. It is also the home of Haitake Nanksayan. Come in. Holding hands, a man and a woman walked into the dark room in Hinata's mosquito hum. Ha! After performing a day's task, Kakashi was exhausted and returned home with a yawn. Walking lazily on the street, not paying attention to the outside world at all. When he reached the door, he suddenly rubbed his right eye vigorously. Suddenly no drowsiness. This kid, the progress is so fast. Chapter 50. Nanksayan-kun. Hinata blushed a little. She didn't understand how she was confused and took the initiative to follow a man back to his home. This is a breakthrough for her who has been growing up in a wealthy mansion and receiving strict education. When I was a child, I was ignorant, it didn't count back then, but now she has a passion. Can't help but start to think more. What are you nervous about? I won't eat you again. Haitake Nanksayan smiled when she saw her nervous look, and gently embraced her. For a long time. Hinata struggled out of Haitake Nanksayan's arms, her little hand gently covering her mouth. He also said that he would not eat himself. Treat yourself badly as soon as you come up. But for some reason, there was a sweet warmth flowing in Hinata's heart. The more Haitake Nanksayan treats her badly, the sweeter her heart becomes. Nanksayan-kun likes everything about himself, especially this feeling. Make her ashamed and excited. Okay, come here. Greeting Hinata to the tatami in the living room. The two sat looking at each other. Hinata was shy and didn't dare to look directly. But Haitake Nanksayan is very calm. For this little bunny girl who is easily frightened, he takes good care of her. Actually, I have observed the gentle fist fluid surgery of your Hyuga clan and have new thinking. Hearing her sweetheart talk about her physical exercises, Hinata's body sat up slightly and listened carefully. Hyuga gentle fist has been passed down for thousands of years, and it must have developed to a level of proficiency. It is extremely difficult to improve. If you want a breakthrough, there is only innovation. That's right. For this kind of physical skill that can only progress and the upper limit of attack is not high, the only way to break through is innovation. The soft step double lion boxing developed with the help of Niji in the original book is considered an innovation. but now what I want to teach Hinata is a new direction. Breathing. Breathing from the world of ghosts. Since Hinata wants to work hard to become stronger and keep up with her footsteps, as a man, he will naturally find a way to be satisfied. At the moment, only breathing method is the most suitable thing for Hinata to learn. In the world of ghost extinction. After Tanjiro learned the regular breathing method, his skills can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. That kind of reaction power and body control are far more than others. It is different from the plus version that has been blessed by the system. Hinata only needs to learn the normal version. After all, the system has greatly improved the power of the entire Tsugikuni Yoriichi template. The absolute height of the power system also means the sudden growth of difficulty. This is why it is so difficult to unlock the character template of Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Hinata, I have a secret technique to exercise and control the body from my side. If you can control it successfully, your strength will be greatly improved. It is not a problem to surpass the same class. The 2 pillars of Naruto are not counted, those 2 are plug-ins. Heitake Nanksion looked at Hinata with a look of concern, and Hinata was deeply moved by the care and appropriateness in his tone. It turns out, Nanksion-kun has been thinking about himself. Always thinking about my own business. For myself, even the unique secret technique is willing to share it. Don't cry. Looking at Hinata, whose eyes were red, Heitake Nanksion was a little frantic for the first time. Nanksion-kun, don't worry, I will try my best to learn this secret technique and I will not let you down. Put your palms together and hold them beside your head. Hinata looked at Heitake Nanksion with firm eyes. She swears in her heart. We must not live up to Nanksion-kun's expectations. On the carpet. Soon there were a few more palm-sized gourds. Look at these gourds. Hinata's small head had a big question mark. The thing I want to teach you is a breathing method called full concentration breathing. The so-called breathing method can strengthen the cardiopulmonary function. It is a breathing method that allows the blood to obtain a large amount of oxygen in a short time. It can greatly enhance the human body's ability, and in the later stage, it can even be comparable to the tail beast. You can try to practice first. I have written all the precautions and tips on this scroll. It's okay to read more. After receiving the scroll from Heitake Nanksion, Hinata is like a treasure. The lights inside the room flickered. After an hour of work. Looking at Hinata nodding like garlic, Heitake Nanksion took a big sip of water. Uninterrupted explanation for such a long time is still a bit wasteful. The system did not reward him with the breathing method scroll, everything was automatically perfused in his mind after unlocking. He only found out now. It turns out that being a teacher is not easy. It takes a lot of time to teach the things in my mind. Well, let's try the first gourd now. Use your lung capacity to blow up this little gourd. Hinata carefully picked up a small red gourd, hesitated for a while and put it to his mouth. The shining little mouth slowly blows up the gourd's little mouth, puffing up her cheeks. Phew. Ahem. The cough sounded too hard. Heitake Nanksion quickly stroked Hinata's back. It's okay, Nanksion-kun, I can definitely. Come again. Hinata's fighting spirit was aroused. Picked up the gourd again and started to try. Watching Hinata blowing at the gourd. Heitake Nanksion was agitated for some reason. Hiss. Can't think about it anymore. Think about it again. It's not suitable for that at this age.